Mic check, mic check. I was gonna do the audio check. How we looking, everybody? Thumbs up. Anybody can give me a thumbs up. They can hear me good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Welcome back, everybody. This is the real Nathan Daley. I'm your law enforcement translator. As you know, you're a 13-year law enforcement veteran. You guys, and I'm just taking the little bit that I know. That's the little bit and sharing my knowledge and my wisdom, my training, my experience with the nation here, domestic, international. You guys, we have a very diverse group of people here, followers and subscribers, and I absolutely love it. I love the support. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to all of the subscribers, the members, my moderators. You guys mean the most to me. I really appreciate. And listen, as you know, this is a very unique time. We are having a discussion about Tyre Nichols and this entire tragic situation involving him, involving these ex-officers who assassinated this man on camera and tried to cover it up. And as you know, as days go on, we're getting additional information about this particular case, as well as there have been two officers. As you know, last night, if you guys been on the streams leading up to this day today, as you know, it's been a very interesting stream last night. And we're going to keep it rolling, right? We're going to keep it rolling. But we have a special show tonight, you guys. But before we dive into that, as you are coming in, please, by all means, hit the like button or hit the down like button, or what the opposite of the like button. Either way, hit something, right? Hit the subscribe, hit something. And if you haven't already, please, by all means, follow me on the following platforms at Real Nathan Daley. I am on all of it. I'm on all of it. I'm trying to get better at it, but I'm there. So by all means, please check me out on those platforms. I have a special guest tonight, one of the founding members of the trifecta, right? She is here, Courtney Michelle. You guys see the thumbnail. She is here to drop some wisdom, you guys. This is my better half. We are here on YouTube, and we are slicing and dicing, right? Along with Alan. You guys haven't seen him. Bring him over here. Don't worry. You guys get a chance to meet him as well. For those who are new to the channel, we have joined forces to combat the foolishness, to bring common sense back, to do whatever we can to stress the importance of facts over feelings, because it is a task. And, you know, last night, you guys, I had to go on a rant. Someone had to tell me, he's like, yo, you know that you went off for an hour and a half. I didn't even realize it. I blacked out. I blacked out, you guys. Sometimes the BS is so overwhelming. You know, it's just, you just get saturated in it. I'm trying to shake it off, right? And you get lost in the moment, you know, and really, even tonight's stream is a reflection of the conversations that we absolutely need to have in regard to this issues, right? These issues are coming up because what's happening with the Tyre Nichols situation, you guys, it has opened up Pandora's box, right? It's now forcing us to really analyze a lot of different things. You know, people are trying to make this about race. We want to blame a white person so bad. What did I say? It's the white man's fault. It's the white man's fault. You guys, I've heard this consistently throughout my career, dealing with people within the Black community. Every problem you can imagine, every problem, it's the white man's fault. I said, who? Which white man are you referring to? Some people within our community blame everything on white people, and they don't even know any white people. They don't have white friends. They never met a white person in person. They don't know any by name, you know? And I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. That's not what this conversation is about. This conversation is about accountability. And one thing I've noticed about our community, unfortunately, someone told me yesterday to watch my tone. They didn't like my energy. They said my energy was too much, but they agree with everything I have to say in reference to the Black community. But my energy. Well, bless his heart. We had a great conversation last night, and the hell what he thinks. Sometimes you have to give it to people raw. Got to give it to them raw. And as a Black man, we know about raw in the Black community. All right, let me tell you that. We know about raw. Now listen, all jokes aside, right? What is the real problem here? Accountophobia. Accountophobia. It's the white man's fault. The white man made me do it. Casper, the friendly ghost. It's the white man's fault. Accounophobic. The fear of being held accountable. That's one thing that I've noticed about our community, you guys. The fear of being held accountable. Why? It makes people uncomfortable. It makes people uncomfortable to be told about yourself. You know, in the manosphere, for those who are familiar with the manosphere, right? They call it the red pill community. They talk about women not being held accountable. We're going to talk about that, right? Jason Whitlock. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. Jason Whitlock made a statement about single mothers. He said, single moms, single black women are destroying the black community. They are the reason why these black men are running around here violent and destroying the community and killing one another. Essentially, that's what he said. He blamed the police chief as being a single black woman running the police department. She doesn't know what she's doing. You guys, that's what he said. And people are speaking out against those comments that he made, those disparaging comments against black women. He was wrong, you guys. Now, there's some truth to what he said. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying he's not accurate, right? There's so much more to the story. He conflated a lot of things. He exaggerated a lot of things. What did he leave out? He left out the responsibility of black men to black communities, to black women. You guys, what did he not touch on? He didn't touch on the culture. The culture is a problem. It's not just black women. We require each other to make children. We require each other to have a family. You guys, you want to turn around and say it's the black woman's fault? No, that's bullshit. Then if I talk about culture, then guess what people say? Well, because of white supremacy and systemic racism, right? Then we go right back to it. We go right back to it. So this conversation tonight is to dive into the idea that when we try to critique, criticize, to bring up, to want to go about making changes, you have to identify the problem. And when they have someone who identifies a problem within the black community and you're black, you get shunned, you get disrespected. You're called an Uncle Tom, you're called a coon, you're called an Uncle Ruckus, is what I was called last night. Why? Because I'm passionate about wanting to see change within my community. So now I'm the enemy? I had a guy tell me that I'm a white supremacist and I'm black. You guys heard it. You heard it on here. You heard it on this channel. He said, Nathan, you are a white supremacist because I live in a gated community. I said, sir, are you saying that gated communities are racist? He said, yes. You guys are the straight. What's the problem with some of the people in our community, you guys? They have racism on the mind, you guys. If you look inside their head, if you pull their scalp back and cut through the bone and look inside the head, they have a box of crayons in there. A box of crayons. Everything is about color. Nothing is about behavior and consequences. Color. Crayola, justice, warriors. Pure, epic foolishness. It's the white man's fault. No, sir, it's your fault. And not only is it your fault, and we want to blame white supremacy, systemic racism. No, it's not white supremacy. It's white dependency is what it is. God forbid if white people got up and said they're leaving. Black people were going to leave you with the country. Do it as you willeth. What do you guys think would happen? What do you think would happen? And we're going to talk about that. We're talking about Van Jones. We're talking about DL, Crayola box wearing Hughley. We're talking about him. We're talking about Jason. I probably got issues with my mama Whitlock, right? And then we're going to talk about Whoopi. I think I'm Jewish Goldberg because that's not her damn name. So we're going to talk about them all tonight. And we're going to talk about how we pander through racism in order to feel accepted by a community that fails to course correct. If you are not validating Black people and you so dare criticize them, you're kicked out. You lose your Black card. You're no longer Black. You can't be a part of the cool club. I say the hell with your club. The hell with your club. Right? So, I'll be bringing up my guest tonight. She's about to drop some wisdom. You guys, listen, this is 2/3 of the trifecta. You guys don't want to see us all together. We can get petty. Normally you see her in the background, you guys. She's also a moderator of my channel. Beautiful young lady, amazing, highly intelligent, extremely sophisticated. Definitely someone that I speak to behind the scenes to help me. You guys, I've attempted to quit YouTube at least 4 times. And it's because of her and others like her who's really helped continue to motivate me and inspire me to continue the task, you guys. So without further ado, you guys, ladies and gentlemen, I am Courtney Michelle, the 2/3 of the trifecta.
That was the best I think intro I've ever had.
Appreciate it. Please clip that.
Yeah, I will.
That and run it back.
I gotta do better. Usually I'm like, here go peanut head, walnut head, Nathan Daley. Here you go, y'all. That's what I do.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me get my applause in there. Settle down, y'all. Settle down. All right. We got it going on. Listen, as you guys enter, please, by all means, hit the like button. If you guys are not familiar with Courtney Michelle's channel, if the moderators can throw it in there, and Courtney, you know, you a moderator, you got the power, you got the wrench. Drop that in there, please. You guys go and follow her. I dropped also the show that we did yesterday on your channel on my what do you call that thing? The
TikTok?
Nah, the community tab for YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, community tab. So you guys, please go and check that out. Courtney, this is, you know me, you've been tag teaming on this topic for a while.
Yeah.
You've done a great job talking about the police chief, giving her the historical background, even covering the Tyre Nichols situation as a whole. We are about to dive into this thing from a different perspective as it relates to us as a community and how we are examining this situation as it relates to Tyre Nichols being a victim of 5 Black officers, and how now it seems like a narrative is trying to be shifted, or they're trying to shift the narrative and deflect away from the responsibility of these officers that happen to be Black, and trying to shift it to white supremacy, systemic racism, basically saying that white people have something to do with this outcome. What are your thoughts in reference to that? Just as
No, I think you're on point with everything that you've been saying. So I've seen that a lot of people are trying to, for some reason, take the blame off the 5 cops because, oh my God, they're Black. And we don't see this in the media with Black cops killing other Black people. We don't see that. So now it can be because they're Black and we don't have anyone white to blame it on. So we'll do it for the white ghost that we call white supremacy, or we'll blame it on, you know, anything else but the police officer. So yeah, I definitely see that. And again, I'm going back, these are adults and there's a lot of things that go on, but however, you know, right from wrong.
Right.
And you know, you grown. So
what is the issue with that though? Like it's, and I said it yesterday, is like, I felt like, you know, people, though we're all for everybody being held accountable for what they're responsible for, but it seemed like there was a lot of emphasis on the white officer who was terminated yesterday. His name was Joseph Hemphill, I believe, or Jason Hemphill. But people were like, hey, he needs to get the same charges. But then we're like, well, he didn't do what the other officers did. So why would we charge him with murder and so forth and so on? What do you think that, like, what is that about?
So it's still the deflection and trying to blame it on someone. So now that we have a white man that, oh, he was a part of it too. We knew it was something white that had to happen in this situation. So
Right.
now it's going to be, they want to find something racist about it. And so now it's, well, if he doesn't get the charges like the other 5 did, it's because of white supremacy. It's because he's a white, and y'all always are charging the black men, twice the amount of time as white men. So set the idea it could be racist, and we still waiting to see if we can have a little spin on it.
Correct.
In a room. Yeah.
Correct. Last night I did a poll in the chat and I asked everyone, do they think this is about race? And I think almost like 100 people voted, and 75% said no, this is not about race. And I'm going to play some clips. We talked about these clips with DL Hughley. We talked about the clips involving Van Jones and how they are they're actually really making this they're gaslighting, in my opinion, gaslighting black people to a degree. And though there's some truth into what they're saying, it's almost like no one is talking about the fact that these officers made choices. These former officers made choices and the decisions. If it comes out that this was a targeted attack, then how do we then still equate that this was a white person's fault for why they did what they did? Why can't we just accept the fact that these are bad people who made bad decisions and it didn't have anything to do with white people? You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I'm really curious to get your thoughts on this. And then also I want to get your thoughts on why why it's so hard for us to criticize our own. And then why do we have this back and forth about the insults, about your Uncle Tom or your coon or mammy, and you hear all these disparaging comments when someone has a difference of opinion that the larger group doesn't agree with. What clip should we dive into first? Which one you want to dissect first? You want the one that you clipped up, or you want to do the Van Jones first?
Let's do the one I clipped up first.
All right,
let's start with that one.
All right, so let me give you guys some context. So we're about to play the clip, and we had to do some strategic editing because YouTube doesn't want us to show the video of the actual incident with Tyre Nichols. So, which is fine. We're gonna play the clip again, a small clip in reference to Jason Whitlock having a conversation with Tucker Carlson. We're gonna review this because DL Hughley makes a rebuttal to what he saw, and we're going to discuss it. And I want to get you guys' thoughts on it, you guys, and we're going to talk about the difference between why they want to use white supremacy over police brutality. I'm going to give you my thoughts on it, and we'll go ahead and break it down. So let's go ahead and hit where are we at? This one.
It looked like what violence to me. It looked like what young black men do when they're supervised by a single black woman. And that's what they got going on in the Memphis Police Department. They've elected or put some black woman in charge of the police force. And we're getting the same kind of chaos and disunity and violence that we see in a lot of these cities that are run by single mothers.
What the f*** is he talking about? What is he? So it is single black mothers that are the problem. So wait a minute. All of these cops, all of them, they had single black mothers too?
Point.
And by the way, those are the images that came up when I Googled good cops. If Jason Whitlock proves anything, is that you do not have to be white to hate black people. And I can understand, how can we expect Jason to see the plight of black people when this dude can't even see his own dick? So,
Okay.
Well, all right.
All right.
He has something to say.
He said something that was interesting. He said, you don't have to be white to hate black people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that's a thing that I've been hearing maybe over the past years. The idea of, well, no, it's not, because usually they would say, every skin folk and kinfolk.
Right.
So pretty much the same idea is that there is Black people that don't like Black people, or they're self-hating and they hate
Self-hate.
themselves because they're Black, right? So that's been a thing, and so I know I've been thinking, is that something?
Right.
Can a Black person hate being Black?
I
Uh-huh.
I think first let's define what it means to be self-hating, right? Like, what does that really mean? Because I think a lot of times people, they use this rhetoric because they
Yeah.
heard someone else do it, right? For example, we hear in the women's sphere, like when a man is like acting real, I guess you'd say feminine, or we're like, oh, I hate women. The
Mhm.
thing that you would hear women say as a rebuttal, Black women say, who hurt you, right? What'd your
Yeah.
mama do to you, type of thing, right? So there's this shaming language that's
Mhm.
used. And so in this case, it's who you hate yourself. It's self-hating. You don't like Black people, you don't like yourself. Like, you're secretly or subconsciously, you don't like Black people, meaning you don't like yourself. Like, what does self-hating really mean? Like, if you hear that, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, so when I hear it, it's I don't like who I am. I don't like what I look like. I don't like my, let's say, African American features, my hair,
Mm.
nose, lips. So, um, or I'm doing it not consciously but subconsciously, where I'm not admitting it or saying it, but my actions, by how I wear my hair. If I dye
Right.
my hair blonde and keep it straight, well, you must hate your hair because now you want to look like a white woman. Or now you see in Africa women bleaching their skins. Oh, you hate yourself. You want to be light skinned, or you want to be like a white woman. That's why you're bleaching your skin. So maybe it's a spectrum. Do I
Mm.
think people maybe hate features of themselves? I don't know anyone that I would say I was going to say this, and this is why I'm backtracking. I don't know anyone that says I hate who I am, but my features I don't like. Like, I like being Black, but I just don't like my big nose or my hair.
Right.
And I'm like, well, that is you. So it's a part of self-hating if you don't like or despise something that you can't change.
Right. But does that change? Because I think even within this context, they're saying that you have these 5 Black officers, and what they did to another Black person means that they hate Black people. And they would only get into a position like this because of self-hatred, right? It's almost
Mhm.
like I had a lady comment under my video on Instagram, along with Jaziri and maybe like 2 other people who were putting a lot of disparaging comments about me, saying I was a sellout. How could you work for the enemy? And you must hate Black people. Why are you working for the enemy? And so it's this mentality that some people have that um, simply being a cop means that you are against Black people, and means that you hate Black people, because why else would you be a cop? Because historically what this profession meant, or how the profession was used to oppress Black people. And so it's this logic that I think sometimes people have become very stagnant in the 1830s, right?
Mhm.
And they haven't really left that place. And granted, the 60s was not long ago, but I think people haven't acknowledged the progress this country has made, and know there's still a lot more to go. I think just automatically looking at everybody who wears a uniform in policing is a problem, but then not looking at anybody else in any other profession, like a doctor, like a teacher, like a nurse, because they too also did things to oppress Black people, in the 60s and before the 60s, and
Mhm.
after slavery. So it's weird how we only put emphasis on Black police officers or white police officers. Um, what are your thoughts on that? How we
Yeah,
isolate this
yeah.
profession and not others?
Um, well, I wanted to go back even with the self-hating, because I think it's a spectrum.
Okay.
where I think people could say, which I don't think I've ever seen maybe in one episode of Dr. Phil where someone says, I hate being black, I want to be white. But in this day and age, people hate being a man and want to transition. So,
Right.
and I guess you got the Rachel Dolezal. So, but that's the extremes. But then you go down the spectrum, and there's
Right.
people that are like, I don't like how black people don't know financial information, where we can't become more as far as homeowners. Like, I hate that we are in this situation, or
Right.
I hate the culture that we are representing
Yes.
with the hip hop. Like, so that's a spectrum, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think every culture, every person should have some kind of critique.
Yes.
And because that's what makes you better.
Correct.
What is other people? What do they see? What is your critique? And so it makes you better and it makes you grow. So I want to say that I definitely think that's on a spectrum. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think you're absolutely correct. I think when we look at it as a spectrum, my vision is the intent behind the critique. I think in any ethnicity, any ethnic group has groups within that, right? Like almost like a class, right? If you look at like class, a different set of class in every ethnic group, the ones at the top of the class often look down at those below them, and in a sense, and saying that, hey, you could do better if you worked harder, right? We're here. And that person's like, well, you could do better if you weren't so lazy, right? I'm looking down. This person say, well, I could do better if I had better opportunity. So there's this stage of where people look at themselves as they look up and as they look down. That's classism, and I think it's easy to disguise classism with racism.
Yeah.
Very easy if you're not careful. Because if you can take a bunch of black people and send them to Africa, the issue is not going to be white supremacy over there. The issue is not going to be racism. It's going to be tribalism. It's going to be classism, and the argument changes. Hey, I can't get this job. Well, why? Because everybody over there is black. Well, no, because I'm not part of this tribe that they're part of. So the conversation changes. And so when we talk about spectrum, I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, to your point, that's exactly what happened with Dr. Martin Luther King, where he was fighting for integration and making it about race and this and that. And then towards the end, before he, was eliminated, he was like, no, this is about money.
It's about money.
This is economics and it's classism and we're poor.
Correct.
This is what it's about. And it's absolutely right. But I think that's what they want our families divided.
Yes.
Because it's power in unity. It's power in marriage. It's power financially, spiritually, emotionally, all that when we're together. But that separation, and us bickering, we're fighting some petty stuff when the really thing that we need to be fighting for is economic wealth.
Yes. Yes.
And if we don't have it, we're going to keep doing the same old thing. And this is what we've been doing. And again, we are still stuck and haven't been able to elevate.
And the fastest way to build economic wealth is through family. And,
absolutely.
and though Jason Whitlock alluded to that in a very inappropriate way, there was a little bit of truth to what he was saying as far as that the lack of male leaders, the lack of male role models within our community is hurting the community. I just, before I get off on the spectrum piece, I think that was very flawlessly said, because the idea is that when we're looking at this thing, I think we as a community feel like white people don't have that same discussion, right? They have names for those who they feel are poor or not a part of the group, right? They call them, they call them rednecks, or they call them country hicks and white trash, right? And so every group has this, where they try to separate themselves from those who are not, I guess you would say, representing the image well. And I think we have it within the Black community as well, where we look at behaviors, we look at outcomes, and we say, hold on, you could do better. Like, hey, you're representing us poorly, right? We have a shared image, meaning that since we have a shared image, we have a shared responsibility to make sure we are doing the best we can to represent each and every one of us properly. So when you come out here in public My mom used to say it. My dad tells me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When you come out here, you're a reflection of me, you're a reflection of my
Right.
house. And if you come out here and do something stupid, you don't. It's not just about you.
Right.
And I think we have to get to this. We got to have a conversation where we have people who are willing to accept the fact that your image impacts everybody, not just you. When an officer such as these 5 ex-officers make the decision that they did, guess what? Everybody who wears the uniform, everyone in the profession
Mm-hmm.
is impacted by the decision someone did all the way in Tennessee. You know, they're protesting in Atlanta, right? So they're protesting everywhere in these different cities. One person can damage and tarnish the image of an entire group. And
Yeah.
that's true for policing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one spoil, it spoils the whole bunch. So absolutely. I think with the 5, um, I don't. I'm trying to, and I'm thinking about the Jason Whitlock thing. What you just played. Do you think that he was trying to push blame on either the community, and this is what we're raising, or do you think that he was trying to push it, maybe the idea of just family? And I guess maybe that's one and the same.
Well, I think the way he said it was very I think the way he delivered the message, he could have done it in a more professional way that also had the proper context, because what he did now was he put the blame on women. He put the
Mhm.
blame on women. He said two things he said that stood out to me the most. One, women aren't qualified enough to be in positions of leadership. That's an opinion. I know personally, I was trained by 2 amazing women in law enforcement. One was black, one was a black woman, and the other was a white woman, and they were exceptional officers. And it's inspired to be and have the qualities and characteristics and
Mhm.
integrity that they had. They were well respected in the community, and this was a black community. They were well respected, and they are extremely, extremely good at their job. And again, I mirrored a lot of my tactics and my policing strategies off of these 2 women. And of course,
Yeah.
I've had male instructors and teachers as well. These women were phenomenal. One was white and one was black. And the interesting thing about it was they were respected. They had husbands. So it wasn't like. And here's the thing too: I would pick those 2 over a lot of the other men in the department if I had someone to have my back. You get what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
so I don't like that he said what he said. I think it was very disingenuous. I think it was very extremely, extremely disrespectful.
Mhm.
Um, the second part, he talked about this is what you get when you have single mothers, and he blamed it on single mothers, but didn't speak anything about fathers, right? I thought that was extremely inappropriate because again, you're speaking on the community and people are
Mhm.
hearing it, and you're saying black women are responsible for this. No, it's not black women. It's the culture. And when you talk about the culture as a whole, you're putting under the umbrella black men as well and black women and saying that we are equally responsible for repairing this and we're equally responsible for causing this dysfunction. And when you say that, you make sure you're highlighting the real issues and not trying to single out. I don't know why he did that, but I think it was inappropriate.
Yeah. And the thing I saw was, because I understood where he was going with, but I think that I don't even say it wasn't the time, but it just didn't make sense in this situation
It
to
did
speak
not.
about, because if there's a particular behavior, then that behavior is going to supersede race. So
Correct.
if those 5 black men, the reason why they did it was because they was raised by a single mama, then you have to say the same thing for the white police officers that killed, you know, Oscar Grant or the white. It has, so those men had to be raised by a single baby mama or a single black baby mama. You can't say that.
And
So it doesn't hold weight. So
no.
that conversation shouldn't have been said about this one, because like I said, he was getting all the stats wrong. He called her the the chief, single, baby. She's not married.
Right.
So
Right.
it just
It was honestly, I don't use this word much, right?
Mhm.
But it was some misogyny, right? Like, wouldn't that be appropriate to say that I was misogynistic? Now, I've been called a misogynist and it was false, right? But you know, we know he doesn't hate women, right? But he made a statement that was extremely inappropriate. And shout out to Kevin. Kevin says Jason Whitlock is wrong for dragging single mothers into the Nichols incident. And now this brother Kevin, he got smoked for the sisters. So by him saying
he's very balanced.
he's very balanced.
Yeah, he is.
So he said the two are separate and distinct issues have separate solutions. Absolutely correct. And again, it's shifting blame away from the officers' decisions, and now you're putting the blame on, because what if 3 out of the 5 officers aren't coming from single households, single mother homes?
Right.
Then there's no logic in that. And again, it just was not the appropriate time to have that discussion. In my personal opinion, I think it had nothing to do with what happened, because I think what's going to embarrass a lot of people, to be completely honest with you, is when they find out the real reasons why these officers attacked them. And it's going to negate white supremacy. It's going to negate everything that had nothing to do with this is going to have everything to do with an emotional man who lacks the emotional discipline needed to, one, do this job, because they have him on record when he was working in the jail of beating somebody really bad, and then he got away with it on a technicality because the inmate didn't file the complaint within a timely amount of time. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing. And I think once the real story, which it makes sense that is the real story. Once that comes out, then you're not blaming the fairy ghost of white supremacy. You're not blaming the woe is me baby mamas.
Right.
It's them, and it's him. Jealousy, love, and this is a whole thing this should be on Snap.
Yes.
It's a whole.
It is. It's a snap. Yep.
I was thinking too. I was like, the idea why he ran away. Maybe it wasn't because he was running away from the cops like that. Maybe he was running away because that dude probably has threatened him before.
Yep.
There's something. So he's probably running for his life.
Yes.
Which is a legit reason to run.
Yes.
So even if that comes out to be true, then the idea of him running makes more sense.
Yeah.
So
and it leads to the idea that, one, this was premeditated, right? This was planned, this was orchestrated, and you got officers falsified information. They put out reports and never said they struck them. I mean, it's a thing. This is a whole thing. And I tell people all the time, this is corruption. This is police corruption and police brutality. That's it. Corruption has nothing to do with skin color. It has everything to do with self-interest. You're operating in your self-interest and what you want, using the power and abusing your power to get your self-interest. And that's all this is.
Let me ask you a question. So if that does happen to be the truth, so do they revoke that second degree and make it first degree?
Hell yeah.
And then that would, in Tennessee, could be cause for the death penalty.
The death penalty.
Wow.
And that's why I said what I said in reference to the officers deserve the death penalty. And I think the media, the left-wing media, is going to do their best to try to make this about white supremacy, right? Shift the blame. And we're going to hear Van Jones try his best to
bless his heart.
Bless his heart. He's going to do his best. He's going to do his best. And what you're going to see in this moment, Courtney, I know you've probably seen this one already. You got some Black folks that they want white supremacy to be the victor. They want to blame white people so bad, bad. And what bothers me is, it's the scary thing is this. They give white people way too much credit, right? Way too much credit for the things that we are self-inflicting ourselves with,
Mhm.
right? And so my thing is white supremacy is how we got here. It's not the reason for why we are still here. And granted, we know that there is still conditions that have been created from things that have came about from Jim Crow era and black codes and crack and all that crack that Biden helped, the laws that he helped create that helped,
Mhm.
put a lot of black men in prison. We know all that, right? Yet we then
Yeah.
voted this man as president, right? So, right, right. So one could argue that some of the conditions we continue to create because of our lack of understanding of what's going on, our lack and inability to do the things needed to make the changes, to make the shift in the actual conditions. So,
Look, some of us like to be ignorant. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna say some. I'm gonna say the majority. Majority of Negroes like to be ignorant of things. They don't research, they don't read. You remember 30, 40 years ago, that thing, if you want to hide something from, put it in a book.
right,
Grandmama and them used to hide money in the Bible because they definitely knew you wasn't going to read it.
exactly,
So we like to be ignorant of things. Truth hurts, but the idea is that you need to research, you need to learn.
right,
And even if it hurts you, it's going to make you better. Again, that's what I go back to, being critiqued and things like that. It's for your growth. And, it, I'm not even going to go in. Because now I feel like going in because it gets me upset.
It is frustrating.
It's so easy to make money off of Black folks sometimes because we're led by emotions. All I gotta do is tell you an emotional story and string to your heart. It don't have to be true. And majority of the time, the stories that they hear is not true, but they know how to get you. The Democratic Party know how to get you. Tell you a sad story, or a story of we shall overcome. You have overcome.
You already overcome. Matter of fact, you ain't overcome a damn thing. The ones 2 generations behind you did. You know what I mean? And the ancestors overcame from hanging from trees, right? They overcame from being attacked, brutalized, beaten, oppressed, real oppression, the oppression that you felt, right? The real oppression. No, the overcome is done. And then they pass the baton and you just fumble it. You fumble the baton and then blame it on the white man. It's God forbid if we had to live in the conditions of our ancestors. Some of us are too weak.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it. They absolutely. I hear people complain about stuff now. My job wants me to work 40 hours a week. This is racist. It's like, what? When your parents had to work your ancestors had to work 2-3 jobs and didn't get paid doing it. It's when I hear the stories about how amazing some of the most amazing things Black people have done in this country, you look at all the turmoil they had to go through. And it's like the truth and education and knowledge is at our damn fingertips. And we still complain. Like, it's weird to me. And it's like when you try to critique, hey, don't wear those bonnets in the airport. Oh, you're getting dragged. Hey, young man, pull your pants up. You got to worry about getting shot. You can't tell each other anything without getting. I can't tell young Black man, Harley, you got to be careful when you try to critique. You got to be careful when you try to protect the Black woman on the street when she's being beaten up by her man, because he'll turn around and shoot you. We've had that happen so many times.
Yeah.
You try to go rescue someone who looks like you and you get hurt in the process.
Well, that's why we're not growing, because we're not open to critique. If you don't think like me and you think something completely different, then you must hate yourself.
That's right.
You must not like being Black.
Right.
And that's on a whole nother. I mean, we can talk about looks and aesthetics,
right.
But even the mind frame in the state is having something different, because at the end of the day, what we've been doing hasn't been working.
Nope.
And so you do need fresh ideas. You do need new ideas. You need something. So, I wonder, because, back in the day, we had our powerful leaders that was
Yes.
sending us to the promised land. We're going to get there together.
We shall overcome. Which was facts.
Right.
Which was facts back
But
then.
what now?
What now?
Do we need a leader? And why do we always need a leader? How come ain't no the Asians, the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans? How come ain't nobody else need a leader but us?
Because they lead with their culture. See the problem. The culture leads you, and that's why even if you had an outspoken Asian or outspoken Hispanic, eliminating them wouldn't matter because everybody's on the same page. With Black people, we follow somebody. So if they want to stop that movement, you take out the lead, you take out the head. You take out the head and the body will collapse. That's how it always works. But when the body is the head and you move as one, it doesn't matter. You can't take out one. You can't take out two. If you take out a group, it doesn't matter. They know that we're going to fall victim to a lack of leadership.
Yeah.
The culture has to lead the people. You can't have one person leading the charge, and we become so docile once a leader goes away. That's why we have such a sheep mentality, right? We need some sensationalized person, some sensationalized preacher to get us moving in our emotions, right? You see, oh my God, you see Ben Crump. Shout out to Ben Crump. He's like, when he was talking about the incident with Florida, he's like, Ron DeSantis or Ron DeSatan, right? You are not going to erase Black history from Black people. You're not going to do it, DeSantis, because Black people have tried so hard to get from underneath the boot of America. Sir, you're worth almost $500 million fucking dollars because every time a Black body drops, you make 33%.
Jeez.
No one has their foot, their knee on your neck.
Right.
So when I hear him talk, I say, damn, he is gaslighting the shit out of Black people. And we just
eat it. And the thing is, it's not even that we don't know. We don't want to know. And sometimes we know because we like to be fooled.
I don't know what. Listen, these word wizards out here, these guys are warlocks with words. Okay, shout out to I had to listen. Listen, this. Logic, where you at, Logic? Pull up.
So weird.
Pull up, Logic. I'm sending this link to Logic. If he wanna, I'm about to text him the link right now.
Okay.
Logic, if you Logic,
I think people probably confused, like, why is it so funny to us?
Go ahead, read that.
All right. Breaking news. Scientists have discovered the cause of global warming nationwide, and they determined it all started from a baby mama in Texas. That's it. It is our fault.
He is a damn fool. You guys, Logic was on Courtney's channel, and they were just talking about how it's so easy for us to make excuses, man. And thought it was funny how we just blaming everything on single baby mamas and they're the cause of everything. Man, it is a collective effort, and collectively we have to fix the problem. And, some people get mad at me and say, you don't acknowledge how we got here. Why does it matter when we're talking about where we need to go from here?
Yeah.
Right? We want to obsess. Somebody has already done the research. They've talked about it before I was born. You already know what the problem is. Why do we keep rehashing something that you already know about? I know the history. You know the history. We know who swung from trees. We know the strange fruit. We got it all down packed. We know what happens when you whistle to a white woman about 60, 50 years. It doesn't. Listen, we're clear on it. You guys seen all the slave movies. I've seen them too. Okay, now what? What now? Why is it so hard to talk about what to do next? Oh, you're talking about it like you don't know why we're here. Who? That's not the point. That's not the point. Shout out to Logic for this super chat, brother. Thank you so much. Let me give him his proper thank you, Logic.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Listen, you guys, are you not entertained, right? The whole idea is that we are dealing with a massive, massive problem, right? The miseducation of the African American group populace, the miseducation. You know, we want to be emotionally coddled so bad, and this is the byproduct of it. You know, you don't want to listen to anyone unless they're massaging your feelings. You know, I have to placate to you, right? I have to validate you. No, here's the truth. Here's what it is. And by the time we get done massaging your feelings, we've lost time, right? 2 generations have passed because you want to feel good. No.
Yeah. What is it? Is there a word for a person or a group of people? Maybe it's arrested development.
That's deep.
But how does one become to the state of arrested development?
Complacency. Complacency. I call it a holding pattern.
Okay.
And airplanes. Are you familiar with that term, holding pattern? Have you ever heard that term before? So a holding pattern is when an airplane is like, so you ever been on the plane and it's like, oh, we got a taxi in the air because we can't land yet. So what they do is a holding pattern is they continue to go around in like a circle and a circle until they're giving authorization to kind of land. So that's what we're doing. Every time we constantly have to go back in time to relive the trauma that you didn't experience, right? You want to live vicariously through someone who lived in the 1920s, the 1830s, and some all the way from the 1820s. We want to relive that. Some of us are reliving. We think that we're kings from tribal Africa. You got some black folks who think Egypt is the only country in Africa that we're black, right? We're all descendants of Pharaoh. And, we all descendants from Cleopatra. No, sir, you lived in West Africa, and most likely you were your ancestors were captured slaves or captured tribal members in Africa. You were sold off that way, right? Like, stop it.
Stop it.
All of y'all are not kings and queens. Some of y'all are peasants and scrubs. Accept it. And so it's just this thing where it's like we just get lost in this fantasy, and it's so much. The more you continue to blame someone else who doesn't care, right? Who doesn't care, you'll never look at yourself and look inward and say, you know what? They don't give a damn, and arguing and complaining is not getting me any results. No matter how many times you march, and we're going to play this on the video, they say, hey, we marched about police brutality. We marched about this systemic racism. What more needs to happen? You guys, because you're not talking about the real issues. You did all this stuff took place last year and the year before last. Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, not one law was passed. Then what were y'all, what was it all for?
That's a great question.
What was it for? We're going to do this again, Courtney. Every 2 years, this whole cycle repeats itself, and black people get what they do is the left-wing group finds a way to tantalize black people through their emotions and say, we're going to put the best law together that's going to fix the problem. They do just enough to get us through the year, to get us through the next election cycle.
Yeah, it's always about elections.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. Shout out to Dre. Dre Blanco says, being black is not a monolith till you think differently than we should be a monolith. Yep. What are your thoughts on that? Because we know this is an argument all the time about black people being a monolith.
Yeah, well, that's the number one quote that you hear black people say. We are not a monolith. But yes, you are.
Yeah.
You want to be. You want to be. If someone thinks differently, then you chastise them by not being a part of the monolith.
Correct. Which is weird. We are a monolith, but we don't accept or appreciate different perspectives, different opinions. We don't respect that, and so again, it's hypocritical in my personal opinion. It's a very hypocritical stance that we take on one another.
Yeah.
ECA, shout out to you for the super chat. He said, watch attorney Dennis Sperling reaction on Jason comments. Perhaps it'll make more sense. Okay, we have to check that out. I'm not familiar. I don't follow Dennis Sperling. He's a manosphere guy. No shade to him. That's just kind of not my content that I watch. I know he's a big follow. He was a big friend of Kevin Samuels. But I'll definitely check it out. Shout out to you. I'm curious to know what he has to say about that.
Yeah.
Hold on, one more super chat here, and then we get your thoughts.
Hey,
shout out to Marcus Evans. He's like, man, hello everyone. Dope conversation. That's it. Shout out to everybody. With the thank you so much.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained, you guys? Are you not entertained? Thank you so much for the super chats, you guys. I really, really, really appreciate it. It means a lot that you guys see value in the discussion and see value on the channel. What were you gonna say, Courtney? I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, do you think there'd be a time where we can have or the majority of us have a awakening where it's like, we have been doing the same thing over and over again for the past 50, 60 years, and it's not working. We need to change. The people that we've been voting in that's been giving us the same lies, maybe it's time for me to look elsewhere. Or maybe it's time to look at cities that are getting it right to kind of mimic those ideas in your own city.
Right.
So, do you think that it'd be the stop the insanity and let's try or get fresh ideas?
No, because one, we're being manipulated internally and externally. Unfortunately, what the powers that be, what they managed to do was they managed to select leaders for us that they control, right? Like your Tamika Mallory's, your Ben Crumps, right? Your Al Sharpton. They select our leaders and then they send them out to push out misinformation and propaganda amongst Black people. Who else do they use? They co-opt our entertainers, right? The longer Black people continue to follow entertainers and not intellects, right? We're ignoring the intellectual people in our community who are speaking against, these things, right? Malcolm X warned us, right? Like, you don't have to be a part of the NOI. You don't even have to be Muslim. Listen to the wisdom. Listen to what he talked about in reference to how, the difference in the problems between both political parties and how Black people need their own party, right? They need to collectively bring their votes together and vote based off of our interests first. Until we are willing to listen. One thing I notice about our community is that as I give this positive critique on negative behavior, is that we don't listen.
No,
we don't listen. The men don't listen. And the women don't listen. People say women don't want to be held accountable. Shit. Okay. And neither do the men. Neither do the men. They don't. They don't. That's why I never like getting into these conversations about red pill content and women need to be held accountable. Okay. Men need to be held accountable.
Yeah.
So the problem is nobody is being held accountable, because if one party was, then the other party would follow. If men held themselves accountable, women wouldn't be able to do the things that they do. If women held themselves accountable and men didn't, men couldn't do the things that they do. So regardless, somebody's not being held accountable. And guess what? It's both sides. When you have two accountable people come together, you have successful marriages, successful relationships.
Preach on.
Let's clip that one. But it's true though.
It's facts.
This is our culture. No voting, no fucking, right? Remember that? No voting, no fucking, right? Remember, they use entertainment as a way to get, like, it's sad. You got to put stuff in the music if you want to get Black people to do stuff. Hey, y'all want to vote? Hey, no sex if you don't get your vaccine, right? Like, no, like it's so embarrassing.
We are our number one product that our Black women sell is our sex. Everything is sex.
Yes.
So it's nothing if I'm going to sell or if I want to be profitable as a Black woman, it's easy. Sex, OnlyFans, Instagram, sex, sex.
Right. Shout out to the intellectual Newt with the $10 super chat. He said, "Need your perspective, bro. Our friendship continues 20 years strong." Amen to that. Shout out to you, homie. Shout out to you. Let me give you. Thank you.
Are you not entertained?
I love the
Are you
soundboard.
not entertained?
I love it. Are you not entertained? Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. It's hard to find good people, man.
It's hard to find good people.
Genuine good heart. This is
It
a brother
is.
right here I've known for a very long time, and we've worked side by side. Something about how struggles build bonds. I think you said you're talking about how do we will this ever change? You know what's needed to change this outside of the second coming, right? What's needed is despair. Real despair will unify Black people. Despair brings pain, it brings suffering, it brings hurt. Pain is self-correcting. Once you start feeling it, it forces you. The reason why Black people can say we're oppressed, and a lot of times when I have this conversation, you've seen me have, debate people on here, and they say Black people are oppressed. And then I say, okay, well, are you oppressed? And what do they say? When I ask them if they themselves are oppressed, they're like, no, not me, but Black people are. And I always say, sir, it doesn't work like that, right? It's either all or it's none at all. Every Black person's experience is different. And so you can't say Black people are oppressed, because you'll talk to a lot of Black people and they're like, no, I work hard, I handle business, and guess what? I have the outcomes that I desire.
Yeah.
And so granted, again, not saying that things are not fair or equitable in this society, because that's not true. Things are not equitable, but you're not oppressed, right? And so the issue is this: you're being told that white people are against you. You're being told that systemic racism is why you're not doing well. You're being told that racism is why you're not doing well. You're being told that the reason why these Black deaths are in conjunction with police is because of police brutality and racism and systemic racism. And this doesn't happen to white people. You're being told that because that's what you're being shown, and that's what people telling you. You don't see white people and their outcomes with law enforcement. They don't show it.
No, you don't.
So not only are they psychologically messing with you, but now you're starting to believe it. So the reality that we're living doesn't match what we're being told. And that's why you don't see this massive course correction. Because if we were really oppressed and we were really suffering as a community, guess what, Courtney? It would fix itself, or we die out.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. It just seems like the attitude changed when, after civil rights or integration, where our families that had to work so hard to get a thing, and now all we do is sponge off what they've done, but we've not done anything for us to progress.
Right.
If anything, I think I see a regression. So I don't know. I've always told myself, if I had the magic pill to have people be accountable and be okay with it and learn, man, that'd be a millionaire.
You be, sure would.
Yeah. Like, what is it that the magic word to say for us to realize that we have it, we got it. We just need to apply it, but we have it.
We have it.
And once we do, man, ain't nothing powerful than all.
Yes. We already have it. Someone asked me, even like last night, said you're too hard on Black people, because I know what we're capable of. You get what I'm saying? You know the skills we have. We have the money. I've did a lot of investigations of robberies and homicides in the Black community. Young Black boys being killed and robbed over tennis shoes. You get what I'm saying? Over video games, and so you're looking at it like Then you look, then I get to see the aftermath. I get to talk to and interview the suspect.
Yeah.
And you find out that their mom has a good job. They have a middle-class home. And you're like, why are you doing this? You get what I'm saying? Like, I patrol the middle-class Black community, not the not the ghetto, and the crimes that were still present. So it's the mentality. And so people say, okay, well, it's the materialistic mindset. So, okay, I get all that. But we are accepting that, right? And this is, again, goes back to culture. You know, and I think they're trying to keep us distracted by masking everything with racism, so that we don't pay attention to the real root issue. And that's the sad part, in my opinion. That's the sad part.
Well, it's never any money in healing and fixing it. It's always in the treatment.
That's correct.
So for what? Why would I do anything I did? But it's money in your pain.
Right.
Yeah.
Kevin drops super chat, and after this one, we'll pull the video up with
Van Jones.
Van Jones. He says, question, Nathan, if conditions are not fair and equitable in society based on race, is that not a form of oppression or something else? Explain. I love this brother right here. I love this guy because Kevin is always like, he's always bringing a perspective that forces me to think, you know, and then also articulate my point. I feel like every time I talk to him, it's a chess match.
Yeah.
So his point is, first, it's not fair and it's not equitable. Okay, that's true. But here's the problem. I think as a community, we look at the problem the wrong way. This issue in this country is about competition. It's about money. It's about economics. Society and the reality of life doesn't care about how you got here. The reality of life doesn't care about your outcomes. Nothing about this country is fair. Life within itself is not fair, right? Tell that to a kid who's born who's deaf, dumb, or retarded, who's missing limbs, right? He doesn't have the same type of outcome or resources in the beginning or lifestyle that everybody else has. Nothing about life is fair. Nothing's fair about a kid who's born with health issues and things of that nature, or you had it really well at one point in life, and then something happens to you midway in your life. Life is not fair. And so this idea that Black people believe everything is supposed to be fair and equal, the country preaches that, but that's not the truth of this country. And we know that's not the reality. The reality is economics is king. And if you don't play the game, here's the reality. The reality is Black people came to the game late on purpose, right? Black people built this country up, right? We were promised something in return and it was taken away, right? Black people were finessed. We then created our own economics. We were working amongst each other. Then folks came and burned it down. White folks did it, right? Then they used law and systemic racism to oppress Black people. This is a fact. So Black people have a horrible head start, absolute horrible. Guess what? You can't do anything about that. There's nothing to do about what has happened already. All we can do is build moving forward. And so if we know that, and we know we're at an unfair advantage, we are then asking people who we are complaining about to fix our problem, and in fact are the ones who historically created the problem in the first place. What I'm saying within our community is that we are begging the person that you're claiming you do not like and that has been treating you unfairly to come now and then repair the damage. They're not going to do it. Not their responsibility to do it, because they themselves today, a white person today, had nothing to do with the white person of yesteryears. And granted, a lot of people don't want to accept that, but that's the truth. And I think the issue is no one is going to fix our problem, even if we didn't create it. And so we can either keep talking about it, or we can start building strategies and tactics on repairing the problem. We either force people to fix it, the politicians, i.e. those who need to do it, we either force them to do it, but guess what? There's only one way to force them to do it. And we're not doing that. So then if we want to start course correcting, we got to play by the rules that we did not create. Here's the reality of it. The rules of the game have been created. We did not create the rules, but yet we play the game. If you decide to not play the game, the rules still impact you regardless if you like it or not. If you sit on the bench, the rules still have an impact. The game has an impact on you whether you play or you don't. What happens, a lot of Black people want to try to change the rules. You don't have the power to change the rules. The rules are already here set in stone. You either play them or you get played. And that's how it works. There's only one way to win this game in this country. It's like Monopoly. This is a race between races, between groups. And every other group comes here and they work collectively and unified to build their economics within themselves, within this system. If we are not doing that, you guys, we're going to fail. You cannot play this game as individuals. And until we understand that, we'll continue to have the same outcomes. Yes, we are behind. Yes, we spend a lot of money. Truth be told, if you do not play this game as a team, we will fail and we'll continue to fail. No one cares what happened 400 years ago. They're not going to fix the problem. They're not going to give us any handouts. Yes, we need reparations. They're not going to give it to us. It is what it is. And the more, listen, even while we wait on reparations, there's still so much that we can do that only we have control over. And so, no, it's not fair. No, a lot of things aren't equitable, but we can make it equitable if we come together and force their hand. If we keep our money in our own pocket and we stop investing in this stuff that we don't need to be investing in. $4.6 trillion worth of money has left our community, and we only own 1% of the nation's wealth. It's ridiculous. So we like Courtney said, we have the power, we have the resources, we lack the unity for economic independence, and that's what we need more than anything.
Yeah. And here's the thing too, even with Kevin C's comment, I think with us wanting fair and equitable, like those are two different things. And the thing is, we're now on a same playing field where it's now fair. But us wanting equity that's the problem. And equity, remember when we were talking about the intersectionality, where it's I'm a woman and I'm Black, so therefore that's a double minority. So I have to get this and this to be on an equal playing field. So it trying to be equitable, it's not going to happen.
Right.
Because they gave us affirmative action, and who took advantage of that most? Wasn't us, it was white women. So even when they try to give you a level up, we don't even take advantage of it. So equity, we're not going to be able to get. It's impossible. There's not. And then we're talking about, okay, well, reparations. Okay, well, once we get reparations, then what?
Then what?
Are you going to shut up? There's no more white supremacy. There's no more. It's not fair. Then that's it. But it won't be, because those checks is going to be ran up, because we don't know how to financially take care of lump sums of money. We know that we don't know more about stocks and how to invest. Like, that's not been what we've been taught culturally.
Right.
So once that check runs out, then what? Back to complaining.
Yeah.
So nothing is ever going to be good. So it's just stop wishing and just start doing. Faith without works is dead. So if you have faith, then you need to work. Work.
It's what's separating us from. Here's the thing: we have to create our own privilege.
Mm-hmm.
We got to create our own fairness. And the only way to do that is ownership. You have to own in order to create. Like again, it's hard to live in someone else's house. Okay, yeah, we built it, but guess what? They own it. So now what? We need to start mimicking what we see other groups doing that's working for them. Why not take what we see from other people and say, okay, this is working for them, right? No, life is not fair. The system that's set up is not fair. It wasn't designed to be fair. It's designed to make money. It's designed to make money. This system in America is designed based off of capitalism. This is the same country that'll feed you poison just to give you not even the cure, right? But to give you some stuff to make you feel better, but it'll never cure you, even when they have the cure. This is the same country that'll kill a man who give you the cure to cancer. They don't want you to have it. That's not what they're about over here. And so this is the same country that would, tell you to you know, take a little jab.
What was that shoulder? Well,
Take a little jab, right?
Jab
Or you
away.
get work. This country, what I've learned a long time ago,
Mhm.
cares about making money.
Mhm.
And they'll do anything.
Yeah.
They'll do anything for money. And if they have to disguise their nefarious activities with the idea of racism to get you to play along, oh, they'll do it.
Mhm.
They'll do it. Everything, even slavery was about money. And it was about free labor, you know, and it turned into chattel slavery, right? They took it to the next level. That turned into jealousy, that turned into a whole lot of other things, you know. But the reality is that the onset of that was about money. It was about making money and not spending labor, you know. It was let's pimp these people and right? Modern day, I mean, that's yeah, and it just it evolved into something extremely evil and wicked and sick. You know, we just keep it real about how it all went down, but the reality of it all, it was all about money.
Yeah.
You know, that's what this country has built. This country's built on racism. Yeah, rooted in money. So however you want to look at it, regardless, money is the root of what? All evil.
The love of money.
The love of it.
Mhm.
Alex Tyson, and then we're gonna get the last super chat. Then we're gonna dump it to the video. Alex Tyson, $20 super chat. Thank you so much. What does Alex Tyson say? We're the only group that doesn't value family, education, entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, Pablo and them come over here not knowing English and end up being millionaires. We want political help for a cultural problem. Listen, let me just give this brother.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Listen, we got to give that brother his respect. We want political help for a cultural problem. Politics can't fix culture. They can do social programs, infrastructure. They can't fix culture. What are your thoughts on this comment?
Alex Tyson knocked it out. Called him Alex Mike Tyson. Just hit him with a 1-2. That's, I mean, and it's sad because we did.
Yep.
We did, and we were the morale of the country.
Yes.
It was us that was the
us.
most compassion, and you know, the Christian, and we raised Baptists. You better not ever talk about the elders, and we had that, and it's not that it's been so far gone that even I don't remember it, and I think it's something that we can get back. The question is how?
Right.
How do we restore the morale, the values, the integrity in our culture in which we did?
Yes.
And I guess that's what I've always struggled with. But the political help for a cultural problem, absolutely. Because politically, you don't see anybody saying anything else. Hey, they know the people gonna do what they're gonna do. The politicians they lobby, they help each other out. So people say I'm a Republican, I'm Democrat. On Capitol Hill, they all buddies. So you know, I don't play in that political game, but we're the only ones that play in it. You know, the Asians, Mexicans, they don't care. They don't care about voting. They don't, because they take care of themselves. And they respect family. They respect their culture, and their culture supersedes anything that us little Americans think or care about. That's what I want to get back into. Is us looking at ourselves as a unit.
Yes.
We don't. And, you know, people are tired. They said, I'm not going to be on the plantation no more.
Right.
I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
F y'all.
You know my philosophy. Same way you got into this problem is the same way you get out, and that's what. On the boat.
Get on the boat.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
But that mentality was you're going to create the same hell that you're trying to run away from, because it's the mentality that needs to be changed.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dre stated this, and again, Dre's like, the Black community is stuck in the mud of the past which makes the culture unwilling to embrace a different future where the white man's ice is not colder than ours. Ooh. A gym dropper.
Dre is always fucking good.
Are you not entertained?
But no, that's
Are you
true.
not entertained?
Shout out to Dre for that. Thank you so much, brother. He's correct. We have everything we need. We create the trends.
Yeah.
You know, we create the trends. We just gotta create more ownership. We gotta own what we do. We gotta own what we do. Shout out to you, Dre. Thank you so much for this. Last one, then we diving into the video.
Yeah, but I wanna say something because I see Mechee made a comment.
You want to pull it up?
Yeah, it's the colonizers that need to be changed.
Let me see where is it? Is it at the bottom? What's the timestamp on it?
Oh, I can't see the timestamp. I'm just
You can't. Oh, that's right.
But it's fine. But here's the thing: you can't, and I've been told this so many times, right? Like you can't change anybody,
right?
And I can't wait my life or live my life or live in a state of anger and upset of a past because I can't change a colonizer's quote unquote idea of what they suppose. You can't change folks.
Nope.
Everybody is not gonna like you. They might be because of your color. They don't like you because you black.
Yep.
So what?
So what?
I'm not gonna hire you because you black. I can't change that.
Nope. Why are we trying to police the hearts of others? And you can't legislate love. I can't create policies to make you love me. I can't create policies to get you to respect me. You're either gonna respect me or you're not. And even if we have the black hate crime bill, okay, you commit a crime against me. There's charges for that already. We get caught up in this whole, well, Asians have it and Hispanics.
That's, I think, is our biggest problem. We not only compare ourselves, but it's I don't say, but like the trans community, like you're forcing people to accept you. You want acceptance so bad, and if you don't, they didn't like me because I got braids in it. So what? If they don't like you because you black, and they don't like you because you fat, and go around folks that do love you and build with them. So I think, we want acceptance, and I think a lot of us want white acceptance. We want them to look at us as a Brad and a Tiffany.
Yep.
Like yourself.
That's it.
Build on yourself, love in your community. And if Jerome think you great, then you don't need chat that you great. You good at home. And that's the validation. We need to validate each other instead of looking for outside cultures to validate ourselves, because we're never going to meet their standard. Ooh. And why do we care to meet their standard? And at the end of the day, they don't even care if you do try to meet their standard, because you're still going to be the same thing that they thought of you before.
Uh-oh. Someone dropped something crazy.
Someone dropped something crazy?
No, I thought your face changed. I was like, I thought somebody.
But no, I was about to say, what's going on?
No, but you're so correct though. My thing is, if we just directed our attention on repairing us, and just got laser focused on that, not worrying about who's watching, not worrying about who we're trying to. We do subconsciously, a lot of us are trying to seek validation from other groups, and other groups are not studying us at all. I walk out here and go down the street, and guess what? I see blocks full of Asian businesses, Hispanic businesses that are thriving, and guess what? They're patroning their own businesses. They're supporting their own, and granted, I think we're worrying too much about what white people are doing. Because honestly, if we have our own, we could support our own. And then what is the complaint then? If I build a medical center, and one of the biggest complaints I hear a lot about women who are pregnant, they have issues with doctors and nurses not taking them seriously about pain and things like that when they're having babies. I heard that a lot. What would it look like if we had our own hospitals? Right? The money is there, the resources there. If people galvanize we have a lot of wealthy Black people,
yeah, we do.
and it's nothing for us to come together and put these things together. So then now if we have a hospital, we have a hospital and we're in there and we're not being treated properly, is that going to be because it's white supremacy? Is that going to be because of racism? Or is it because the person in the hospital is not treating us properly? See, when the other person looks like us and we're not getting the treatment that we need, you're forced to look at their behavior and not their skin color. So it's easy when we're looking at a white person treating us. It's easy to say it's because I'm black and they're white is why I'm being treated that way. And we just bypass the fact that this white person that's probably treating you bad is probably just a bad person and they don't do their job well. You know, we skip the most logical explanation and we go right into racism, which is obviously the title of this thumbnail is it's the white man's fault.
It's their fault.
Right? It's the white man's fault. But when we do our own, you can't blame nobody else but us. And that's the power of this whole situation with Tyre Nichols, is that this is a moment where you can't blame a white person. You just can't. There's nothing you could say that a white person is responsible for this particular outcome, this tragic, barbaric assassination of Tyre Nichols. You can't blame it on a white person, and people are uncomfortable with that. Like they are really shattered, like they're really struggling. They're reaching higher than the Tower of damn Babel to try to figure this out. And it doesn't make sense and it's not adding up. And it's going to continue to not add up because it's not true. It's not true.
Yeah. And I think it's a part of it where, you know, we could always say, well, we might do this, but we don't commit mass shootings. And now obviously we do. Well, you know, we might be this, but we don't ever. So it gave us maybe like a thinking playing field where it was like, well, we're not this bad. I mean, you can talk about, but we sure don't do that. Well, now you can't blame, white cops always shooting black citizens. Well, now you got black cops. So now you can't say, well, we don't, because yeah, you do. And at the end of the day, we do, they do, because we're people.
There you go.
And degenerates is going to be a degenerate. Whether they got a 1 parent, 2 parent, short mama, fat mama, short daddy, grown mama, it don't matter. You're bad, you're bad.
You bad, you bad.
And you know, it is. Every group of people got some badass people in it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it.
It's just that simple.
They're just assholes.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. I know cops who were white and they are racially insensitive. Love you to death, save your life, take a bullet for you. But they were just insensitive to race and issues involving different cults. They were culturally insensitive, but they weren't racist people. They just were ignorant. You know, and it's so we focus so much on the lens of racism that we miss all the other areas that are equally or if not more important, that if we fix, the reason why we haven't fixed the police issue is because we keep looking at it from the lens of racism and systemic racism. No, it's bad people in the job that you're not paying well in the first place. It's bad characters, right? And so again, it's we're ignoring everything else because we think racism and systemic racism is the core problem. No, the culture of policing is needs to be revamped, evolved, and changed. And I think, you know, the distraction of racism and systemic racism has always been a problem. So Kevin, again, with the back-to-back, shout out to you. He says, I agree with you guys, strong families, group economics, and community building. But systemic issues have got to go. He said, unacceptable thoughts. No, I mean, systemic issues. The thing about the system is that the system within itself is a system wrong because it's not equitable as far as equitable treatment across the board, or is the system bad because we have bad actors operating the system? Because those are two totally different things. Is the system, meaning if it's designed a certain way and it's not working by design, right? So even if you put good people in the system to operate it, it's still not going to work well. For example, the Pinto. Does everybody remember the Pinto car?
Oh, yes.
The Pinto was a vehicle that had a flawed design. The design was flawed. If you just so happen to get in an accident, the car blows up, right? that was a flawed design. Are we saying that the design that we have is flawed? Right? So no matter how good of a driver you are in the Pinto, if you get hit on a certain side of that car, you're blowing up, right? It had nothing to do with the driver. The problem in this case is we have a criminal justice system in itself that is supposed to work a certain way depending on who's operating it. So the system itself is good, but if you so happen to put a bad driver in it, it's going to crash. And so what we're seeing is we have bad operators in the system, but the system itself is designed well, but you have bad people in it with good people. The question is, how do we get the bad actors out so we can continue to have a system that's fair and just with strong integrity? And that's the key.
Well, here's my question. Because we have to get rid of systemic racism, or, as far as it being in the government, where is it? What is it that we need to get rid of? Because they say it and it's blanket, but let's get specific.
Yes.
What is it that we need to get rid of? And I've never heard anyone answer that question. Because there's no laws that's preventing you to get anything. Redlining, some people would say that, but generally, from what I've seen and what I've been able to buy, I've never had any problem. Matter of fact, in the economy that we're in, they want to take anybody's money. Anybody with good credit, Lord, they over there praying for the people. So we don't have anything holding us back, but we're still reminiscing of things in the past. And again, it's that arrested development. What in the system that it's holding us back? And I don't have an answer, and no one has. So it's us mentally.
Yep.
We really think someone is still got a rope around us and holding us, and we can't move forward. But it's us.
Yep.
The invisible white supremacist.
It's the white man's
That's
fault.
the white man.
The to your point though, what it is it's what people are always alluding to when they say the system. They're talking about a person, an individual person, again, a bad actor within the system who's preventing, right? People say, hey, I try to get loans from this bank off of 36th 7th and Boulevard. Guess what? There's two racist people in there who don't want to give loans to black people. But then you go to Wells Fargo, another bank, the same company in another state with black people, and they have no problems giving them the loans. So we get into this thing where we want to make blanket statements about and overgeneralize everything to a point to where we think that it's everything. If I have an experience tomorrow at Chick-fil-A on 17th Street and I don't like the service, they gave me horrible service. Guess what? Some people will say, I'll never eat at Chick-fil-A again. You know what I do? I go to the Chick-fil-A off of 32nd and Broadway. I don't go to 17th Street anymore. So what happens in our community is that we get an experience with a white person, maybe at a business, and they were unprofessional, with an officer that was unprofessional. And then what we do, we then look at everybody. You know what that's called? Stereotyping. So you have black people who start stereotyping every white person, every white police officer because of one experience. And a lot of times, some of these experiences, they hear from other people, And then, Courtney, you've seen me interview them. Have you been arrested before? Yeah, 32 times.
Legit. That's a real story.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's okay. Well, how many of those times do you feel like, shout out. We had a great conversation. Shout out to Podcase. All right. Again, I appreciate the brother because he's very honest and he's transparent. And I said, have you been arrested? He said, yeah. I said, well, how many times? He said, X amount of times. I said, how many of those times were you arrested where you felt like you shouldn't have been arrested? And he said, like three or four.
Yeah.
He said, but I don't believe those things I was arrested for should be illegal.
But but it is.
Correct. But then we take those experiences and then we interpret them into, I don't like the police because of this, because and then the experience that you may have had, you had someone who was a lot of times with Black people, when I speak to them about police
Mhm.
encounters, you know what the real issue is? The professionalism.
Mhm.
The professionalism. Majority of the time, it's always they don't like the way they've been taught to, how they felt harassed, they felt disrespected, they felt belittled. It's the professionalism. That is the biggest issue. The biggest issue is always whether it's white, Black, Asian, Hispanic. It's the professionalism. Is one of the biggest things, and the way we translate that. If it's a white officer, racist. You know,
Mhm.
you were
You're right.
unprofessional, but to me, that means you're a racist because you
You're right.
treated me bad.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mhm.
DL Saint says, I really want to know podcast. $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Said, what's good, bro? Will you be dropping the link tonight? Keep leading the front. Yes, and shout out to you. Shout out to you for that super
Are
chat.
you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Yeah. We'll drop the link up to my co-host here, how she's feeling, if she's down. And yeah, definitely. Mechee says they misunderstand what our problem truly is, and the depth of it evades them. You know how Mechee be doing. Shout out Mechee. Mechee, no, so Mechee, I love you. Stop playing. I think me and Mechee, we bump heads, and we bump heads because we interpret the problem different, but we want the same things. That's why we still hold hands and run through the sunset. So
Yes,
but,
and that's a great thing.
yeah.
Because that's a great thing.
Yeah, so that's all it is. Mechee
Mhm.
will get on me. She'll throw me around, but we ride to the sunset still. All right. He says he crying. Nah, he ain't crying. So let's drop the Van Jones, you guys. Let's go ahead and break this down. Courtney, you ready?
Lego.
Let it go. All right. Van Jones.
.com Van, you wrote, the police who killed Tyre Nichols were Black, but they might still have been driven by racism. And I was struck by the part of the piece where you wrote this. One of the sad facts about anti-Black racism is that Black people ourselves are not immune to its pernicious effects. Society's message that Black people are inferior, unworthy, and dangerous is pervasive. Over many decades, numerous experiments have shown that these ideas can infiltrate Black minds as well as white. Self-hatred is a real thing. So you believe this racial bias played a role in the officers' behaviors?
Yeah, I do because, first of all, Black people are at risk from police no matter what color. Black, white, brown, you talk to African Americans, they'll tell you it doesn't matter. There's this pervasive view from law enforcement that if you're Black, you're dangerous. And I think some people think, oh, well, so a white police officer going after a Black person, you understand the racial implications. The problem is there are whole neighborhoods that in many cities are just considered by police departments kind of war zones, and anything goes there. And so,
okay, he's about to dive into a lot. Let's discuss that first half. I'm trying to take notes. We already discussed self-hatred earlier, but he said one thing that I will agree on that I think he's leading in the right direction is that the image of a Black man has sparked fear in society, right? And when we acknowledge that truth, the truth is that some people will look at a Black man and automatically think that if you're dressed a certain way, you look a way, that it's a problem. You're most likely to be the one who committed said crime. That's a fact. That's a fact. And with that ethos, though, when we're looking at it from that standpoint, that understanding impacts everybody in this nation, whether you're Asian, Hispanic, white, or Black. If me and you are driving down the street and we see some Black men in hoodies walking up on our car, guess what we're going to double check and do? Right? And unfortunately, white people see the exact same images that we see. What Van Jones is alluding to is that the image of the Black skin has created fear and has been labeled to crime. I don't disagree with that. And when we talk about how we are viewed in the media, how the media pushes Black black crimes, crimes that black people commit. I was doing research on it. The media actually oversaturates the citizens in this country with crimes that black people commit more than they do white crimes that are committed. So it's done on purpose.
Absolutely. And the idea is that what we see visually when we're looking at TV and movies, music videos, that's the image that is going to go worldwide of who we are. Correct. And even if you look back at the marches on Selma, the biggest thing that I know Dr. Martin Luther King stated was, when you march, I want you in your best church outfit. I want you suited up. I want your nice shoes, jacket. Girls wear your dresses. Like, they specifically were told to look a way of dignity and defined in class.
Yes.
Because they knew that image was going to go out, and this is what's the image is going to represent the movement. Now, take it now, look what our image is. And I have always said, and I say this on my page so much, is our image matters. Because this is our calling card to the whole world, is what you see this is what you're going to expect. And what we've been seeing is criminal activity from Black folks, ratchetness from Black women, baby mama issue, we've seen the ratchet, we see the twerking. And so people think of us as, less than sometimes. Like, they see us as just a cum bucket.
Yeah.
But this is what we're perpetuating on TV.
Yep.
And in music, like, it's your image matters. So yeah, it always has. And if we could get that right, if we could just be more cognitive of, how we look and how we present ourselves. And now we have YouTube, and this is another platform that you are reaching the world.
Yes.
But we still getting up there with bonnets. Like, when I watch the little single thing from Kendrick, I just like, why?
Yeah.
You sitting there in a dirty robe in a bonnet, and it's us being part of this culture. It is where you represent me too. So it's not only my family represents me. Other Black women represent me too. Because when I step out and they see their image, then they're going to expect it from me. Is it right? No. Is it real in life? Yes, it is. So you represent me too, sis. Bruh, you represent Black men as well. So yeah, I think image is important.
It's extremely important.
Yeah. It get job-wise. You walk in there, you could be the smartest. But if you don't look the part, then that's going to affect you. First impressions. So yeah, I am a big proponent of changing our image. And I always reference like the Dorothy Dandridge and the grace and the beauty and the style that she had. It didn't even matter what she necessarily did back in the day and the drugs and all that, but her image is what's been long lasting, and her beauty. And that's going to be a forever thing. And I just want us, and particularly, I talk to Black women about it, is that we got to get our image together. Because we are not what we are seeing. And now it's affecting our men.
Yes, it is. It is.
And then they seeing us and they're like, I don't even want to rock with you. So it's like, what the?
I have younger cousins, young men, they're 17, 18, and they're like, the girls at their school, they're like this ratchet, they're unattractive, and it is image is perception, and perception is reality. And we can talk about how it's not true or doesn't look true or anything like that. But at the end of the day, they have the Real Housewives of Atlanta. They got you see we have a show about Black doctors. It's embarrassing. We have our entertainment, our music, the music videos, talking about what we do to our women and how we handle our ops, music, we talk about shooting each other in the head. We make music videos holding up guns. I look at some of these videos. I'm like, how does YouTube not block this content and I can't even talk about the positive things that need to be fixed, and my stuff gets blocked. It's weird, but you'll allow black kids to ride bicycles carrying Glocks, talking about who I'm gonna shoot with beams.
Mhm.
Like, how is that? And again, so perception's reality. So what he's saying about that, I do agree. And the reality is we have to understand that that perception is also taught to white people.
Yeah.
And these white people become what? They become professionals. And so they have this bias
Mhm.
based on what they have seen that we have shown them or what we have given the media to show the world.
Mhm.
Shout out to Dave Chappelle said they try to get me in a dress. Cat Williams said they try to put me in a dress. Why do they
Mhm.
want black men in a dress? You got to stand for something.
Gotta stand for something.
So
All for anything.
fall, trip, fall. All right, let's.
Mhm.
All right.
I think we have to have a more nuanced view of what's going on to root out racism. It's not just about having black cops or white cops or brown cops. It's about having cops that are trained to respect everyone and who are disciplined and punished when they don't. And when you don't have that in place, black people are at risk no matter the color of the police officer.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Everyone is at risk for the police officers.
Yeah, he's one thing he said was, regardless of what the color of the officer, if you don't have the accountability of the officers, like nothing really matters at the end of the day. But one of the things he twisted this thing at the end and said that no matter what the color of the officer, black people are at risk. Again, it's alluding to the fact that black people are an endangered species when it comes to police encounters. It doesn't matter if you're a black officer, it doesn't matter if you're a white officer. He's starting to frame his argument around systemic racism, saying that this is a problem unique only to black people. That systemically, police are geared towards hurting and harming black people because they're black, that we are targeted people for police brutality. Like we attract police brutality, not because of what we do, not because of the circumstances surrounding the police encounter, but because we're black. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's a dangerous point of view.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely dangerous. And I think especially when the younger generation is hearing that the defeatist attitude, the no matter what you do, you black, so you're just going to be disadvantaged. No matter what you do, you black, so beware of the cops because they're going to try to kill you.
Yes.
How can anyone grow in that? It's the same reason when we were talking about DeSantis in Florida and not wanting to do the queer studies and talk about particular things, because it's, again, all of this, what does it have to do with your growth? Understand the history, but some of this we don't need to learn about a lot of things.
Queer theory.
For what? So no, I mean, I get what he's trying to say, but then the sleight of words,
Correct.
and putting it on us again, that's what's killing us. And he dresses up nice. He looks so intelligent, and he just, he gets emotional and he sheds tears about things. And you would think, but that's the most dangerous man.
Ooh, very dangerous.
He is dangerous. Him, Lamont, whatever is like, dangerous. Okay, because they wrap it up, they give you the image, and now you're trusting the image again. This is why image is important too, but be careful on that package that it comes in. So they give you the image, they give you that they look good and they sound so intelligent and they sound like they're for us. So instead of doing my research or dig it in any deeper, I'm just gonna blindly follow them, and they lead you straight to hell.
Deceptive language. Very, very deceptive language. The reality is black people are not targeted for police brutality. In actuality, black people have a very high success rate of being arrested safely, right? Every year annually, about approximately 10 million people are arrested by the police. the reality is that the police, we might not have the best and the brightest in the profession, but the truth be told, the police are not out here executing Black people by the scores of millions, right? That's absolutely false. It's false. And in actuality, approximately almost 200 Black people were killed last year by the police. Granted, I'm not saying that that's a good number or a bad number. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the level of response that they try to bring into this issue doesn't match the numbers. It doesn't match the numbers. When you have 10 million people arrested in this country approximately every year, and approximately only 1,100 people are killed by the police out of 10 million. And guess how many police encounters people have a year? Approximately 80 million. 80 million police encounters. That could be from me pulling you over. That could be from me going to your house, checking your alarm. That could be from me just walking up, having a conversation with you. Over 80 million interactions with law enforcement a year. And out of that, 10 million people get arrested. And out of that, 1,100 people die from a police encounter. And the majority of those times, people who were actively a threat to the officer or somebody or someone else. And out of that percentage, maybe 30 to 40 people were unarmed or unarmed deaths. So when you start looking at the number and you hear what he's saying,
it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
So it's extremely hyperbolic. And what they're doing is he's so deceptive.
And don't act like he don't know what he's doing. He knows what to say to feed to his base. He knows what to say. It's the prosperity preachers. It's I'm preaching to get some emotion out of you, whether good or bad. I know that financially, if I can hit that emotion, and all I got to do is twist a word.
Yep.
I can't think of. I think it was a pastor that said something and was like, people can dress up, and if you look at the ingredients of poison, he said you'll get all the good vegetables and collard greens all in that box of poison, but it's that 0.01 of cyanide that will kill you dead.
Damn.
And he said that years ago, and I always took that because you can fluff it up and sweeten it and make it look all good and yummy. And it's Thanksgiving over here, but it's that 0.001
right
of that will kill you dead.
This is true.
And that's what those word plays are taking it off. And that's why I said that man is dangerous.
Yes.
Dangerous.
A word wizard. Absolutely. A word wizard casting spells on people is how I look at it. Let me get into the super chats quick. The retired guy, 319, said, I thought we said Black people were incapable of being racist. Has it changed? Or does it only applies to Black police officers now? This dude. What are your thoughts? Shout out to you, brother.
That was a big old rumor. And I think it was Michael Eric Dyson that was going around saying Black people cannot be racist. And he came up with that. And again, people just took that. He looked all good and took that and ran with it. So now Black people think that we can't be racist, even though the idea of racism is just power. So if you're in a place or position of power, how can you not be racist? If I own a whole corporation, I said I do not want to hire anybody white because they're white. That's racism. That's racism.
I hear people saying adding that power dynamic, and I always look at that. And at the end of the day, power is one of those unique things where you can actually shift it in your favor. It's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed. And I think that's when people have the argument, they start discussing the power dynamics. Well, I can make you less powerful, but it requires me to do something, right? And this is we're not permanently powerless group of people. And I think that's the mindset a lot of people have, that they can't do nothing else. People say, perfect example. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for that. Thank you for that super chat. I've had someone say, the whole thing with power is that, take the NFL, for example. People say all these Black players and none of them own a team. Well, what do you think the Black players should do? You get what I'm saying? You stop playing.
Stop. They need you, do they not?
Why?
or even then, or start your own league and take all the
90% of the players with you.
it's easy to do. NBA.
70%.
We don't have owner. Okay, LeBron, take your talents to South Beach to this black team. Like you can. We have the power, but I go back to Arrested Development.
Oh, facts.
Because if only we knew that if you don't like it, then build your own.
How bad do you want it?
We spend so much money on things anyway.
Right.
But if we were to invest it in our own, then there's nothing to complain about. But until you do, then you need to play the game and over here trying to fight something that you can't change because you didn't necessarily, you're not there. If you want to change the government, then get in it. But you don't want to infiltrate. So then shut up.
If you have more fruit than vegetables, you're going to eat more fruit.
I want to talk bad about the police, then become a policeman. Hell no. Then shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. The school system sucks. The teacher sucks. The education sucks. Become a teacher. I don't want to pay it. Shut the hell up. Shut up.
Facts.
Because you're relying on someone to do something. If you have a problem with it, then do it yourself. But if not, then let the people that's going to do it. Shut up.
Courtney. No. You know why? It's the white man's fault.
It's the white man.
The white man's fault.
The white man did it.
Shout out to Stephanie said, we are still dealing with echoes of the 80s and 90s gangsters image. Yes. Bumpy Johnson, right? Image generated from news, movies, and music. We glorify it and we recycle it, right? Mm-hmm. What are we talking about now? BMF, right? BMF got his own son playing his role, right? And this guy was a kingpin, cocaine, killing, poisoning the community. We glorify that stuff. It's exciting to us, I've spoken to white cops and they say because of those past portrayals, it's hard to take a chance. Hey, I mean,
it's what they've seen of our image. And, and we're not that.
And we
are not what's being portrayed.
Nope.
Nope. But no one's going to believe it if you keep the continuation on. And you know what? And that's been my critique of kind of the space.
Yeah.
Where we can understand that when we look at love and hip hop and the image of they have of black women is the continuation of seeing us look a plum fool by how we look, how we sound, how we a plum fool. But then we get in space and I'm thinking that we are trying to do better. So that means showing images is about doing a better. But we don't. Then we still perpetuate us still looking a fool, particularly black women. And I'm just like, so if I was just to come up here, you would think that there's no good black women.
Right.
That all of us want to just twerk. That all of us just want to have babies by thugs.
That's true.
I want to be left alone and get child support. That's $25 a month. That's what I want for my life. I want to be on government assistance. That's what I want for my life.
Right.
But we don't see any images of anybody else. And that idea is going to create the idea that this is who we are. So now you see me as just a twerking 5 baby daddies woman, but you don't see anything else. And this is what you think of me. So when I step out the house, what are you going to think of me? And it's that continued image. So not only is white media doing it, we're doing it to ourselves. We have a platform to change our image, and we are still rolling on that ignorant image train.
Rolling on the ignorant
train. I mean, just roll. I'm trying to get off. I want to get off, Nathan. I'm tired.
We's tired.
We's tired. We need new images. We gotta elevate the conversation. We gotta grow. We gotta get out of this Arrested Development. We have to talk about things that might hurt, but we want accountability for ourselves so we can grow. We have to stop. I want to get off the train.
Facts. because it's going nowhere.
It goes nowhere. It's
Nowhere.
gone nowhere. That train is just in a whole circle, and I'm dizzy.
Right.
I'm dizzy. I want to get off.
Right. It is frustrating, man. It's so frustrating and it's discouraging, and because we're trying to see, we're trying to elevate the thinking, and then you're being shut down. Right? You're being called an Uncle Tom, you're being called a sellout, you're being called a mammy, a pick me, right? Like everything positive that we're trying to speak on is being pushed, you know, and rejected, you know. So shout out to you. Thank you for that super chat. It was an amazing super chat. Let me give you that applause. Thank you. Let's see what Van Gizone is saying. Hold on, the retired guy dropped some. Retired guy with the super chat back to back said, I used to say the same thing to people. Join the force and help me be the change you want to see. Yes. And it would always be you crazy to me. Yeah, we insult our own. We disrespect our own, even when you're trying to help, you know. And, you know, we're going to touch on that too. It's like, what is, you know, I was called Uncle Ruckus last night. I was called Uncle Ruckus. But he said he agreed with everything I had to say. So if I'm Uncle Ruckus, you cousin Ruckus.
He cousin Ruckus.
You cousin Ruckus. You nephew Ruckus. Why I don't understand, you know, and his argument was my tone, my energy. You know, my energy. But what am I is what I'm saying not true? He said, no, you're absolutely correct. So then why are we complaining?
Because you didn't make it feel good. That's why.
Yep.
Again, we're based on our feelings, and you got to get us. You didn't make it feel good to me, so I'm not buying it.
Damn.
If you would have said it's sweet and nice, maybe sung it like, you know, some Tank.
Right.
You would have, you know, put a little Omarion to feel.
A little Mario. Can we do better? Can we do better? Right?
I could have been in the background dancing. Do better.
Can we do better?
We could have. And it could have went over. But
put it in the song, right?
Like that.
Put it in the song.
Put it in a rap song. That ain't gonna get no spins.
So shout out to you, the retired guy. Shout out to you. I like that. Mm-hmm. Emotional damage. That's what it is. That's what you know. Let's jump on Van Gizone, see where he's at with this self-hatred. And I'm going to break down the difference between the white supremacy argument and the police brutality argument when he's done. So I think it's going to be really, really important to kind of see this. So let me run it back just a little so we can hear his response.
To root out racism, it's not just about having black cops or white cops or brown cops. It's about having cops that are trained to respect everyone and who are disciplined and punished when they don't. And when you don't have that in place, black people are at risk no matter the color of the police officer.
For some reason, your opinion has been a bit controversial, at least from what I've seen on social media. What has the backlash sounded like, and what is your response to your critics?
Oh, well, listen, I think some people say, hey, listen, you guys just want to find race no matter what. You're just going to scream racism. Even if it's all black, you're going to scream racism. And I understand it does seem weird when we're saying there is a racial dimension here, even though the police are African American. But I think what's important for us to be able to do is this is about power. It's not about black, it's about blue. It's about power. And when you have police officers who know in certain neighborhoods, they better not act that way, but in other neighborhoods, they can act that way. That's about power. That's about domination. And so
okay, this is one of the things I really wanted to touch on. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest misconceptions. What did he say? He said, you better not, basically in so many ways, and I hear other black people say this, black people won't do this in white communities. Black people won't do this to a white citizen, right? So the idea is almost like, and this is what I get, there's a fear amongst black police officers that they won't treat a white citizen in the way they treat a black citizen. Mm-hmm. to be quite honest, that's inaccurate. And the reason why I say that is the one factor that people are not factoring in. They're not factoring in the behaviors. They're not factoring in the interactions are different. When I deal with a white citizen, my response to them is a reflection of their response to me. And so what ends up happening is every encounter I've had, an arrest I've had with a white person, they have complied. I have never arrested a white person where they gave me a bit of a problem. When I showed up, I talked to them like I talk to anybody else. I tell them what to do like I tell anybody else. And the other issue is when you have majority white communities, you oftentimes don't have a lot of black officers that work in white communities. That's not designed by accident, right? Majority of black officers work in black areas. That's why when you have the majority, people don't realize when it comes to black shootings involving black African Americans, almost half of them are done by black officers. You only hear about the ones that are done by white officers. So again, you have this issue where the media is showing you and trying to educate you on things that are not accurate. And so if that's the case, we look at the bigger picture. There's only approximately 12% of the entire police force that's black. 12%. There's approximately 80,000 police officers in this country, and only 12% are African American. Where do you think these Negroes work at? They work in black communities. So what he's saying is, again, you're talking to a man, Van Jones, who is a word wizard, right? Emotionally deceptive with his communication. So what do black people hear when they hear that? Oh, there's black people who work in white police departments and white communities, and they would dare never to do what they did. See, that's the problem with our logic, right? We don't think it through. And so again, you can talk to any black officer and explain to them how an interaction with a white citizen is totally different. Totally different. I've arrested plenty of white people, and Courtney, I'm telling you, they move different. I've had an issue where I had to drag a white person out of a car because he was a sovereign citizen. He didn't acknowledge the laws. He don't care about the rules. He don't respect the police. He don't respect authority. But he said, I'm not going to jail. I don't acknowledge your badge. I don't acknowledge the laws of this state. I do what I want to do. I'm a free citizen. I'm free to travel any way I want in this state. And you know what I said? Sir, if you don't exit the vehicle because your car has no insurance, you have no license plate, you have no driver's license, this business card you gave me is unacceptable. If you don't exit the vehicle, I'm going to pull you out the car. And guess what? I pulled him out. I pulled him out, threw him to the ground, and I handcuffed him. He got the same exact treatment I would have gave anybody else. So I've arrested white biker gang members. Guess what? They had the utmost respect. The utmost. So when I come in, and this is, and I'm not trying to make a comparison in order to point out or say one is bad or the other. I can pull a black man over for something he did wrong, and he know he did wrong. And I get the most disrespect from the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah.
As soon as I walk to him, why the F bleep 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 bleep. So again, I'm not saying, I hear what he's trying to say. I hear what he's trying to say. The reality is, this is not an accurate statement that he made.
Well, I think you hit it on the nail when you talk about respect. When you have respect for someone, you talk to them different.
There you
go. You know, white people respect the blue, the badge. They respect
authority,
service, authority. They're taught to. What we're being indoctrinated and still is, and this is what Van Jones is still continuously doing, is keep giving us a fear of police officers. And so we're going into interactions without thinking that we don't respect you and we're scared of you. And so I'm pretty sure a lot of the hand movements that a lot of maybe people got shot for or got the gun pulled out was probably due to some nervousness. Because you don't know how to approach him because you're scared of the police officer and it's out of fear. So all that you're doing and want to percolate and twerkulate and trying to get you and the cop's like, if you don't relax.
This is true.
But it's out of fear and it's out of anxiety because we are continuously, to this day, taught to be scared of the police. And we're taught to get, and it keeps getting ingrained by what we see.
Yes.
And what we are seeing is that they put this on purpose, is for all the bad interactions of white police officers to black. We're going to show that, but we're definitely not going to show you the white people that have been harassed and hurt by white cops. Why would we want to do that?
Correct.
Because then you start seeing yourself as equal.
There
But us
you
doing
go.
that, no. We're going to keep showing you and still think that you're less than here in America.
There
So
you
it's
go.
all planned. And it works like a charm because, again, the way to get to us is through our emotions. And we don't think it all the way through.
Yes.
And even when we know something, we refuse to even say it because they scared of the backlash you're going to get. If you say,
Correct.
no, that's actually not true. And actually
Correct.
what is true is this, because it changed their narrative. And then you become Uncle Ruckus.
You know what's so funny, and this is not to say, and I want to clarify, and this is not to say that officers have not acted criminally against black citizens. Not to say that they didn't do their job properly. It doesn't say that they it's not to say or justify any wrong or bad behavior that white officers have done against black citizens. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we're not having a well-rounded view of the totality of a situation. It's not so black and white. And I think the problem I have with these conversations that a lot of people want to have is that they only fixate on race and they forget about everything else that's possible, everything that is absolutely accurate that they leave out. You cannot talk about police encounters and leave out the behaviors of the citizen, the encounters, the type of crime that's being investigated. All those are variables that impact the decisions with people. I was dragged down the interstate and the suspect tried to kill me on purpose. Why? I pulled him over to write him a ticket. But you know what he had in the car? He had drugs. He was a drug dealer. He had a gun. He was a felon. So I'm thinking that I'm having a little one-on-one time. So I need you to, in his mind, he's saying I'm caught. In his mind, he's saying I can't go back to prison. In his mind, what happens with a lot of times people don't realize is officers can be doing a regular encounter with a citizen, and that citizen just got done committing a crime. And they know it and you don't know it. And so what ends up happening, that person's behavior changes what the officers encounter, because in their mind, they say, damn, I got a warrant. In their mind, they say, oh my God, I have a suspended license. The citizen, oftentimes they panic, which leads them to resist arrest or not cooperate or give off signs or behaviors that give some type of sign of guilt or that they're hiding something. And this is where we get the resistance from when it comes to interactions with a lot of black citizens who may have done something, no matter how petty or minor it's been, but they end up resisting or not cooperating out of fear of getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not justifying that, but a lot of our shootings that we see, and granted, there's a small percentage that are wrong and the officer was wrong and needs to be charged and so forth and so on. I'm talking about the ones where the officers weren't wrong. They weren't wrong. And the citizen was resisting or not complying, and though the outcome shouldn't have not caused them to be killed, but the behavior created the outcome that was unfavorable for the black citizen. And that's what we're talking about here. It's not that they were targeted. It's that they did something. They had Rayshard Brooks is the perfect example of someone who was getting arrested for DUI and the handcuffs were almost on him. And what did he do? He broke free. Then he fought. Then he took the taser. Then he shot the taser at the officer. No, he shouldn't have died. But because of his behavior, Because of what he did, he ended up having an unfavorable outcome. That's one black man that should not have been killed that year.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? And so people don't want to talk about that. But then we have a Philando Castile, where you have someone who didn't do anything wrong. And he was shot by an officer who had no business being an officer. He panicked, right? And in my personal opinion, he should have been charged and convicted, and he wasn't. You know, and so these two things do exist, but if we're not looking at it properly, we can make false narratives and create propaganda, and also feeds into this fear mongering that we see Van Jones
do. I was gonna say something, but that might be a little extra.
You know,
I think what a lot of us are wanting is for us to be on the same level as far as who should give respect to who as police officers.
Right.
Is if I give you respect, but you better give me respect.
Right.
Or I can treat you this way if you treat me that way.
Right.
And the thing is that doesn't work. And, I hear a lot of people always say that you comply, but it's because they're an authority. They're authority.
Right.
And I'm just going to say it, whatever, call me whatever. But, the Bible speaks of submitting to authority.
Mm-hmm.
And there's ways to go around things if you feel like that you are being mistreated.
Correct.
But while you're in the presence of an authoritative figure, then you have to respect them as such. And that's in general. When I'm at work and I have a manager, I have to respect him as my manager if I'm going to keep my job.
Correct.
You're around people that can take your life and make it justifiable.
Yes.
So you have to act accordingly. And it doesn't make you weak or anything. It just makes you be logical and think things through.
Correct.
Your life is so much important than trying to get away for a DUI.
Correct. And to your point, I always preach on the channel, comply to survive, and that there's a better way to solve the problem. It's not worth running the risk. And I think a lot of times the community is saying that, okay, even if we want to respect authority, unfortunately, we're putting people in this job that are not respectable. You know what I mean? It's like we give them all this power, we give them this position, and they're not respectable people. And I believe that when you have that, we have to call it out, and it's the department's responsibility to remove those bad actors out of the profession. And I think that's where we are now in this conversation as a nation. How do we get rid of these bad actors? Why do we keep having them in here? Well, then you start looking at the pay, you start looking at the training, you start looking at the way they're actually obtained to do this job. There's a lot of factors involved to get us to a point to where we can say, hey, as a community, we respect these officers. You know what I mean? And honestly, I don't blame them. We've been messing up. The problem is we need the police. We need better police, right? You can't argue. No one would ever. Some people try to make the argument. We need the police, especially in our community. And the policing issue is an American problem. It's not a Black problem. And I think the issue I have with this conversation with Van Jones, he's speaking to Black issues and not addressing that. White people have the same problem that we're having. To us, it may look different because the way the media exposes it. The reality is, no, this is an American problem.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we use this as an opportunity to get more nuanced and more clear about the dangers that African Americans face from police officers, period, when there is not accountability.
Yeah, and you also make the point, Van, that at the end of the day, it is the race of the victim who is brutalized, I'm quoting your article, not the race of the violent cop that is most relevant in determining whether racial bias is a factor in police violence. How do we as a society, all the way from the federal government down to individual police departments and our communities, prevent this from happening again, from adding to this long list of Black deaths, unfortunately, tragically, in this country? Unfortunately,
after George Floyd, we had people marching of all colors. There were Black Lives Matter protests where there were no black people. There were people of all colors, white people, saying something needs to be done. Unfortunately, the federal government still has not passed a single piece of legislation since George Floyd to make a difference. Thankfully, President Biden did do some executive orders. It's not enough. And so I think it's time now for us to relook. Here we are almost 3 years later. There has been no federal change in the law to make this stuff go away. And so I think that this should be a chance for us to relook at it. I also just want to say, human rights abuses happen all.
Let me get your thoughts on that. We talked about this earlier. That what have they really done? All this talk, the marching, the George Floyd was tragic, shouldn't have happened. A lot of these things happening shouldn't have happened. They don't highlight white tragedies in the hands of police. They don't highlight it. They specifically highlight only Black tragedies as it relates to police encounters.
Right.
And white people are killed more than Black people, almost 3 times more. So they don't highlight white trauma, right? No one asks, are white people traumatized by the police? Yes, right? They march too. They march. No one talks about them marching. They've had young kids who've been killed. I did it before. You've seen the show. Someone asked me about where's the Tamir Rice of white kids. They exist. He had, they've had guns. There's Hispanic kids who had toy guns who were shot and killed by the police, and they're fake guns. So and it's not to downplay Tamir Rice's loss. That was a tragedy, period. But to act like and to think that it's only us is what I have a problem with, because then we're not addressing the real problem, which is the police system within itself in this country. It impacts everybody. What are your thoughts on the fact that here we are, George Floyd, 3 years later, all that marching, all of that we did, and really there wasn't anything.
And it won't be, because we're doing the exact same thing over and over again.
Yep.
So we've marched a lot, and you still the same thing that's going to happen. So you have to get in the position. If you want some more federal changes to happen, then be a part of some legislation in the government. Like you have to be a part of it. You have to make that change. But just marching, and that's why TikToks and that's why YouTube is doing shorts now, because our attention span is the small. 30 seconds. That's all you got for me. If it's longer than 30 seconds, I don't care about it. And that's even with the news. If you're in media and if you do news, you know that in order to get a story to be talked about for the weekend, then you throw it on a Friday and it has a weekend. But a story on a Monday, good luck with somebody caring about it on a Wednesday. Our attention span is so short. So this story, once the Super Bowl hits, you're not going to hear anything about Tyre Nichols. It's going to be gone. Nope. What was the young lady? Was Shanquilla
Robinson.
Do you hear anything about her?
I got a better one for you. And no, you don't.
No.
What does Dre say? Dre says Dre has a funny word about the attention span of our community when trying to get issues done. I had an invested concern in the girl from the Bumble date. Remember her?
The Bumble date.
The Bumble girl who what was her name? Who remembers the Bumble date girl? Her name was she had a real interesting name. The one she went on Bumble, she met this white guy and she knew him for like 2 days, and then she like invited him over to the house. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
And then she mysteriously died. And that was like a big thing, right? Yeah. Beautiful black girl.
What was her name?
What was her name? Damn, what was her name?
I know exactly
the girl from the Bumble date?
Yeah, it was with the white guy.
Yes, and
he was pretty dark skin, brown skin, long hair, like gorge.
Bother me. Yep. I'm gonna just put Bumble.
But yeah, you don't hear about these stories. It's a bigger hoopla for a week, and then maybe 2 if they're lucky, and then it's over, and then it's the next thing.
Yep.
Lauren, yeah,
Lauren Smith Fields.
Yeah, that was her.
And I wish we just stayed on top of these things and really fought to see a conclusion that was, I guess you would say, desirable. Lauren Smith Fields. I think that to me, I hate it because I feel like we have such a short attention span when it comes to really creating some type of change. What happened at the police department? You know, we're real heavy asking questions. We're very active. What happened in the police department? What happened to the investigators that botched the investigation?
Right.
What happened? Was this murder? Was it overdose? You know, what happened? You know what you end up hearing? You hear that the family got paid out, and then
nothing else.
You know, they after they do that, they're not allowed to speak again. And so I think that is one of the biggest problems, that one, we don't own our own media. We're not sending people out to do these investigations. And
I mean, you're right. We don't follow through. We don't follow through. Like even in this situation, and my mom asked me this yesterday. She was like, with all the negativity that's surrounded, the hurt and the pain, asked me to think about what could come out of this that would be positive. What could you take that's a learning experience or something that we can move forward to make this incident just not be in vain, or something to give you just PTSD? Like, what is it that can come out of this? And I'm like, okay, so right now, Black people, you have ears that's listening, and you have the media that's paying attention. So what are you going to do? And the sad part is nothing. You're going to just see us do everything that we've done, and then it's going to be silent. But this is a time where you talk to your legislation, I said Obama, but like Biden, you talk to them. This is what we want done.
Correct.
Now that we have a listening ear, this is what we want done. And if you think that is systematic racism and something in the system that you don't like, well, this is the time that you can try to fight for it.
Correct.
And someone's listening, and we're getting close to election time. So instead of you being okay with a man telling you that I'll let you know after I get elected, no, you're going to do this before you get elected.
Correct.
Biden, you want to vote? Well, I need this done before November.
Need some tangibles.
Give me something.
Need some tangibles.
And we don't do that.
No, we don't.
We just, okay, sir. You said you're going to give it to me after election, sir. I sure enough believe you, sir. You've been telling me that for 50 years.
And as long as they can paint,
no work.
Nope. And as long as they can paint the other person as racist, then we fall for it, knowing that the other side may have probably given us a lot more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Someone said this.
Well, let me say this, because I'm saying it doesn't work. But however, the Asian community did it. When y'all was killing the Asian people, and they said, no, pass this bill on Asian hate.
Yep.
Or else.
And
they did it.
Yep.
So it can be done. They understand how to lobby. I see you trying to kill. No, this is not going to have, pass it or else. And they stand by, because they have their own community. They're not living off of white folks or caring what they do. They cool.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
They cool. But this is what you're going to do for me. And they got it done.
And they not begging for nothing either. They're not begging. They're demanding. And we can do the exact same thing. We can do the exact same thing. Shout out to Jazuri with the super chat. He said, ironic. I gotta say how ironically, you speak of this. I sent a clip to you much earlier about Gerard, what? Rapper?
Gerard
Draper. Oh, Gerard Draper. That was an heartbreaking situation. We need police reform overall, as you state often. Yeah, we do. And I'll look into it. I'm gonna make a note to look into it. There's a problem. We're the thing is that we're not saying that. What I'm saying is we're being gaslighted. Someone said I was gaslighting, because someone said that someone is suggesting or insinuating that what I'm saying is that Black people are not making sweeping statements about whether or not this affects white people too. But unfortunately, the conversations that I have with Black people all the time is that they're saying this does not happen to white people, which is why I come and correct them. So when people always say, oh, well, we know what happens. No, that's not true. That's not accurate, because majority of the arguments that I have with people is saying, I don't see white people, this happening to white people. I don't see Black officers doing this to white people. Everything is always a comparison between Black and white. So it's not about that. The majority of Black people think that this only happens to us because that's all they see. And that's why I address it. Shout out to Jazuri. Let me just give you that. Shout out to Jazuri. Jazuri's famous quote. I love it.
If you have more fruit than vegetables, you're going to prone to eat more fruit.
And the reality is, Jazuri said it. He said, listen, it's more white people, so of course more white people are going to be killed by the police, right? And we know that's not the logical way to look at it. You have to measure the actual interactions that people have with the police to get a better understanding of the outcomes. You don't measure the population size, right? So when you understand statistics, you actually calculate things different. A lot of people just say, well, the population size is bigger, so white people should be killed more. Well, that's inaccurate. You have to look at how many white people encounter Black people, and then what is their behavior during that encounter in order to make a proper assessment of the outcomes versus Black outcomes. And when you look at it based on the data, unfortunately, you guys, Black people, Black men disproportionately resist arrest, disproportionately are more aggressive to officers, and unfortunately, you have to factor that in reference to the outcomes. And people don't like to discuss that side of it.
No, because then that makes sense, and then I can't use it as a crutch.
There you go. Let me jump in this, and then we're going to finish up this Van Johnson. Perry Unlikely in the building. Shout out to Perry. Perry said, I was assaulted by an officer when I was younger, but still believe it's case by case. I have a wife and kids to get home to. I'll keep cool, de-escalate, and let a lawyer make it right. I got to make it home. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, we know every situation is different. But to be honest, fighting and resisting does not help, right? I mean, can we all agree on that? And unfortunately, there are cases when you don't fight and you don't resist and you still have a negative outcome. But we got to also understand that's a 0.00005%, right? You're still better at complying than you are not complying. Perry, thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. And I'll be wishing Perry come up sometimes. That brother is sharp, man. He's sharp. All right, so let's dive back into this video. We're almost done. Let's get back to this thing here. Evangelism.
All around the world. And often the human rights abusers look exactly like the people they're abusing. If you look at the Philippines, what the law enforcement is doing there with this unbelievable attack on the community around drug enforcement, those people all look the same. They talk the same. Human rights abuses are about power. Often discredited and marginalized minorities get the brunt of it, but it's about power. And so we have to start saying we don't want human rights abuses in the United States from any color cop, and we don't want the Black community to continue to bear the brunt of it.
Van, I know that a pivotal moment in your life as a human being, as a Black man, and also as a lawyer was the Rodney King beating. 30-some years ago, I remember, being in California, watching these images as a kid play out. Yes, very traumatizing, and I know you dedicated much of your career, to helping reform the system. I'm just curious to know what impact this Tyre Nichols case has had on you as a human, because I've seen reactions from the Black community, from friends of mine who told me that they refused to watch the video. They couldn't do it emotionally because it would just bring them back to reliving the trauma of seeing yet another Black person being treated in this way. Did you watch the video, and how has this changed you or impacted you?
Well, I wouldn't have watched it, except I had to because I work at CNN. So, we all watched it together and we all had the same impact. It's hard because, I have black sons and they're not unlike Tyre. Tyre is a skateboard kid. He's a Starbucks aficionado. He's an Instagram photographer. He's a good kid. He was a good kid. And I got a kid that loves Ripstick and Starbucks and all, and it's every black parent's nightmare that your kid who has never been in trouble before gets somehow in a situation where his humanity cannot be seen and his humanity cannot be honored. And you saw him. He was saying, sir, and he, hey, calm down. The only calm voice in that entire thing was Tyre trying to calm the police down. And then finally, the brutality got so bad, the pepper spray, which is a horrifically caustic chemical, got to him. He jumped up and ran, and it cost him his life. That should not happen for a traffic stop. And so, again, it rips back the scars. It rips off the scabs. My sister said she couldn't watch it. A lot of people just couldn't watch it. And I frankly wouldn't have watched it, except it was my job. But to see him being pummeled and beaten and stood up and punched in the face over and over again, it was horrifying. And, I hope this galvanizes some action. I am proud that the city of Memphis, after George Floyd, changed some of their rules and regulations and policies so they could take swift action. And you saw that swift action. But the swift action shouldn't just come in this one case with 5 black cops. People are being beaten right now, conceivably, in similar situations. They may not have the video camera, but bad things are happening, and we need to change the law to do something about it.
Yeah, something absolutely needs to change. Van Jones, really appreciate this conversation.
So that's the Van Jones thing. What are your final thoughts on the Van Jones video? Any?
Well, I think he had it right, talking about Tyre Nichols. So at the end, I could understand. I just think the way that he goes about it is kind of dangerous. It's as if us being scared or just thinking that we're being singled out because we are black, I think does us more harm than good.
I agree.
And, we understand that propaganda works. And to think that it's not stopped or propaganda is not being put on us to keep us in a predicament, if we don't realize that, like I said, we're never going to get out of anything. And the marching ain't going to help.
Right.
It's just not. So what did you think about it?
I think I agree with what you said. I completely agree with that. I think that he put in some deceptive language that really, really creates a sense of fear mongering amongst our community. And again, it's no different than what Jason, what is it? Whitlock stated.
Yeah.
He made a statement that was inaccurate, and it gives, and it pushes this particular narrative that isn't accurate, and it lacks context. So with what he's saying as well, I see him making comments that it panders to black people, but in an unhealthy way. You can still pander to black people and give them a more accurate truth. And I think that's why they need to, when they're having these conversations, to have someone who has law enforcement experience that's genuine, who can really speak to these issues and say, well, I agree with you, but hold on, let me add this to the conversation. This piece is missing. We're trying to say this is race induced. And in actuality, this is about someone trying to get revenge on a citizen who happened to be this person who's getting the revenge as a police officer. And he used his power to do it. This is police brutality. And this is what I'll say closing this segment of it. And then, we can take some callers, and then, we can shut this thing down if anybody wants to come up and add 2 cents. The argument of white supremacy and police brutality. The problem is people want to use white supremacy as the argument instead of saying this is just police brutality, because it's 2 separate conversations. If you look at it as police brutality, you're forced to examine the actions of this individual person and also examine this thing as being an isolated thing. You look at this scenario and the factors revolving around this scenario. But when you say this isn't police brutality, or this is white supremacy with police brutality on it, then you're taking away the individual responsibility of the actors involved, the officers, whether they're white, black, or whatever. And you're blaming it on systemic issues, systemic racism, and systemic racism as it influenced the police department. These are black officers. And what the argument that I hear a lot of people are trying to say is that what's happening deep down inside is on a subconscious level with black people, black officers, white officers who wear the uniform, that this is something that has been, you could almost say, embedded in them subconsciously. They've been brainwashed to work for a system to target black people. And that's the dangerous argument that you hear some people make, because they're weaponizing the idea that just because you're black, that police are a danger to you. And that's preaching a narrative of fear mongering and propaganda. And though there are instances where racism is a factor, there are also other instances where no, it's not racism at all. I would argue that the vast majority of the incidences that happen where people are having negative outcomes with law enforcement, black, white, or whoever, is because it's based on the situation, it's based on the scenario, and it's based on the behavior, and people don't want to hear that. And when you just focus on racism and white supremacy, you ignore all those other things. And that is the issue I have with people who have this conversation.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you don't separate it, or look at a thing as he's not doing it because I'm black, he's doing it because he's a jerk, or but again, that's the crutch. So I can blame everything on racism and white supremacy. Even Van Jones in that, I don't know if you heard him flip it, but he had to change it because he doesn't have an accurate argument to justify white supremacy. Then he said, now the problem was power, because if you go to those other countries, they fighting everybody to look like them too. So the problem is power. He couldn't even fight the white supremacy. The problem is power, right? And if you want to fix it, then get into some kind of power.
Correct. There you go.
But he couldn't even fight. He couldn't even continue with the white supremacy. He flipped that up towards the end too. Well, the problem is the power. Now it's power. Oh no, keep it with the white supremacy.
Can't make the argument.
You couldn't make the argument.
Right. Because it's illogical. It's illogical. You can't explain it. And even if what I noticed, and this is what I'll say with this, because Mechee brought up this, that the father said the rumors aren't true, which is why I don't want to do a whole stream on it about, whether it's about involving the lady, whatever. The reality is, what I observed in that incident was an officer who was angry that the subject got away from him. He made statements like, I can't believe you made me tase you made me spray myself. There was a crushing of the ego. This is, how dare you make me chase you? How dare you make me spray myself? Right? There was this visceral reaction. His ego was bruised, and then his reaction to that was, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna make you hurt. And they did just that, and it ultimately killed him. Regardless of what the officer's reasonings were, it was unlawful. It was wrong. It was criminal, and everybody involved needs to be dealt with accordingly and be held accountable. The reasoning of whatever it might be will only dictate the type of charges that these officers get. At the end of the day, they're charged, and there's more coming. And so the reason doesn't matter as much as the fact is, we know it's not because these officers are racist, and it's not because of systemic racism is why they did what they did. They did it because they were evil. They did it because they thought they were some bullies. They did it because they had an ego problem. They did it because they thought they can get away with it. They did it because they were going through a power trip with the God complex.
The power.
And that's it, you guys. It's it. No one embedded in them, in their brain, about do this because you're the arm length, or you're the arm oppressor for whites. Like,
we need you to pass on this white supremacy.
Man,
we need you black men to do it.
we
I
need
don't
you, black officer.
know. It's the power.
Power, man.
It's the power thing.
It's police brutality, is what it is.
Mhm.
You guys, I'm gonna drop the link real quick. Does anybody have any disagreements? We're only taking disagreements. If you have a disagreement, if you got a disagreement and you want to come up, pow. How you feeling? You feeling smoky?
Just call me Smoke Dog, baby.
So all right. Listen, if you have a disagreement, I will bring you up. Listen, if you are not entertained, are you not entertained? Let me hear it. We got one. We got our first one. Let me drop this out. All right, let me drop this out. DL Saint, what's good, brother? What's good?
Yo.
Hey, what's good, y'all? How y'all feeling, man? Y'all say disagreement, so y'all want this. That's right. Give some. That's what y'all looking for.
Got a brother tiptoeing.
Hey, don't ask paratroopers to smoke. When we bring it, we bring it. It's all red. So, yeah, you know what? I do have a little bit of pushback. I agree with you mostly, but Friday I was traveling Friday when the video dropped, and the only thing I wanted to watch, the only platform I wanted to watch was yours. I didn't want to watch CNN because you get better ratings than CNN. I didn't want to watch CNN. They are struggling right now, y'all. Like, they are struggling, and Fox is on it. Oh my God, Fox is on the struggle bus too. I mean, it's just all of mainstream media is having issues right now. You know what I mean? But I definitely wanted to talk to you, and I was listening to you. And the one point I wanted to make, and then I'll give you the little pushback.
Okay,
brother, when you were watching the video, the look on your face, the complete disgust being law enforcement, the complete disgust, I could see it. It was painful. I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, this brother is pained right now by what he is seeing on the screen. And you weren't looking at race. Everybody's talking about race. All right, I get it. Yo, first of all, black folks, y'all need to open y'all minds, and y'all need to open up the old think tank, because we done got past a whole lot of stuff. So, but I just wanted to point that out to you, bro. I could see the pain as a former law enforcement. I can only imagine what it's like for you to walk around because you're proud of what you was doing. It's like I'm former military, right? I talked to the guys who came home from Vietnam. I served with guys when I was in Desert Storm. The most senior guys in our unit were Vietnam vets. And when we came home, their eyes were watery, bro. They couldn't believe it because it was such a difference coming home with their head held high, you know what I mean, marching, you know what I mean, standing tall and looking good, as opposed to when they were my age, they came home getting spit on, called baby killer and all that. When I saw your reaction to the video, my thoughts went to those men who came home from Vietnam. You were so thoroughly disgusted with what you were seeing. So here's the pushback.
All right.
And you might have covered this, I don't know. But police culture absolutely needs to change. 100%, no doubt about it. What we saw in that video and what I've seen growing up, you know what I mean? I was born in the 70s. I'm in my 50s. I'm an old man. I've always known, and it was, I'm no huge fan of Charleston White, but he spoke on this and I had to agree with him. There is an unofficial code. If you a gangster and you on the streets as cops and robbers, if you make the police chase you, when they catch you, if they catch you, I never got caught. Knock on wood. I never got caught. But if they catch you, you getting roughed up. True. Now, what we saw in that video was something different. That was just viciousness. That was just cold blooded. Turned out to be, murder. Literally. That's what that was. But there's always that thing between law enforcement and the people on the wrong side of the law, right? And if someone is running from the police, they're not running forever. They running just far enough so they can get rid of whatever they got on them, whatever evidence, and make the police get them flashlights out there and try to find it. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. And it is what it is. As soon as they get rid of everything, they run another block, then they stop, and they're like, all right, here come, they about to slam me on my face. Here comes the next, here comes the knee to my back. Oh man, these cuffs are awfully tight. I already know what it is. You know what I mean? Right. That was part of the deal. If you're in the streets, it doesn't seem to me that this victim was part of that culture. Right. And that's another thing. So what we have now is police officers are underpaid, they're overworked, and they're poorly trained. Yes. Right. This is a very, very very difficult thing to watch. But understand something. Even if it were Caucasian people or Latino, it's not really the color of your skin, but it's where you from. True. You know what I mean? And you've been in law enforcement, bro. Tell me, when you were in the police academy, did most people in the police academy, most men and women, have they been punched in the mouth when y'all were recruits learning how to? Exactly.
This is so let me touch on a couple things that you said. And you didn't really have no pushback for me though. There was no pushback because we agree that we talked about the whole profession needs to be revamped. We need to reimagine policing in this country. Policing has not caught up with the evolution of society at all. First of all, one of the number one things that need to change with policing is that it's paramilitary. I believe that needs to be removed.
Yes, absolutely. If you want to be military, you want this, you need to sign up for it. Sign up for it. That's what I signed up for. No, when police officers say we're like you, like, no, you're not. You were not overseas. You didn't put your feet on the ground. I didn't see you inside that C-130 about to jump out. What do you mean you was like me? My bad, bro.
Only thing I'll jump is off sidewalks. And out of car windows, apparently. I would say the issue is the paramilitary is part of the mindset. You know, you're teaching men to be warriors in a domestic battlefield, right? You're teaching men to be warriors, but they're not at war, right? So you're teaching them a military mindset in a domestic community, right? But you're teaching them warlike mentality.
Yes.
Without teaching them the warlike rules of engagement. Shout out to Logic.
And discipline.
You know, and a lot of Logic will wait for him to come back. And without the discipline and without the training. So you can't be paramilitary and not even teach a quarter of the training that the military receives, if that makes sense.
Not even, I mean, you're right, less than a quarter. Because here's the thing a lot of people don't understand about the military. Rules of engagement are serious. I can't tell you how many times I've been shot at and I was not allowed to return fire. Now, how many police officers out there have been shot at and not returned fire until ordered to? How many police officers have taken rounds? None.
Right.
None. What happened to what was the name of that young baby in Ohio that was playing in the park with his pistol? So
you talking about Tamir Rice?
Tamir Rice. Yeah. Tamir Rice, little boy playing in the park with his pistol. Police officers rolled up and lit him up. Dude, that's all I played with when I was little. Yeah, it was a different generation. I used to listen, back in the day, back in the 70s, toy guns looked more real than real guns. They were made out of wood and die-cast metal. They looked like the real thing. I had this little thing look like a car, like a World War II carbine. I would point it at the police while they walking by and I say, pew, pew, and they would hold their hand up and say, pew, pew. Some of them act like they got hit. Yeah. Right? None of them drew their weapon and fired at me. None of them.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to also remember and not justifying. I think the officers, they rushed the judgment. They didn't follow policy, right? They didn't make any commands. They didn't tell them to drop the weapon. They didn't do any of that. Now, unfortunately, in this situation, the accountability does go on both sides. That was a gun that looked like it was a replica pistol. It looked real. There was no orange tip. Unfortunately, we live in a society now where kids of that age also shoot people, right? Yes. So that is something that we also have to take in context. The last 3 shootings that we had were children, right? We had a child that went to school and shot his teacher, right? That kid was only 12 years old. We had a kid the other day who shot and killed his mother, right? Yes. So kids are bringing guns to school. Kids are carrying guns that they're taking from their parents' house and they're walking around with it. The problem is the officers did not execute their job properly based on policy, whereas they should have conducted it as if it was a felony encounter, which is you give the person an opportunity. You make a statement. First of all, they rolled right on top of them, and you're not supposed to do that. Not supposed to do that, right? They drove right on top of them and then immediately shot him, where they should have gave distance to keep themselves safe. The officers put themselves in harm's way, which is one of the biggest things that you do not do. They should have went on the radio, sir, drop your weapon, drop your weapon. To be completely honest, you cannot tell. I could bring a photo up right here. No one would be able to tell which one's the real gun or the fake gun. And so here's the problem with Tamir Rice's situation. I've had this conversation with people before in reference to this. And is that the difference between me and maybe the officers that responded on the scene that's white, I would have asked them to drop the weapon twice. Do you get what I'm saying? The difference the difference between someone who shows up and shoots you versus someone who gave you a chance to respond. I've had plenty of encounters where I was in the process of squeezing the trigger before the person finally made the decision. I gave them, and sometimes those 2 seconds can mean life or death to someone. But the reality is, as an officer, you're not obligated to. If the person checks the boxes, go ahead.
And I wanted to go back to your point about these police officers want to be paramilitary, right?
Yes.
The first thing police officers say, well, I fear for my life. I did what I had to do. You know what I mean? I need to go home to my way. No, in the military, we don't get that option.
Correct.
It doesn't work that way.
Correct.
If you violate the rules of engagement, guess what? You're going to be standing tall before the man.
Yep.
Right? That's a violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Yep.
You're lucky if you don't get stood in front of a wall and shot. They're not going to do it. They don't really like to shoot people anymore, but legally they can. You're going to Leavenworth. Right? So when it's a blatant disregard of training. But what I tie that back to poor training, and I tie that back to fear. Yeah. And a lot of people are like, well, they did that because they were white and he was black. Possibly. But I will argue more likely they did that because they were afraid.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem. And again, and if we focus on racism and we don't acknowledge the other components like fear, like training, you never correct the problem. And that's why I say we can't always focus just on racism. And the problem is people say, well, if he was white, they wouldn't have done it. And I say, no, they have done it to white kids. You just haven't heard about it.
You just don't see it. Doesn't get the coverage.
It doesn't get the coverage. And it's not to dismiss it. It shouldn't have happened. If we had better trained officers, he wouldn't have been killed. If we had better trained officers, Amir Locke wouldn't have been killed. If we had better trained officers, Donta Wright wouldn't have been killed. Could you imagine being an officer for 20 plus years and you say, oh my God, I confused my gun for my taser?
Don't get me started on that, bro.
Come on, man.
I can tell the difference between my sidearm and my primary weapon. You're telling me, you don't know the difference in weight between your firearm and your taser. Come on,
what
man.
is that? Is that racism or is that training?
That's incompetence. That's poor training, and that's like, that was a training officer. Am I correct? She was a training officer. Come on, bro. You got to go under the jail for that.
And fear also is a play in that, because when you're fearful, you're not logical. You get what I'm saying? And so fear interferes with your training. And if you're not trained well, when fear comes in, us military and law enforcement, we rely on what? Training. Training does what? It's our secondary, right? Mm-hmm. It's our secondary. You move without thinking. You move without thinking. And that is a reflection to your training all day. When fear kicks in, it's the automatic responses that save your life.
It takes training to have the courage to run into fire. Listen, y'all, when people start shooting, your body wants to run the other way. Right. I'm just being 100 with you. It takes serious training to run into fire, to take fire. When you hear those I call them zip pops go by. You know what I mean? That's it. They zip pop. When you hear that, when they whiz by you, it takes training to stay there. No,
don't feel good at all.
But it's training. It's training. And I'll leave you with this, brother, because I thought I had pushed back for it. Looks like I didn't. So let me get out the way. I just will say this.
All right.
Thank God for tech and cameras.
Facts.
Mm-hmm. Brother Nathan, what would have happened if there was no evidence?
They would have got away with it, I think. They wouldn't have got away with it. I think they would have got fired, but they wouldn't have been charged, because there wouldn't have been a way to prove it, per se.
All of them, or just maybe one or two?
They would have been able to prove it because the autopsy wouldn't have support their action.
Theory.
Mm-hmm. You know,
so how hard would the detectives have gone in? I mean, how hard would the internal affairs, would that have been an internal affair thing, or would that just be a regular homicide detective?
It would have been a homicide. Families would have had to got another department involved to investigate. The families would have pushed it based on the autopsy of the death, but the police department moved extremely slow. All this about the department move fast is a lie. It took them 14 days to bring charges on a murder of an individual who was beaten to death, right? It's not like a bullet wound where he was shot and killed. He was beaten to death. And so the fact that it took them 14 days to absolutely not. I'm not buying it. There have been other cases like the one with Walker, who was shot in the back, right? Walter Scott, who was shot in the back. 3 days. The officer took 3 days for them to charge and arrest him. This took 14 days. So again, this to me, it was not quick. There have been white officers who've been charged quicker than this. So all this quick talk, again, is propaganda. And we don't pay attention to it because we're so quick to hearing what they're saying and not doing the research. I know it's not quick. Everybody listening doesn't think that, and they're repeating it. And black folks believe it's true, and it's absolutely not. When you go and do the research, look how long it took them to lock up a lot of these other officers that were white. So it's propaganda, man. And again, this is the purpose of my channel, is to bring clarity to it. So
and one last thing, I know I'll let you, but I gotta ask you this, bro. I gotta ask you this.
Go ahead.
For the men and women who are still on the job, are the good cops finally gonna stand up and deal with these bad cops in the precincts?
That's a great question. And let me tell you this. The good cops do stand up and they do speak out, but you don't have any power. As a good cop, you know, sometimes you don't even know who the bad cops are because we don't all work together like that. The problem is this is an individual sport, right? We only come, I know, you see that? We only come, said, nope. The only time you see the actions of another officer is when you're working with them. So if I don't work, you go to a call, DL, and you go to a domestic call. I'm not there with you. I don't see what you're doing. See, the citizens don't know that. They think that we're all privy to our actions. No, we're not. When I'm arresting drug dealers by myself and I'm getting $5,000, $10,000 cash out of their pocket, no one else sees what I do with that money but me and the drug dealer. So everyone has this idea that they think all the officers know all each other's business. No, this is an individual sport, and we come together to help each other out when we need help. But you're not with each other 24 hours a day. That's not true. So the things that we do know about is when officers mess up and they go through the disciplinary process and it takes them a long time to get fired. That's different, right? But no, it's one of those things where I think the biggest misconception is that they think that we sit here and watch officers break the law and then we don't say, because if I see it happen, I'm a part of the problem if I don't address it.
Now, you're complicit in the criminal act, right? I mean, that's you breaking the law.
Yeah, correct. So what the other issue is this: when you have a small group of officers that commit crimes together amongst each other and they don't tell anybody. So for perfect example, we've had about 4 officers in my department where I worked at in DeKalb County that were hired by drug dealers, and they were helping them move drugs throughout the state. They're selling them information and keeping them from getting in trouble. I never knew about it. I kicked doors in with some of these guys. I had no idea they were working with drug dealers. Nobody knew until they got caught by who? The ATF and the DEA.
Wow.
So again, if they're dirty cops, you don't know. They don't tell the good cops that they're dirty. And they're not going to work with me and do their dirt around me either because they know I'm not going to have it. So again, this is no different than any bad person that works any profession. Is your coworker at your job or someone in the military going to do illegal stuff in front of somebody that they know is going to tell on them? No.
That's a good point. Hey, were those guys Red Dog? Tell the truth. Were they
No.
Red Dog?
I didn't work in Atlanta.
I'm playing.
But to your point, I come to work the next day and guess what? It's on the news. Some of my coworkers who were arrested by the feds because they were helping drug dealers. You know how it made me feel? Damn, what if I was on a case with them and I saw some stuff I wasn't supposed to see? Would they have put a bullet in the back of my damn head?
Damn.
So I don't like that. Good officers they don't do dirt around good officers.
Yeah, and military guys hate bad soldiers, Marines, and service members because if you guys went in somewhere with us Army on your shirt and y'all do one of these, y'all do this.
Thank you.
And then we come in 3 months later with us Army on our shirt.
Thank you.
They gunning for us as soon as they see us.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with law enforcement.
And people don't give us that. They don't give us that grace. People just say, y'all just sit around and watch bad cops. No, it doesn't happen. Like, that's common sense. They're not criminal cops. Don't do crime around the good cops. They do it around each other that are small criminal groups. And I'll say this in closing. The best example of that is training day. Training day is the perfect example of how that stuff happens. They try to get you in, see if you're cool with it, take a little money, and they buy your ownership in it, I guess you would say. Logic, I'm about to bring you up next, Logic. And
I'm out, y'all. Thank you so much, bro. I know you.
Man, listen, man, thank you for coming up, brother. Hey, shout out your channel so people know how to find you, bro.
DL Saint, I really want to know podcast on YouTube. I was on Melanie King tonight. She let me shout it out, and I said on Instagram like a dummy. YouTube, DL Saint, I really want to know podcast. And y'all can find me on Black Man Unfiltered too. I'll be over there rocking with them, man. Shout out to all of them. Shout out to y'all. Miss Courtney, shout out to you, love. I've never been on a panel with you, but I hear about you all the time. It's definitely an honor to meet you and talk to you. So yeah, guys, come over. We talk about everything over there. I'm gonna get brother Nate. I'm gonna get the real Nathan Daley over there one of these days.
Call me up.
One of these days, I'm gonna do that.
All right,
y'all have a good night.
All right. Shout out to Black Man. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. That is the big homie.
For sure.
Hey, Kevin, you up next, brother. Shout out to Logic in the building.
Hey,
I got some breaking news though.
What happened this time?
I'm reading the YouTube bylaws, and I see here the reason they created strikes on channel is because baby mamas was going around doing crazy stuff, and you couldn't take the video down. So
you could not.
Yes, they created strikes because the baby mamas was going around doing crazy stuff.
You pulling the Jason Whitlock? You dragging the baby mamas into this?
Dragging the baby mamas in it.
You're dragging them into everything. You know, people like Jason Whitlock are actually making me defend. You know, I usually don't defend single mothers. I really don't.
I was proud of you, brother.
When you make me defend somebody that I usually don't defend, and I don't have anything against them. I just, you know, they're good people. I just don't.
Like they got a special species. They got extra arms popping out of there.
I know. How do you say it like that? They good people. They all right. I think they eat and breathe like we do. I think they all right. I pet one of them before. I think they're all right.
It's a two-part problem.
I used to own one a long time ago.
It's a two-part problem. It's the women who are, you know, who do that thing, and then the men who actually who contribute to the problem. So it's a double-sided problem. So that's why I don't defend it. And then, you know, I got to get on the men too about it. But you know, first of all, thanks for letting me up, Nathan. Hello to you, Mrs. Courtney. You know, I like you guys, but y'all are making me disagree with you.
You always disagreeing.
Because you guys are going in the right direction, but then you say things that make me go, you know, that's why you got people in the chat saying you're not getting it. That's why this is why you get pushback, Mr. Nathan. I'm telling you, this is why.
I'm all for it, brother.
We love you, and I think you're a good guy, and I think honestly, I believe you'd be a genuine, honest, and honorable man. I believe that. I believe that about you. That's why I don't get on you, man. But it's the okay. Here's what the disagreement is. I'll go ahead because I pulled it up in my notes. All right. Okay. So you hit me up and you tried to explain it, and then I told you that you talked about oppression. That's kind of your thing. But then I look at it as you said about a fair and equitable society. Okay, look, we get it. It's not fair and equitable. I understand all of that. You said Black people came late to the party. There was issues that put in place that created all of that. Right. I'm not even in reparations or not. I'm not even worried about that. What I'm concerned about is the ongoing systemic issues and problems. So when you say what's next and what do we do? Okay, you got to eradicate that. Because look, you can't say fix it, and then still continue with the same issues and problems. And then Ms. Courtney, you asked about, so what are the issues and problems? What are the systemic stuff?
Hold on. Let's do one at a time. Let's do that first, and then address Courtney. So you said that I said we need to move forward, but I'm not acknowledging the ongoing or the current systemic issues. Correct? All right.
Yeah. Well, you seemed that you weren't acknowledging it. In a more full and full-throated way.
So okay, I can accept that. But what I'm saying is, despite what actually is in place to keep at the bottom, it has nothing to do with what we need to do to actually get out of the issue. And so this is a war, and the war is on economics. This is an economic war against different race groups. If you are playing on a team, what team are you on? And if you're playing on that team, then you're going to be successful. The problem is every group is competing against other groups for economic power, right? Every group contains a certain amount of wealth in this country. We are the only group in this country that play by ourselves. And because we play by ourselves, every attack that happens outside of us, it looks like, or we like to call it oppression, when in fact, it's a part of the game. No one wants to see us on top. Why? Because this is business.
Yeah.
This, at the end of the day, this is business, and it's a dirty business. It's a dirty business, and nobody cares about who you are. They don't care what you look like. They care about the money. If we come out on top, we're taking money from somebody else's group. This is a game, and there's weapons formed against us that are prospering. And the only way to fight against it is to come together and fight it as a group. And we're not doing that. And so what it looks like now, since we're divided and we're not fighting on a united front, every attack from all these different directions, it feels like it's personal. When in fact, I don't think it's personal. I think it's about money. I don't think this is about white supremacy. I think this is about green supremacy. And
yeah, I agree with you.
We can, everything is set in motion for somebody to fail. And the only way to protect yourself is to defend as a group. We're stronger as a group. The moment we try to act like individuals, all those weapons hit you, and they hit hard. That's why there's so much dysfunction in our communities, because we're not on a unified front. That is my logic behind my conversations that I have. It's not that I'm not acknowledging the systemic weapons that are there in place to break communities down. And if you break down, then you're coming out of pocket. Every expense that happens, every expense in the Black community is somebody else's wealth and stream of income. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I just want you to explain that and see where, because did I not say I agree with you? I said strong Black families, group people, economics, and community building. We can drill it down to those three things. But
and by doing that, does that defend us and shield us from systemic issues?
Yeah, absolutely. And then on top of that, we still have to be attacking those systemic issues. But yeah, it's again, two-pronged approach. We do what we're supposed to do, and then we still attack those same issues.
Yes,
just trying to force us away from what we're supposed to be doing. So yeah, there we go. We're good. We're good.
No, you're not. You're not. Because I got some.
Okay. What did I miss?
I'm gonna give you some advice on when you come to Nathan Daley channel. When you come on, you break your point on Nathan Daley channel. Look in the chat. If Mechee X agree with you, you might be going down the wrong path. I'm serious. That's how I look. Like when I'm on Nathan's channel, I look and I look in the chat, and I be like, "What did Mechee X say?" If she said logic, I agree. I'm gonna say, Nathan, now, hey, take back everything I just said. Mechee X was agreeing with you the whole time, so that means you should reevaluate your premise.
Okay.
It's a joke, man.
You don't have to agree with me.
Kevin.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Courtney, you asked about what were those systemic issues. All right. You mentioned that, right? Yeah. And then we excluding the Nichols incident. We know that's a specific certain type of incident with 5 specific officers and a few white ones. But police targeting. And that's an over policing. Now we can argue how and why that happens, but we know that still there's an intentional effort to specifically target Black men. That does happen, whether they're doing nothing or not. I don't have any issue with policing. I don't have any real issue with it. Law enforcement is fine, it's necessary, but unnecessary harassment and targeting, that's out. I don't agree with that at all. Because if we're going to talk, because what happens is then something eventually is going to happen. Now you got a dude who's sitting in prison who shouldn't be there because he was unfairly targeted. See, that's the problem. That's a systemic issue.
Well, let me ask you a question, because when you talk about systemic, it's the system. So what in the system was created to hold you back and oppress you now?
Well, okay, people make up the system, right? So when this actually goes back to the, I don't like to call it culture, because culture is something I like to keep. So I just call it behavior. Right. So that's the behavior that negative behavior that kind of infuses itself all throughout these police departments that, people aren't attacking and getting rid of to make sure that when policing is done, it is fair. There's no unnecessary targeting. There's no harassment. You're committing a crime, you get dealt with. You're not, then you just get left alone. That's it. I think that's all Black men are asking for. There's nothing wrong with that. I like the police.
Okay, so it's not anything that's on the books that needs to be changed. You're now talking about the behavior of policing.
Yeah, and this shows up in the Nichols incident. See, this is where it shows up, because the only way 5 black police officers can get to that point is that they know there's something in their system that allows them to behave that way.
So, okay, but what I'm saying is that that's not systemic, is it correct? You're trying to change the behavior. It's not has anything to do with the system. You're trying to do the behavior. So now you're saying behavior now is racist, and you want to combat bad behavior.
Yeah, and that's something that police should be doing on their own without us even having to deal with that. They need to be cleaning themselves up.
True.
Right? You get rid of if there's racist cops, get rid of them. If they're incompetent, get rid of them. If they're corrupt, get rid of them. Right. That's not my job to do that.
But the behavior is it racist, or it's just we need to put back more integrity, some kind of moral ethic and standard in there? But that's not.
Yes, we do. But I'm not saying that's not something I need to be doing. That's something if I see it, then I need to bring it to people's attention. But that's something that police and these people. You got a police chief. You have community council, you got city councils and all this other stuff. They need to recognize that and clean out their own. You got internal affairs. They need to be cleaning up themselves without us having to deal with it on the street. That's all I'm saying. So when I say that, so if they don't do that, then it is a systemic problem.
Let me add this, because I hear what you're saying, and
okay.
It's not that you're wrong, right? It's you're not accurate in how it works, but that has nothing to do with you per se. It's just not knowing what happens inside an actual department. What you're saying is, I don't think the correct word is not going to be systemic issue. It's going to be based on policy and practices for that department. Because what you said was, if these officers were comfortable doing that, that means that they felt comfortable doing it. They felt they can get away. They understood the policies and practices were acceptable. That was acceptable behavior.
Okay.
That's accepted in that department. The department is okay with those practices and procedures that they were doing, and they felt comfortable enough doing it because they knew it was going to be an accepted practice. And so that is not a system, because to say it's a system, that means all police departments operate under that same type of mentality. What we can say is that policing as a culture needs to change, but see, the system is how it operates.
Okay.
The unique thing about a system is you need people to operate a system. So I think sometimes a lot of people get carried away. I think we conflate systems with people who are in it. The system is the idea of the criminal justice system is set to work a particular way. If you just so happen to put bad people in the criminal justice system, the system's gonna work bad. If you put good people in the system's going to work as it's intended to work.
That's all we're asking for, my man.
No, I agree. But people, some people in our community are saying that the system is wrong and flawed.
Okay, all right.
And I'm saying humans are flawed that are operating a system that is just and supposed to work properly, but we put flawed people in it. That's you get what I'm saying?
And so that hopefully that helps clear it up for me and then people in the chat, and then I'll look at the replay on this so that I can understand it and explain it better. You're coming at from somebody who understands law enforcement, and you have that experience. Everybody else don't.
Correct.
They do not. So we look at it from the ground level, and we just have to go. There's a system. There's people in the system. They're not honorable, just, and fair people.
Yes, and to your point, that's not a shot to anybody. What it is this purpose of this channel is for me to give people insight as to how it actually works, so we have a better interpretation on how to fix the problem. And so to your point is, you have someone on the inside who's saying, hey, you guys, it's not that you're wrong. Let me give you some accuracy to what you're saying, because I have experience in it. And that is the sole purpose of this channel, is just to explain it better so that we know how to attack the problem appropriately and get the outcomes that we want, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. See, that's why your law enforcement experience and your astute analysis is very helpful. See, this is why I love you, man. That's what I'm saying,
you, brother. But
I'm gonna challenge you, though.
Let me give you your kudos, though. You're patient and you're willing to listen.
Yeah.
I have to give you all the respect, because you want to. You're willing to listen to hear what I have to say and not pass judgment and think I'm trying to make excuses for officers. We don't make
absolutely,
excuses over
absolutely.
here.
Yeah.
So I have to make sure I give you that praise. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
I
let me
appreciate it.
say-
I hope
and
this is
that's-
helpful to other people too as
Yeah.
we explain this, and you explain your side of it. And I just got 2 more other points of disagreement, and I'll get on off.
Let's go ahead,
Well,
brother.
hold up. But
Tone, I'm
that's
gonna bring
what
you up next, Tone. I see you in the back, Tone. I see
Yeah.
you, brother.
Let me say, this is what I was asking as far as what is it in the
Mhm.
system that is flawed?
Mhm.
Because when we say that, but we don't specifically put a name to it. And
Okay.
then that's when and I think if we start putting the name to it, what is it that you see a problem with? Once we kind of break that down to see, I think that's how we can come with resolve. And my resolve is going to be is that bad behavior should not be tolerated in the police force. Period. It shouldn't. Character should be something very big when you become a police officer. However, in order for us to make that change, I mean, we have to promote good people to be good cops.
Right.
And we should be promoting men to be police officers that have integrity. And you are needed because you are this type of man and you are going to bring the change in the culture. But we can't be here marching, making people that's already in there, that's infected, that's bad.
Yeah.
We can't, I mean, we can try to push them to get out, but again, they have to do something to get out and it has to be proven. And that's going to take time too, but we can't make people like us.
Yeah, which brings me to my other point. You kind of said something about black people looking for white folks' approval. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter whether we get it or not. We don't even care. They are non-factor. That's no weird.
Oh, yes, y'all shuck and jive for trying to
approval.
love you.
Okay, no, I will admit that we probably do have some traitorous and sellout people who do that. They are looking for that and that nice little pat on the head. But the rest of us, the majority of us, we ain't even got time for that. We're not even concerned about. Now we're concerned that they're interfering with what it is we're trying to do. That's positive. If they're making a concerted effort to interfere and then screw what we're trying to do, now we got a problem. But as far as their approval, I don't need it. We don't need it. It doesn't even matter. We just need them out of our way.
Can I ask him one thing, Nathan?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't see your name. Oh, Kevin.
Kevin.
I done seen you from somewhere, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I move around.
Yeah, move around.
All right,
Kevin be in the streets.
Do you understand what collateral damage is?
Say again.
Do you
Is it
understand
collateral damage? Well, yeah, absolutely. Collateral damage, yes.
All right. All these niggas living in this war zone, right?
Mm.
And we expect, look, and now this is not, if you want a quick solution, right? All right, I'm gone. You ain't gonna do me like that, Nathan. Hey, come back my point. But think about it though, just for 1 minute, like outside, right? In these nigga neighborhoods, right? Well, all kind of stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Pussy popping, drug dealing, you know what I'm saying, robbing, stealing, everything, right? In them black communities, you know what I'm saying, it's hiding everywhere, right? Why black people don't understand collateral damage? Like sometimes some shit gonna happen. If you live in a war zone, you know what I'm saying, the drone might hit somebody they wasn't meant to hit. So guess what? Get out the war zone. If you don't want these situations to happen in your community, how about not let your community be these war zones?
Yeah, I don't know why this is a secret. I know it. You guys are intelligent. I know you know it. But there's a lot of black enclaves where they don't have these issues and problems.
Nope.
Solid middle class, upper middle class. People living fine and nice, and they don't have all these crazy issues and problems. It's relatively low crime and it's very stable. There are black enclaves all over the United States and in parts of major cities. And I think you're in Atlanta, Mr. Logic. So there's
I'm in DC.
Okay, Roger. I thought you were in Atlanta. All right, but hey, DC, that's actually on the list, by the way, of one of the top black places. There's good solid black populations that are doing great things.
I'm on the outskirts of DC.
Okay, all right.
And you know how many times I didn't live here for like over a year? You know how many times I've been to DC?
Oh, just a few? Okay, yeah, a few. Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to go there. For what?
I got you. Yeah. I like to go to museums and stuff like that, and I get out too. I don't really hang around.
There, and then I get strapped in the face from a bomb.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that. I mean, I'm just saying. It's like it's literally black people don't understand that when you living in these war zones, whether you got cops and all that kind of stuff, collateral damage will occur. Do I think it should occur? No. Do I think them cops is wrong? Yes. But I'm just saying we act like it's no. Nigga, you used to this stuff in your neighborhood. You're in Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee. And you got to realize now the cops is in the war. I mean, the people in the war zone, but the cops is too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Don't nobody want to go there. So I said this the other day with Nathan, you're going to get the sorriest police. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get, and then now, because nobody want to become cops, they can't enforce no standards.
Right.
Or they have to kind of lower the standards a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they was fat, sweating, out of shape. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you fire him. Who gonna replace him?
Right.
Now, if nobody can replace the situation, what's gonna happen? Everybody gonna whine and cry saying, you know what, then the killer's gonna really go crazy.
Yep.
But like I said, the only people that can stop collateral damage, the only people that can stop police from policing them and actually protecting and serving is the actual peoples in them communities. The people in the community don't care. Because as soon as that guy got killed, half of them was probably looking at the NFC championship, and they was looking at, when that footage came out, you think a majority of black people really care about this?
Yeah, well, I absolutely do. I mean, I just, you know, sometimes the problem seems kind of big for honorable people to deal with it. So when you have a situation where you actually have to lower the standards in order to get people to do the job, then what you need now is more supervision. You from the competent people.
See, this is why I said they don't care about these black men now. Do you remember the outcry when George Floyd got killed?
Yeah.
Lil Baby, Jay-Z, everybody. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. You had everybody, Putin, Kim in Korea. You know what I'm saying? You had the Queen Elizabeth. Everybody was tweeting, talking about that. Now, since a black man did it, everybody's silence.
Yep.
Because at the end of the day, yes, they're black, but guess what? I thought it was cop. I thought the problem that we had was cop killings.
Yep.
So where's the, see, that's why I say they hypocritical.
Yep.
And they niggas.
All right. I'm gonna say one more thing and I'm gonna get on.
I'm sorry. I went on a date with a baby mama tonight. So
yeah. And this is the last disagreement. I have others, but they were minimal. But this is the last disagreement I'm gonna have with you, Miss Courtney. You know, and I like you too. I don't know why you're making me disagree with you. Doggone. But you said black people aren't taking advantage of affirmative action. So you know right from the rip. Now you did say affirmative action was a finesse. It was set up. So affirmative action was actually put in place to actually for the 100+ years of legalized segregation, where black people were denied specific economic opportunities. It was supposed to be a correction. But what ended up happening with that was everybody was added to it. White women became minorities. Anybody who was marginalized, disabled, people of color, all that other stuff. So what happens now is white women actually benefit at a rate of almost 60%. Hispanic, a little over 20%. I'm sorry, yeah, a little under 20%. Asians are like, they benefit like over 20% of the affirmative action programs. Black people only get like 10% of those programs. So what was supposed to be something for 100% for black people ended up being about 10% for black people and 90% for everybody else. So it was a straight finesse from the beginning. So it's not that black people aren't. Now, the fact that it was allowed, I would say that, you know, you had leaders, politicians who allowed that to happen, and then black people reinforcing that by voting in the wrong people who allowed that to happen. Because I can almost guarantee you, if you take a program that's specifically for Asians, Hispanics, or white people only, then it's only going to be used for them. And they're going to make sure that their leaders, politicians, intellectual class, make sure that only those people get it. See, that was a failure on not only the leadership class, but I would say at the voter level too, because that's where the breakdown was. And we do agree that we do need to change up for voting and what's happening and the people that we pick and the people that we put in office and we just select as our quote unquote leaders.
Oh, I got to mute.
We do agree on that, right?
Mute your mic, Tone. You have.
So and I know it's hard.
It keeps coming off, on and off.
I'm cutting it off. That's me.
Oh, okay. My bad. Hey.
You good, brother? You good, brother? You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a misnomer to say that we weren't taking advantage of it, but it was a finesse.
Example about collateral damage. Nathan muted me because he thought my mic was going off, right? So I ain't mad. I'm on the stream yard. Ain't nothing wrong with taking that strapper.
Yeah.
It's this guy right here.
It's him.
I thought it was Logic. Yeah, that's me. That's my fault.
All right, but that's it. Hey, I like both of you guys, Mr. Nathan. I come up. I don't come up very often, but I do appreciate your astute and intelligent and detailed analysis when you look at these situations. You're a little long-winded sometimes, and on top of that, we don't always understand everything you're saying because you're too doggone smart sometimes. But we can go back and listen to it and just kind of replay it and get a better idea. So that's why the disagreements are actually good, because it allows you to explain a little bit better, and then I understand it, and then everybody walks away with a little bit more informed.
Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely. No, I agree 100%. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, hey, thanks for letting me up, Mr. Logic. Tone, Mr. Tone, you guys take care. I'm gonna still listen, but if y'all say something I disagree with, I'm gonna hit you back. I'm gonna put it.
I'm fine. Come on back.
Until I die. FBA until I die.
All right, now you guys take care.
All right, brother.
FBA got to do with this.
Tone, I'm about to bring you in. Tone, one quick, Tone, before you go, Tone, hold on. Before you start speaking, Tone.
You kicking me off?
No, you staying on. I want to read the super chats real quick before we get too far behind. Before you go, Dre Harden says, "Why do African Caribbean people not have this problem?" Well, a lot of it has to do with depends. Are they having it here in this country, or are they having it in their country? Right. Every Caribbean island is different. In Jamaica, the police don't play. They shoot first, they ask questions later. So there is a police problem in Jamaica, but to be honest with you, there's also a crime problem in Jamaica. So again, the police are going to mirror the crime in any country you go to. You got countries like in Finland, the crime is non-existent. You got Japan, crime is non-existent. Guess what the police aren't doing? They're not killing their citizens, right? And the citizens aren't killing people either to the degree. So you got to
chop off their hand and let them live.
Facts. So you gotta look at the culture. American culture is very violent, right? It's very violent. A lot of guns. And again, the police are gonna match that, right? Unfortunately, skin just as dark, and the officers doesn't know their heritage. That's true. Why? Because culture. So shout out to Dre. He's absolutely correct. Let me just hit him with the applause. Dre is correct. Culture plays a lot, has a big role into it. And the outlook of situations and how you view situations, culture is such a big factor. Perry Unlikely with the back-to-back says the young street dudes are emotional, the softest. We have people shooting drive-through workers over wrong orders. No one is safe except Chick-fil-A. I mean, but you gotta be able to address it. If we can't have these honest conversations about what we're doing in our own communities, you guys are being disingenuous. You know what I mean? We're delusional sometimes, you guys. So we got to be honest about that. Shout out to Perry. Unlikely, me give him a little applause real quick. Listen, you guys, if you're not entertained, the reality is this: at the end of the day, we have a problem in our community and certain communities of the Black community that are an issue. You take the police out, guess what is going to get worse? A lot of people don't realize that when they created this Scorpion unit, right, it was because the citizens were begging for help and assistance to combat the violence in Memphis, Tennessee, right? This didn't come out because they wanted to create more units to harass and oppress Black people. Black people were being oppressed by Black people, and they asked the police for help. That is why they got that unit, that this power went to their head, they lost control, and guess what? And unfortunately, someone's life was taken and other lives were affected prior to this incident as well. So shout out to you, Pear. He's 100% correct. We Unlock Nation dropping the love with the $20 super chat. Shout out to We Unlock Nation, you guys. Please go and check him out. I gotta do a stream with him. We've been talking about it. We definitely got to link up. If you guys can drop his link in the chat to We Unlock Nation, that brother's sharp, and they be giving him some heat sometimes, but he a good dude. He's definitely a good dude. So shout out to you, brother. My man got the feedback. My man got the feedback. Hey, Tone, you got YouTube up in the background? Or the
you know what? I might. Let me see. Or
a TV in the back.
Nah, sound like one of them tube TVs.
Throwback television sets.
Oh my God.
Chris Tom with a $10 super chat says, as someone that's on the job, I agree with the punishment. You said that they should have death penalty. He said you might have to stop reading the comments like Joe Rogan. Too many ignorant people out here. This is also a fact. And shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. And he's saying he does the job, right? I'm assuming he's saying that he's also an officer, you guys. He agrees with my assessment that these officers need to be put up for the death penalty. 100%. Does anybody on the stage disagree with that? What are your thoughts, Logic, and then Courtney, and then Tone? Let's get your perspective on this.
And I think they need the least. If they just get another vet,
Tone,
Tone.
I didn't know if you wanted me to go first.
Oh yeah. Well, Tone, you go first. Tone, you go.
Well,
first.
to be honest with you, I didn't catch everything because I was trying to get. I had to get rid of the YouTube. So go around the other way if you can, please.
All right, brother, I got you.
And first of all, I want to say, I feel like I know. So hold on. I just want to say I feel like I know Courtney and Mr. Logic. I've been watching you guys for a long time.
We family.
I feel like I know y'all.
That's what's up.
Real talk. So give me a minute, because I mean, this is my second time. I was on the Anton show last night, and I'm a little nervous. So I'm trying to get my chops, so bear with me.
Like, get you some Lumifoil and wrap it around that phone so you kind of like enclose all that static electricity. Because Nathan better than you. I would have been kicking.
Hey, I'm gonna work it out, y'all. Just be a little bit patient with me.
I'm here for you, brother. I'm here for you. I got you.
Thank you, my brother.
I got
Thank you, Miss Courtney. Thank you, love.
No problem, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I don't think they should get the death penalty.
Okay.
Because it's one of them things where you have, like I said, when you tell people to work in a war zone, and then you understand by them working in the war zone is collateral damage. Like I don't never understand the stuff that they do. And even though it's crazy, I think they should go to jail for life, without the possibility of parole. But I'm still having the common sense to compare it. You know what I'm saying? Half of these killers out here, they ain't getting a death penalty. So now you're gonna put somebody that got to put their life on the line. And yes, I can admit they messed up. But shit that actually happened to the death penalty? No, because now you create a standard. Yeah. And this was happening now. That's why it's hard for them to actually have good cops. You see what I'm saying? It's a level of, like it's almost like the military. Like, you're in the military, you do some crazy shit. It's like, if I'm in the Ville, I just got back from deployment and I punched a couple dudes out, right? Dude, like, you just got from deployment. I'm gonna let you pass on this, right? And I think that even though they should be in jail because the guy died, no possibility of parole. But why would we even consider giving them the death penalty when trained killers, guys that do the most horrific things that we can think of, is walking? I mean, not walking. Well, half of them, someone walking free. You know what I'm saying? They walking, someone walking free. I don't think it should go that way. And if you do it like that, we're gonna have a problem having police in it. Well, we're gonna have a problem having police, and I'll only have a problem having police is that we already see a problem having good police. First off, that's gonna decline. Everything gonna decline because now it's like you're gonna throw me to the wolves with no regard for anything. Because I made a mistake.
But isn't that the problem though? Because we're wanting reform on the police department and we're wanting good cops. So therefore we have to have a standard.
Correct.
And so us saying that we have a standard, we're going to throw you to the rocks if you disrespect the badge and if you use your power that you have, your authority to take advantage of citizens and kill them and think there's not going to be any kind of recourse. Then if we take that away, then we're still promoting cops to get on the squad that's still got some integrity issues.
But the death penalty, though, that's the key.
It has to be the standard. And their standard, because of who they are, it has to be higher than a regular civilian.
Well, but no, because see, you got to think about this. These guys make probably, see, they make the amount of a Amazon warehouse worker, right? So you want them to have all the risks and none of the rewards, right?
Well, then that should change as well too. So a pay
absolutely
increase, absolutely. So this is the standard. So we're raising the standard and we're raising our salaries. Absolutely.
But
So
see,
I definitely agree
see,
because
let's talk about it now, because I'm talking about how it currently is. How it currently is. Them guys probably make what I mean, I ain't gonna even guess. Nathan, what do they make on the average?
Depends on what city you work in, but as low as 45,000.
45,000.
Yep.
I pay more than that, Courtney, in taxes.
you do.
45K. Now I'm risking my life for 45K.
Hey,
Yeah,
I think police officers should get paid a lot more. I think
no, but I'm
need to get
talking
paid
about
a lot more.
current. See,
Yeah, you're talking about currently.
You speak on okay, how can we fix it, reform, right?
Right.
And I think yes. I said is, you know what? If you pay them guys, I say you double it because we can. Don't act like we just sent how many billions of dollars to Ukraine? We can afford it. If we say our street safety, our cops should be the best. We can afford it, right? And now you'll pull in better candidates. But just say if you keep the same standard at 45K, you risk your life for 45K, especially in these cities. And like I said, if you throw them in jail, no, fuck that. You're doing worse. You're giving them the death penalty. Now you think anybody who's young gonna say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and take that 45K, and if I fuck up, I know that they gonna hold me to a higher standard and they gonna chop my head off.
No,
That's not a fuck up.
That's not a fuck up.
Beating someone to death. That's not a fuck
Intentional.
up. That's
intentional.
Right.
But what the officers did was murder. Like, I think we're missing the point, right? This wasn't an honest mistake. This wasn't I was trying to effect an arrest and he died in the process.
The whole lynching.
This was an assassination, right? This was torture. I think we're missing the level of sinister that they absolutely participated in. This was a situation where a man ran, right, after being pepper sprayed and tased. Then he was apprehended by 5 officers and they beat him. They handcuffed him on the ground. They kicked him in the face. They kicked him in the stomach. They took a baton out and started beating him in his back. Then they stood him up straight and started punching him in his face with his hands behind his back. They beat him to a point to where he had to be hospitalized, and then he died of those injuries. We're not talking about the standard encounter that people have where someone resists arrest and they got hurt. They broke a hand, they broke a finger, they were fighting back. This was somebody who wasn't even resisting.
I got that, but you see, the thing is, the death penalty is a higher standard.
Yes, it is.
And it should be.
And it's an appropriate standard for someone who was giving power and authority that they purposely and intentionally abused and used their authority to take the life of another person intentionally. We're talking.
And you know what? I'm gonna compare it to a system that works.
Okay.
Right? The military.
Okay.
Right. With more, if a general does something like that, guess what? They try to cut his head all the way off, right? But these guys are not getting. Like I said, I understand the concept. Like, and it's not making an excuse for them. But when people see him go and say they should get the death penalty, it's like, but the same people running around here, free King Von t-shirt, free goddamn Lil Durk. These are citizens, and we're talking about people who are in a profession who were held and sworn to be held at a higher standard. They're not held at the same standard as a regular citizen. I think we have to look at it from the standpoint of what is your position of power, right? What is the expectation? What did you do with the power that you were entrusted with? You violated your oath to the people on purpose, and you did it as a gang. You did it, and so you've terrorized the people that you're supposed to be serving. And I hear what you're saying,
but you're saying that this is the highest punishment. And I agree, this is the highest punishment for the highest offense, the highest violation that you can do.
And you know what you're gonna have? You know the result's gonna be, right?
Well, bless their hearts. Guess what? You're either gonna do the job properly or you don't do it at all. And that's always been my philosophy in this profession. Either do it right or don't do it right at all. And that's how I look at it. Let me get Tone, let me get your thoughts. Tone with the tone in the background. Let me hear what you got to say, bro. Let me unmute you, Tone. Tone, what's your thought on this?
I believe they were gangsters. I believe that this was just gangster, 4 gangsters or 5 or whatever with badges, period. And then going back to the brother that left, what was his name?
Kevin. He
said that the root of the problem is it's money. It's all about money. Of course, it's all about money. The Bible even says that the root of all, the love of money is the root of all evil. But then outside of that, it's a spiritual thing. You have to combat it spiritually. If you don't combat it spiritually, then forget it. The Bible says it's nothing new under the sun. If you don't combat it spiritually, then what's the purpose? Nothing's going to change.
Correct. What is your Mechee? I see you. I'm gonna bring you up. I gotta get everybody's thoughts in before I bring you up, Mechee, and then you can have a WWE ball with everybody on the panel. We gotta save the best for last. Mechee's back there brewing, and she's ready to cook. Tone, let me get your thoughts real quick on this, and I'm gonna rotate you out. And I want to hear Black David. I want to hear Raw B. I'm gonna save my 2 experts for last, Dre and Mechee, and then I want to get your guys' thoughts on this because Mechee's gonna come in, and she's gonna be the gracious, most amazing queen that she is, and bless us with her amazing energy.
She's gonna be smacking and snapping.
Hey, Robbie, you remember me from yesterday? How you doing, love?
So Tone, real quick, let me get your thoughts on this.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that the officer should get the death penalty, or do you believe that that's not appropriate for this particular?
Oh, for sure, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then let me ask you this: do you think this is about, because the title of this thing is, and I want to make sure we focus on the title of this stream is it the white man's fault? Is this situation involving these 5 officers, does racism play a part in this, or is it strictly police brutality by 5 black officers?
No. It's strictly black officers doing what they want to do from their own upbringing. This has nothing to do with racism. I don't play that victim Olympic stuff.
I heard that. Why do you think the community wants, or some people or the media wants to tie in racism into this argument with the 5 officers?
The media. Media come spewing day in, day out. You get enough of that, you become whatever you listen to. Oh yeah, number 1 ammo for the powers that be, for sure.
Let me ask you this then. Whitaker, is that his name?
Jason
Whitlock.
His comments on black women, are black women the reason for the dysfunction in the black community?
I don't think he put it like that. Like so, I mean, yeah, okay, all right, Tech. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he was saying, "Oh, you woman, it's your fault," blah blah blah.
What's
your interpretation? Overall,
what's your interpretation of what he said?
My interpretation is little boys are brought up under single mothers who don't know how to raise little boys, and they grow up to just do whatever comes to them. They just, they're wild. That's who these 4 guys were. I guarantee you there was probably 2 of them who were older and were just lost their mind. And then the other 2, they probably just say, come on, tried to get them to come along with them. And I guarantee you the 2 that was on the ground were probably younger, so it was more of a brainwashing.
So let me ask you this.
But they have to take accountability. This had nothing to do with race. And even the people that went out and started rioting and this and that was a free for all.
So let me ask you this. And Courtney, if you got any questions, chime in. Courtney, you guys are my co-host for this stream. So we're gonna be interrogating y'all. Courtney, any questions you got? Feel free
Okay, I'm on it.
to drop it on. And Mechee in the building. Everybody, Mechee dance.
Mechee X, how you doing, love?
Hey, I gotta switch my chair. I'm in the presence.
Dude, Nathan, I really gotta be nice.
No,
Wow.
you gotta be
no, be yourself.
Be you.
Please be yourself.
Mechee in the building. So
Logic sitting at his throne. Sitting on his throne.
And Dre is here too. Oh,
no doubt. Come on.
My homie, Great Pill in the building. Shout out to you, brother. We got a super cash. Shout out to Raw, my Raw Bizzle. So Tone, let me ask you this real quick. Let me
yes, sir.
Real quick. Why does this man have a throne chair? Logic is
he's
I'm on the panel with a queen, Mechee X.
Oh, facts. So Tone, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that black men owe some agency into this problem that he alluded to?
Yes.
All right. Do you feel like his assessment was 100% accurate?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you believe, though, if it's 100% accurate, he never mentioned the responsibility of black men to their community? He only
no,
said
he
black
did not. Right. Yeah. Well, I'm sure that would be coming. I mean, you can't get it all in, but
that brother
I don't
got
know what the man
he wanted
thinks.
to get in, though. That's the problem.
Well,
yeah.
Well, you know, Whitlock, he's gonna give a pushback. He's gonna give a pushback, regardless if we agree with it or not.
True, but do you see the problem with what he said? And it was grossly inaccurate.
Why was it?
You just said that he wasn't 100% accurate because he left out the responsibility of black men. He only told half a truth.
And that's what we were saying. What makes someone completely dangerous?
Correct.
It's how you say things. And
I think it's more how you interpreted it. I think it's, you know, how the other person interprets it, because it didn't bother me.
Well, of course,
you know?
Of course it wouldn't bother you. You a man. Why would
it? Of course it did not. Well, let me ask you.
Why? Just because I'm a man? That don't make no sense. So why is that? I mean, we all people.
Because you're sitting here, you're trying to make excuses.
No, I'm not trying to make nothing. It went through my brain and I calculated it, and it just makes sense to me. It don't have nothing to do with nothing else.
You think so? It makes sense that this is a problem that have to do with black women.
Not totally. No, I don't think he meant that. I don't think he meant it's just the woman's fault. He didn't say that.
Could you tell me what he meant and how you agree with him? I need to hear this again.
Well, I mean, I would love to watch the video. We should watch the video together and break it down.
I'm about to pull it up right now.
I have watched the video.
Pull it up right now.
No, because if you agree, you heard enough that you agree. And so what you agreeing with?
No,
I agreed everything what he said.
Okay, so
I'm going to mute till it's my time.
So then this is black women's fault. How is it black women's fault? Explain that.
But he didn't say it was totally black women's fault, though. He raised a scenario that where we all know that black boys are raised up with single women and are wives.
Ain't no black boys got no daddies. Is this what you're telling me?
But stop capping. Look, Jason Woodlock is a
what?
fan of
That don't make no sense.
Jason Woodlock is a fan.
No, you don't make no sense.
Single black mothers, like those, so black boys don't have fathers. Is what
you act like you don't know what's going on.
You act like you gonna take the stereotype and press it on the whole damn community.
It ain't no stereotype.
And what he also said was that he tried to blame the single black woman thing on the police chief lady, and she's a married woman. So I don't know about that. I didn't see that part of it. I'm just talking about.
He said that these men are out here acting in gang behavior, that these men are exhibiting the signs and symptoms of all black men raised by single mothers. And
he didn't say all black men.
Yes, actually he did, sir. You said you need to watch the video. I have watched the video several times.
We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it real quick because I want.
Hold on 1 second. I got like 1 minute. Let me just say my piece. Look.
Go ahead.
Hey, I didn't mean to come up here and cause all this division.
Nah, ain't no division. We just working it out. We working it
right
out.
On.
Right. I'm gonna say my little piece.
I love you, X. I love you, X.
look, I do not like Jason Whitlock. I don't like him at all. I'm not gonna call him a coon. I'm not gonna call him a Sambo, even that's what he is. What he had to say made sense, but it was out of context. There's a lot of things in there because you can't have 2 + 2. You got to have a 2. You can't say 2 + blank is 4. 2 + 2 is 4. The problem is we as men are equally to blame. You know what I'm saying? We equally to blame. You can't put it all on a black woman that, because they did this. But he did make sense with saying that, you do have a cluster of women that allow the government to separate the homes. You do have a section of women that will much rather be on public assistance and be single mothers than be married. I said this when I was in my 20s. There's a lot of women out there that will give you a baby before a relationship. But you cannot blame. Hold on, let me finish. Go ahead. You cannot blame the plight of the entire black race on black women. We have equal stake in this game because we got a whole lot of ain't shit dudes out here that's doing dumb shit, and unfortunately, these are the dudes that some women are attracted to. But at the end of the day, we have to, as men, have to take responsibility because we allow these dudes to move around with impunity without checking them. But we set responsibility for our shit, but we let them do their shit. We all collectively, like I told Mechee the other day, like, we're not unified. We're the most ununified folks in the world that demand the most shit and then get mad because we the squeakiest wheel, but we never get oiled. Well, we have all these different parts of this machine that's squeaking and then don't want to work together, don't want to do their parts, but yet we don't get the same justice as everybody else. We don't get the reparations, we don't get the understanding, but every movie you have to have a villain. We're the villain of this world, and it's financially feasible for everybody to get paid off of us to be villains. But it took us too long to realize that we're being portrayed as the villains, and we don't want to be villains anymore. At some point, we need to leverage our money. Say, you know what? Stop this damn protesting. You know what? Since you want us to be the bad guy, hold on, Courtney. Since you want us to be the bad guy, we're no longer going to shop here, and we're no longer going to shop there. When you start messing with the bottom line, folks will start all of a sudden galvanize and want to be on our side to get us to start spending money again. Then you'll see change. But we all individually, as a collective, too many individuals want their own personal piece of the pie. They don't want to share the entire pie to make sure everybody eat. I just want my piece. But when we decide that we legitimately want to work together as a community, you'll see change.
So what does baby mama, whatever, single mamas have to do with this Memphis killing?
Absolutely goddamn thing. Nothing.
It's not the women, it's the circumstances.
The circumstances of what? Because the issue is we're talking about this and we call it an isolated issue or problem. Okay, we can call it that. But what does that have to do with baby mamas, single women, black women? It has nothing. So then the question is, why in the world would he try to attach that to this issue?
Correct.
Well, that's an easy question. That's easy.
Well, before you respond, Dre, wait 1 second. Before you respond,
I'm about to leave. That's why I just said that.
Well, the only reason why I say that is because you have the right mind to interpret something that he said, but what you said is not what he said. And that's the problem. He never said none of that, what you just said. He made a salacious statement and then left it open to interpretation.
Right.
And when you do that, that is the problem. What you just said is what he should have took the time to say, right? Whether what you're saying is correct or not, he didn't bring any context to anything, and it was completely irrelevant to what the situation was. He took that as an opportunity to, one, disrespect the chief of the police department, disrespect her as a woman. He never addressed her by her title. And then he disrespected women, black women in our community, and tied in something and left out the men, as if the men have nothing to do with women being single mothers. And that's not fair. And it was grossly inaccurate, and it was insensitive, and it was disrespectful. See, I have a mind to understand what he was trying to do, but I know what he was doing, and it was wrong. What he did and how he did it, and it wasn't appropriate. You just said a whole bunch of stuff that he did not say at all. You get what I'm saying?
The only people he should have been blaming are the 5 grown-ass men who need to be accountable for their actions. I don't give a damn if they mama locked them in the basement and fed them ramen noodles all for 12 damn years straight, okay? You are a grown man now, and you are a police officer. So maybe you should be accountable for being an adult. Them is the only people he should have brought up, period. I just find it funny that these grown men did this vicious act, and somehow this is somebody else's fault but theirs.
Yeah.
Even though I agree with what he said, that was all propaganda.
But it was also extremely
right.
And it was extremely inappropriate at the time where his mother and his father, Tyre Nichols' mother and father, were waiting for their son to make it home. So Tyre's mother was not a single mother. Tyre Nichols was not a gangster. He was not a rowdy batty boy immersed in hip hop culture. He was a skater who had gauges in his ear, trying to get home from work. As we are looking at what happened in this tragedy, that his face was beat up, just like Emmett Till, which no pun intended, one of the officers are named Emmett. We're worried about women and women's vaginas, women's sexual choices, and how they're raising their children, instead of looking at the ties that bind and the powers that be and how this is acceptable in the culture. This boy lay there on the ground for almost 20 minutes, bleeding internally, slumping over on his side. EMS was on the scene. They did nothing. The fire department was there. They kept walking away. They performed no type of emergency medical intervention at the scene of the crime, which also actually contributed to his internal bleeding. But yes, everybody going ahead and blame single Black women. Blame us for everything. Because if y'all don't blame us, then damn it, there might have to be some actual accountability.
No, but remember, we don't take accountability. Women don't take accountability for nothing. Not the men, it's us.
Wait.
It's easy to blame single Black women when y'all get up here and yell like that. But I don't blame single Black.
When we get up here and yell like that.
Look, wait, hold up. I don't blame single
somebody
Black
has to. Y'all so quiet.
Hold up. I don't blame single Black women. I think that's the most idiotic. I think I said it on Courtney's show the other day. That was the most idiotic thing that anybody can get on a platform and say. But what happened is we see the downfalls of social media that pretty much all these niggas is blaming women for every fucking thing.
That's true.
So now it's women is becoming an easy cop-out. But I'm just saying, based on their behavior, they're not blameless. But I mean, because you just look at it. Look at the shit that they see. So now it's easy to pin anything on a Black woman right now. And I said to tell you, Jason Whitlock was a fucking idiot for that. I said it on Courtney's show. I'm going to continue to say it. No man can get up here and say, matter of fact, no real man can get up here and say or try to validate anything that nigga said. And I don't believe in no coon shit and none of that shit like that. It really had no relations to Black women at all.
See, but you have to understand.
It had relations to niggas and anything.
Logic, I will tell you this. Any opportunity when you have a large platform like that to either further, throw dirt on top of a Black race when you have a history of doing it, a history of trying to help like this. There's a difference between Jason Whitlock and Candace Owens. There's two different people. They have two different beliefs. Jason Whitlock, as a Black man, has never credited the Black men for any of the triumphs or any of the accomplishments that they have done in this world. So for him to, and it just looked like it was an opportunity. And when he started speaking and who he was speaking to, you just have to, I almost saw this shit coming because I've never heard him say anything rational that I can say, you know what, I can attach myself to that shit. Nothing. And when he started speaking, I still couldn't attach myself to this. I saw where he was going with it. He didn't say, he didn't articulate it, but what he did was he left it open for not our interpretation, their interpretation.
Propaganda.
Right, because him and Tucker Carlson was surely sitting up there giggling and kikiing and hi like this young man dying was a joke. So when you sit there and say when black women yell, it makes it easy to blame them. Well, damn it, somebody has to be passionate about our community because as you just said so eloquently, Mr. Logic, y'all are too busy being baby mouth ninjas trying to be spoon fed and blaming everything on the woman. So when is it gonna be black men be having passion and raising their voices like how they raise about women about the issues that's going on? And I didn't interrupt you, so please don't try to interrupt me. I appreciate you so much,
I backed up and I apologize.
Thank you, handsome. Appreciate you. See, we need y'all to go on ahead and use that passion that y'all have about demanding submission. Use that passion in situations like this and demand equality. Use that passion to go down to City Hall and become a part of the governmental process. Use that passion and take over politics. Use that passion to take over economics. Use that passion and take over industries that matter to the community so that we all can do better. Use that passion when it comes down to who you decide to sleep with, and don't sleep with 304s and women that you feel that are less than worthy. Make sure that you're choosing wives instead of women you can just pop it off with real quick in the club. See, if y'all were doing that, then maybe black women wouldn't have to yell.
That goes double for you, Logic. And the popping of the fan. Before you go, let me get Gray Pill. I want to get Gray Pill. I want to get your thoughts, and then Black David. Let me get your thoughts. Gray Pill, what are your thoughts on this? I'm gonna start with first. Do you believe the officers should be up for the death penalty based on this incident? And he's muted.
You're mute.
Oh, he got no audio.
I say no.
Hey,
you don't have no audio.
Nah, we can't hear you. So go ahead, fix that. Go ahead, Black David. What are your thoughts? Do you believe that the death penalty should be on the books?
I'll say no. When it happened with Joy Fly, I would have said yeah. But when I look into Logic point of view and I look at the big picture, I got to say no. Looking at the pay grade they give the police officer, it says a lot. I get it. I understand it.
So because you get paid a little bit of money, you should be able to murder somebody?
No, Mechee, I'm not saying that. Let me speak. I'm not making excuses for this.
Become a Christian again tonight.
What I'm trying to point out, I wouldn't normally. I don't defend these kind of thing, but looking at the angle, looking at the big picture, I understand what's going on. This happened in London for more than 15 years, whereby the police department are not properly paid well unless they come from certain jurisdiction like Nassau County, Long Island. They pay almost 6 figures right off the back, starting off. Now, when you have people get paid a certain amount of money and you get a certain amount of responsibility, it's almost like some people will look at it, well, I ain't making much, I'll make the most out of it. I'll do what I can. If I have to cut corners to make my money while I'm out here, so be it. I get it, I understand it. Nathan, you got a solid point. They were given a level of responsibility and power. That is the highest order. That's the highest honor. Yes, they should get the death penalty. But the way I look at it, based on the nature of the job, when people who want to apply for this kind of job and they see that people get paid a certain amount of money that's not worth it, and they get scrutinized in the worst way possible, and guess what? Fire department get paid more than police department. I used to work at 911 calls and out here in New York City.
Let me pause you real quick, Black David, because I want you to look at it from the standpoint of this doesn't have anything to do with money. It has everything to do with behavior and responsibility and the law. If we're looking at it strictly from the lens of what the law says, police are not above the law, right? We are enforcers of the law, but we are not excluded from the law. And so if we are enforcers of the law, but we're not excluded from the law, and we take an oath to uphold the law, and we are above, right? We are held at a higher standard than the everyday citizen. And not only do you violate your oath, you use the power and authority that was given to you to actually abuse that power on the people you're supposed to be serving, trusting and serving. You tortured a citizen with the use of your power and authority. You murdered that citizen with the assistance of other officers through the help of the power and authority that you have. If any other citizen were to do exactly what they did in a state that has the death penalty, they would be up for the death penalty. What I am saying is them being a police officer does not exclude them from punishments of the law.
Nathan,
and so you have to look at it like that.
I see that part and I agree with you. But when I look at the much bigger, broader picture, I thought I asked myself this question.
Okay.
This is not new. This country has been having this long-gone issue of recruiting better police officers for more than 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
It have not been fixed. But seeing this and you put the death penalty, the first thing you're going to look at, if you can hire more police officers, where you'll get them from.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was looking at. That's what I was looking at.
I agree with that.
On your logic, I had to agree. But when I look at the bigger picture, I'm like, shh.
But who cares? Who cares? Because guess what? I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter. Because in this profession, there's always going to be a new generation of people who are going to rise to the occasion. We can't look at things from the lens of, if we put this standard, if we raise the standard, it's going to chase people away. We can't find nobody. No, you're going to find the right people. That is the difference. There's this thing that goes on in the police department when we have a citizen who files a complaint against an officer, right? In our department, Dre will tell you, when they lie and they're caught lying and making like false statements against police officers, what the investigators will tell you is that we don't want to prosecute them for lying. Why? Because we don't want to discourage them from coming forward again. See, that's the wrong mentality to have. When you have, in a lot of cases that I've worked where women have falsified being sexually assaulted, normally anybody else, you will be charged for making that false statement. They don't want to prosecute women for making false statements because they don't want to interfere with other women who are real victims from being discouraged from coming out telling their story. See, the problem with that logic is you end up creating a bigger problem, right? You have to discipline people when they need to be disciplined. You can't worry about whether or not people are going to come out now because you're going to make sure. You know what kept me in check as an officer? Fear of being locked up for making mistakes, the fear of being locked up, going to prison. And I've had coworkers do 15 to 20 years because they did stuff they had no business doing. So when I come across a drug dealer and he got $50,000 in cash in his car and he just took off running, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, shit, it ain't worth it.
But see, Nathan, this is the big question I want to ask you as a cop, right? And this is what matters. This is how I think when I think about the death penalty. Do you think that was manslaughter or intentional murder?
I think that has to be proven in court, right?
I'm just saying right now, based off of what we saw, right? Because that's my determination. And whoever said that's intentional murder,
hold on,
you need to read what it is.
Hold on. If it's intentional, right? If it's manslaughter versus intentional murder, if it was premeditated, if he was targeted, absolutely death penalty, right? The reason why, right? Well, here's the problem. The reason why a lot of officers, when people saying, how come other officers don't get the death penalty? Because a lot of times in those cases, you can't prove murder. You can't prove the intent. It ends up being manslaughter because it was the officer's reckless, right? Decision, reckless choices.
That's my conflict now. My conflict. If them stories on Facebook lined up, right? Just say, because right now we got to wake up. That's Facebook. Right now they're a group.
No, no, correct.
But if it lines up that the whole baby mama thing, I ain't bring up baby mamas, Jason Whitlock and the Facebook niggas brought it up.
Just go ahead.
But if the baby mama thing adds up,
right,
then now it will become murder. And I would say, okay, now that's the death penalty. But based off the facts we know, the facts as it is, you can't say them guys did nothing intentional.
Okay.
You can't say they did nothing premeditated. What you can charge them with is manslaughter.
Okay.
So,
I would one pushback on that, right? You're saying that obviously the difference between those two charges, intent and non-intent, right? Basically saying my reckless actions caused your death. That is one side. The other side is, did I go into it with the desire to kill you and take your life?
Yes.
Here's how the argument changes in court. The argument becomes, you should have known, right? Either known or should have known that your actions were going to cause death to him. And that's where that thin line comes in. So officer, did you know that taking your baton and hitting him in his back, hitting him in the spine, hitting him in the head, kicking him in the face, punching him in the face where he's defenseless, slamming him to the ground, slamming his head to the ground, do you know that that is an action that can cause death or extreme bodily harm to an individual? What are you going to say? No? You're going to say yes.
No, they're going to say no.
No,
they're going to say yes.
He can't say no. He can't say no.
Different whoop ass. And like I said, I'm not taking up for the cops, right?
No, I know that.
But it's a fine line when you try to make the case, especially or here.
I'm gonna tell you like this, because all that will come across. That'll come on my desk, and I'm gonna tell you how it goes. I'm gonna tell you the process. It's not gonna bore you. So everything you're hearing now is what the initial charges that the department is charging. But when that comes to my desk, when it comes to my office, we examine everything. All right, because there's a reason why when most folks get arrested, they'll get arrested for murder, but when they actually get sentenced, it's on a different charge.
Right, check.
Right? Got you, great pill. It's a different charge. Now, here's the thing. The problem with police officers getting charged with murder, because you have if they are in a lawful execution of their duties, you can't prove intent. That's why they don't go for murder. That's why they get the manslaughter charges. Mm-hmm. But in this particular case, you have to be able to prove that that was a legal stop. Because if it's an illegal stop, the first encounter where he got tased shouldn't have never happened. Right. The second encounter, when they sit up there and covered up their body cams, proceeded to hit him, and then what you used was training to create witnesses by saying stop resisting while you're hitting him, and you're not even trying to handcuff him. You're not even trying to put the hands behind his back. You actually holding him up so folks can take turns and get their blows. The problem is they didn't know that they were standing under a pole cam. This gave an aerial view of everything that they did. Mm-hmm. They thought just by covering up the cam, because yes, at that point you can prove intent, because why would you cover up the body cam and start yelling? But when you do timestamps, you can actually correlate and see you was beating this man while you were screaming at.
Which contradicts everything they said.
I don't think that they were.
So their intent, so it goes out. Now, granted, none of them dudes are going, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you, none of them dudes are going to sit down there and fight a case. They'll take a plea to make sure they don't. They'll take a plea to life without parole, opposed to getting a death penalty.
Correct.
The only time you get charged with a death penalty is if you do not accept what is on the table, what the recommendation is, because ADAs do not recommend life. The judge sentences you to life. The normal charge is life without parole, but if you choose not to take that plea, and you leave it up to the discretion of the jury and the judge to decide if they're found guilty on what the final say is. So these officers, if this Facebook shit turns out to be true, that's up to the DA investigators to figure that out, to get that information, interview all parties involved, to make sure that one, he didn't text her to show that he beat him up. Because if they got his phone, then they could dump his phone, and if that text is in there, then it's gonna be murder. All right.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You just literally repeat what I said. That's the same thing I said.
No, I know, but I'm giving you the process. No, I'm giving you the process of how it goes.
You cannot make no case for murder. I don't give a fuck what they said, and evidence she was shown on the cameras.
You didn't listen to what he said.
Well,
but I can
honestly,
when you covered up that body cam to give them blows, and see, here's the thing. If you didn't do the body cam,
he's explaining to you how it works, because Dre investigates and he works in the prosecutor's office. What he's saying is, and this is the reality of the situation. This is called, essentially what you could say is this is circumstantial. We can make a circumstantial argument that based on the things that you did, the way you covered up the evidence, the way you made these statements that did not exist, the way you then walked away from the camera and said he tried to grab my gun. He was so strong. Oh, he must be on drugs. You're painting this false narrative to support why you assaulted him to the degree that you did. What that leads into is intent. You intended to harm him. You had no intentions of apprehending him. This seemed personal. And not only that, you should have known that the way and the actions that you were committing against him, that this would have killed him. And so even though you can act like you didn't think you were trying to kill him, with the circumstantial evidence, I can prove that you knew, and that you knew that the things that you were doing were absolutely lethal. We are taught to never go above the neck. unless you are trying to kill somebody, where absolutely the only time you're justified in using above the neck techniques is when your life is in danger and you're trying to prevent great bodily harm. That is the only. Every time I assaulted somebody from the neck up, they were trying to take my life. Every single time, whether hand, fist, baton, and I've did a lot of damage, but all my damage was appropriate. And so what he's saying is you can use the circumstantial evidence to make this case, and you absolutely can make it. And with the help of the public frustration, it'll absolutely get done. And Tennessee is a state where they participate in the death penalty. They'll give you the shot, but nonetheless, you're out of here. The state will give you a soul bond and a heartbeat. So before we go, hold on, great people have the mic.
Everybody in this panel, you the jury, the citizens of your peer, you're judged by your peers. So what they have to do is find folks who didn't see this video, listen to all the evidence, watch it, and all you have to do is paint a picture. And if you've never seen this, and this is for the first time you actually watch this, right? Mm-hmm. And you see it yourself, and you hear they purposely covered up the camp, they lied, they falsified documents. And you hear this, you trying to tell me like, fuck, they meant to do that. You got to remember, there's a process called voir dire, where they interview when you go on jury duty. You come in and they do voir dire, and they interview to see if you have any biases or if you heard of this case, to make sure that you already have a predetermined decision whether they're guilty or not. What I am saying to you, Logic, and this is it, because I got to go to sleep.
One second. Courtney got to bounce real quick. She got to bounce. Give you got to.
I'll hit you up. I got you.
All right.
That's why she got to go.
What? I got to go because of what?
You in Memphis.
Oh.
She in Nashville. Let's get it right.
Up around the corner, dog. Memphis people, Papa. You better not be talking shit, Courtney.
All
right, bye, guys.
Courtney, I want to. Damn, Courtney, she just left without giving her last little words.
In Memphis, the street.
Can I say something really quickly though? The charges for this case are actually second-degree murder, official misconduct, official oppression, and kidnapping. So they are being charged with some method of murder. But because they're being charged with second-degree murder, there is no opportunity for the death penalty. And even if they do prove that tie about the baby mama, that's the only first-degree murder charge will be able to be applicable to Demetrius Haley, not the other officers, because the other officers can say they thought they were doing a routine traffic stop. They thought they were just handling normal business. Demetrius Haley would be the one to receive the lethal injection. And there is footage on the video that has been released. If you're watching closely, you can actually see him taking a picture while he is, you know what I'm saying, during the recording of the interaction. So yeah, I believe they're going to be able to dump his phone and find that. And I can't wait.
Let me,
still assuming like hell. That's the problem with baby mamas. They always assume.
What you said? I'm not a baby mama, Mr. Logic. You may be a baby daddy. That's unfortunate if none of your children have the same last name. Oh, don't play.
He's just joking with you. He's just joking with you.
Don't play.
Great pill. Let me get your thoughts. Great pill. Let me get your thoughts. And then I know, Mechee, I want your thoughts on this.
No, it's good, man. It just funny like how you have actually a serious conversation like this, and we got people that like to make jokes and crack up and just to make light of a situation, which really is not light of a situation. Because if I know the roles was reversed, they'd be ready already to sparks one up and run the streets red. Like, I'm just gonna keep it 100. And no disrespect to you, Mr. Logic, but you're the only time. Every time I see your message is women are terrorists. So the same time, if you always preaching those mottos is the women are terrorists, that kind of spewing out that same narrative like them cops doing, like that man doing on the other end, like, oh, baby mama's issues or baby mama dramas. So that becomes the issue with itself. You know what I'm saying? So if we always scream out the word nigga, 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 especially on the panels, those niggas hear you, then guess what they're going to do? They're going to root for that nigga and then riot out in the street for like other niggas. What's that old song goes? Down for my nigga, that's always for my niggas. That's pretty much how that goes too. So I just think it's a little bit sad and embarrassing that when we actually have real conversations that we have, lack of a better word, niggas that cheer stuff on like that and make a lot of the situation.
Well, don't say niggas, because if you say niggas, you refer me to as a nigga, you sound like a fucking clown.
And no, I was speaking in general, sir.
Yeah, everything you just said.
I was speaking in general, sir.
What?
I was speaking in general.
Dude, you specifically called me out.
No, I said you say women are terrorists.
Do you know? But did you listen to my explanation why I said they're terrorists?
Would you like to explain it?
No, you should listen before. See now.
Oh, I've heard it. I'm asking you if you want to explain it.
What's the definition of terrorist?
Sir, you get a little bit emotional.
No.
So I'll let the next one pass by. I'll let the next one pass by. I came for a conversation. That's all.
I said that based on the system, the definition of terrorist is, and I'll break it down to the definition: women that use fear and intimidation and the threat of violence against men and children, right? And I use that in specific circumstances. We're dealing with something that attracts to that.
Okay.
Have Mechee X, have I ever called you a terrorist?
I don't think so, but you might have.
I don't think so. First off,
you never made me mad. You never said that.
And first off, and if I said it's with jest. So if you don't understand that, this YouTube, we talk about good stuff, but you still gotta actually have fun. So if you can't understand that, I can't be dry like you, partner.
Okay.
So if you don't like that,
I got one last question though. I got one last question. I'll leave it like that. To the real Nathan Day, what topic is this again, sir?
Is it the white man's fault?
Okay. I'll leave it like that.
He coming at me. He don't even know the damn time.
I'll speak in general, sir. In general.
So let me ask you, Great Pill, is it the white man's fault? Do you think in this situation, do you think how much onus do we blame on the white man, white supremacy, systemic racism, I can't even say it.
Yeah.
When it comes to this particular encounter with 5 black officers, a black citizen, where do you rate this?
Well, logically, that's no pun intended. I don't want him thinking I'm.
All right, I'm going.
Don't leave, Logic.
Damn niggas. See niggas.
I don't want him thinking I'm coming at him. Yeah. Well, logically speaking, it's the men in blue in that situation, but collectively, it's we fight amongst ourselves. So overall, it's us. We're always fighting ourselves. It's not colorism. You could say systematic. You could say even though it was a little joker, but I know there were some undertones of realism, between the other two gentlemen. Like, hey, the single black mother, so they can, we can make joke a lot of it all they want to, but it was said. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Sometimes when some people say some things, like we can use when we argue like they say, oh, you're darker than me, Nathan. So and Miss Mechee is lighter than I am. So there's some situationships going on with there. It's always either some disdain. So if it gets said, people hear it, people take it. All right.
True.
But with this situation right here, I don't see color at all. I see officers that was untrained, unsupervised, everything, and they should be, all of them that was in that camera, as far as I see, should be held account to everything to the fullest of law. No ifs, ands, or buts. No ifs, ands, or buts. And I agree with the whole money situation. Go ahead.
You think the death penalty should be on the table for them?
Yes.
All right. I will ask, do you agree? I might already have the answer to this. Was Jason Whitlock's assessment appropriate? Was it accurate?
No and no.
No.
All right.
No.
We already know what Mechee gonna. Well, shit, I already know what Rob B gonna say.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know what I'm gonna say. Because I want to speak to. I want to speak to the question in your title. This is a function of white supremacy. And there's a. I mean, Logic, I'm a baby mama, right? I'm a baby mama, so I got
emotion going on here. A lot of emotions.
All right, let me ask you the question officially for clips purposes. All right, so Robbie.
Hey, well, slide Mechee over so I can be in the middle between women, because I'll get the optics going. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Hey, how do I shift people around on here?
Oh, you click on her and then slide over. Yeah.
There. Oh shit. Okay. All right. All right. So learn something new. Okay. Robbie.
I'm sorry, girl.
In reference to this situation involving 5 black officers in the black community that's 70% African American, with a black chief, black supervisor, and a black citizen. that took the life of a black male. Is this the white man's fault?
Yes, this is a function of white supremacy, Nathan, and let me tell you how.
All right, let's hear it.
Because even though it was black officers that committed the assaults on that black man,
okay,
the fallout and the aftermath and all the officers, the fire department personnel, the EMT, hell, even at the initial site, there was a white officer. Now, when we look at how the case has fallen out and how everything has happened, they shielded the white police officer. The white police officer didn't get terminated until after the body cam footage got expressed to the world and disseminated everywhere. In fact, the white supremacist system has tried to suppress the information about Tyre Nichols' case because everybody that has played this content video is unlisted. As soon as you show a minute portion of it, regardless if there's violence involved or not, it's suppressed. You get the 18 and above, and it's unlisted. So unless you have a core following that is extremely tapped into you on other modalities to know how to turn in, you won't get any views because they don't want this particular story to be amplified in the media, which also lets us know that every other police involved shooting that they have amplified in the media was a system of white supremacy function to make you think that black people are subpar. And since it's black people and black people, oh, well, we don't matter. Busted underneath the rug. Now, as to Mr. Logic's commentary about the pay scale for police officers versus our soldiers. Now, our soldiers are set to a death sentence. When you go overseas and you're in Kuwait and Iran and Iraq, you can just simply go outside of your pup tent and be hit by a bomb and the shells will fall. Our soldiers start in the United States Army at $24,000 to $52,000 a year, which is very similar to our police department. So therefore, if our police officers should get double the salary, well, then our veterans should get way more. Because as it stands right now, hold on, Mr. Logic. Hold on. How do you, Mr. Logic? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish speaking?
I don't want you to say.
Can I finish speaking? You really have no idea what I know, so please don't make assumptions because I am a military brat. My mother was in the Air Force, my father was in the Navy, and I actually am very much in tune with veteran affairs. What I do know is right now, as we're following issues regarding the debt ceiling being raised and Congress playing games and filibustering, our veterans are about to not get their benefits anymore, and they're not about to get their medical support. But I mean, hey, whatever, let's just throw a bonanza of money at everybody. You make a choice when you choose your career path and your profession. If you choose a profession, hold the ideals associated with it. Otherwise, you're a piece of trash. And this still is a system and a function of white supremacy because black people and black people's opinions and what is important to them does not matter. So now, Mr. Logic, I want to hear what you got to say.
No, I want to ask Nathan one question. Nathan, what's the number one expense in the household?
The number one expense in a household?
Household.
I would say food.
Food over housing?
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. He said household, so I wasn't thinking about
the household. So household, right? So I'm going to give you food and housing, right?
Okay.
Guess what military don't pay for?
Food and housing?
Food and housing, right? So now, if you sit here and you add food and housing in, right? Like I said, you don't know. So when you're looking at the pay scales, the first 4 ranks is similar to a police officer, but nobody have to pay for food and shelter. It's already covered. Now, I just want that's like.
Logic, I hear you. That's a really valid point. But at the end of the day, in America, when you choose your career path, you know what the salary is. The longer that you work in law enforcement, right? Your salary does increase. You know how I know? Because I worked in law enforcement. So your salary does increase,
you was
right?
Working in law enforcement, you was military. You know what I'm saying?
No, I said that my parents. I said my parents. I said my parents. I said my parents are military. I mean, I know it's really rare to see a baby mama that has multiple skill sets and that has worked across multiple industries, right? Holy crap. You know what I'm saying? Some black women are about that life. I'm about my coin. So yeah, I've done a lot of jobs, including working for the New York State Police Department.
Listen to me on Courtney panel with Nathan, right? I said it. And stop me if I'm wrong, Nathan. I say we live in a police state. And then now, because of I lived in multiple countries, matter of fact, in 2 weeks, I'll be living in Germany, right? You know what the difference between all these other countries and suburbs in the United States?
The pay rate and passport bros.
So what we don't have in America is, like I said, and somebody had pushback on it. When you got niggas that's standing out looking for niggas to fuck up, right? That's policing. That's not their job. Their job is to protect and serve. But for the most part, and the only community that get police like that is the black community. And if we can talk about the crime or whatever, but like I said, until we start policing ourselves, we got to police ourselves. And then when we have a discrepancy, then we call the police to protect and serve. But right now, they're policing us. That's the biggest problem. Most black people
right now.
What?
Right now? You mean they haven't always? You mean like when they had foremans on the plantations? You mean like when they had Jim Crow laws? You mean like when they created the whole entire penal system, the history of the United States of America? How, you know,
ma'am, you really talk about
encyclopedia. The way, here's my thoughts on it. Yeah. Mechee over here loving it. Mechee's like, ha, my disciple.
I ain't done nothing.
You're right.
I had to add a hot drop of hot sauce, no spice or nothing. They got it.
You have it. You have it. I want to ask you this real quick, Rob.
Yes.
Explain to me specifically the racism and the encounter that the 5 black officers participated in this interaction with Tyre Nichols. Explain to me the racism in that specific encounter.
Now, see, this is the thing. In the initial encounter, there was a white police officer involved. Now, when we're talking about racism,
the emotions here. Aren't the women supposed to be emotional? I'm lost.
I love Mr. Logic. He's all right. He's
The
over
terrorist?
there with his fancy,
What?
flashing lights.
Look,
He's terrorizing the baby mama. Oh no.
Because he keep coming for me.
I'm sorry, yo.
Hey, wait, if you know me, right, and you know I use terrorists, you should know what I call niggas like you. I call niggas like you terrorists.
My apologies.
You're harboring terrorists.
Lord
Robbie is a fucking terrorist, and you're harboring her.
Yes, yes, I'm going to terrorize you.
All that dumb shit she said, you try to protect her. This ain't got shit to do with no white supremacy.
A lot of emotion.
Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad that somebody want to protect me, Logic? You should be.
I didn't want to protect
protecting
you.
me
I'm just
too.
seeing some. I'm seeing some logic right now, Robbie. I'm seeing logic right now. That's what I'm seeing.
Right.
A lot of logic.
Right.
Okay. Here's
Now,
the
let me answer the question for you, Nate, that you asked.
Let me add some context. Robbie, you stated that I
Mm-hmm.
asked about why this specifically was racist or white supremacy. And you pointed out because a white person was present. A white officer was present.
I wasn't finished. What I was saying was a white officer was present. But your question is not about racism. Your title says white supremacy. Now, what is the definition of supremacy? Let's start there. The state or positioning of being superior to all others in authority, power, or status. See, the police department is a state of supremacy. Like, I mean, come on now, we gotta start choosing our words properly. If you wanted it to be, if it was about like racism, then you should have put racism. Supremacy. This is supremacy everywhere. We ain't gonna play.
That's right.
It might have been clickbait.
Mechee, you want to know where I got my practice at before I started debating with you? Here he is. Robbie broke me in. She broke me in.
I see now, yeah.
Yeah, she broke you with a lot of dumb shit.
The problem is we're not saying the officer, the white officer, ex-officer, we're not saying he doesn't have any culpability. What we are saying is he did not assault Tyre Nichols, right? He did not abuse him. He did not use unlawful methods against him, right? There's a good chance that what probably got him fired was that the words that he used.
I hope they stop.
Whether or not they're condoning that he used, or they're stating he may have used excessive force, or he could have lied or he could have lied. One or three of those things are the reason why he got terminated. He has not been charged as of yet. And if the reason why he hasn't been charged, the only reason why he's probably not charged is because he probably didn't know that the officers were engaging in an illegal traffic stop. If he knows and has active knowledge that they were conducting an illegal traffic stop, and he knows that Tyre Nichols was targeted and he participated and to assist the officers, then he will get the same charges that those officers got. And then all of his actions will be considered unlawful. But there are procedures and there are things that they have to be able to identify and prove, because just to be completely honest, I want everybody involved to get charged appropriately. That officer, just because he was white, does not mean he was involved.
And that's not what I said at all. The only reason that he actually...
I'm clarifying that because when I asked about the specific thing with these 5 officers, what makes it racist? What makes this systemic racism? I said what they did specifically point out that racist encounter with these officers. You went on and said a white man was present.
Right, but you interrupted me before I finished my
thought. No, Logic interrupted you.
You're right. It was Logic. It was his terrorist self. Oh my God, stop the baby daddy terrorist,
baby
okay?
Daddy terrorist. Logic, you are baby daddy terrorist, Logic.
Daddy terrorist.
Wait, hold
Logic,
on.
Logic, yes or no? Yes or no? You're on the stand right now.
Why you gonna stop him calling me a terrorist?
No. Let's address the elephant in the room. Logic. Are you a woodchuck that's been chucking wood around the community? Are you, in fact, Logic, a baby daddy terrorist?
No.
And he global now because he going to Germany. Global baby daddy terrorist.
Passport blows me up.
Logic, how many children? Logic, how many children do you have? How many children do you have, Logic?
Ooh, I got 8.
By the same woman?
No.
Yeah.
The devil's
don't lie
alive.
Dipping all over the world. Dipping spreading it wide.
You ain't got 8 kids. I'm
playing right along with y'all guys.
No, but
I don't. You got
serious.
kids? I didn't think Logic had no kids. I don't know why I assumed that.
Yeah. I got kids, and you call them right now. They the happiest kids everywhere. Cause guess what? They daddy take care of them.
Are you married to their mama? Then you're a baby daddy terrorist. Do your kids match? Do they have the same last name as you, and their mama has the same last name as you and their kid?
Yes.
So you was married to their mama?
Hell no. You
lying right now. You a baby daddy terrorist.
Logic. Is the reason why?
Hey, look, it ain't got nothing to do. It ain't got to do with this shit. The simple fact that she cannot prove white supremacy exists in this case. Wait, hold on. Let me just finish.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish.
White supremacy exists in the case. So all she gonna do is try to sit here and tie it to a whole big system. And if you look at that fucking Memphis system, it's full of niggas. You know what I'm saying? From the top to the bottom, it's full of niggas. But they gonna still try to find a way to put white supremacy. And they gotta take it all the way back to slavery, just like she did. It has nothing to do with white supremacy.
I want to say something about
Hold on a second, sis. Please let me answer his foolishness.
I guarantee you, I got more stamps on my passport than your baby mama got tattoos. And I know
you got a baby mama.
Co-sign it.
I'm talking to the nigga who put that super chat up.
He called him a passport.
Listen,
I'm the passport. You know what I'm saying? This is my 5th passport. You see that bitch already get asked.
We moved the goalposts. We just moved the goalposts.
Right. See, now this is why the people.
Let me get your thoughts, Rob B, and then I want Mechee
to cook. Yeah, I'm gonna just say this because I'm new to this, but Mechee true to this, and she gonna cook you up, Mr. Logic. So I'm gonna just say this to you real quick. She gonna add, she doing the
Rob
entree
gonna cook you
and the dessert
Mechee
course.
gonna barbecue you, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and pray over the food.
Amen.
Bless Logic, he knew not what he did, Lord, and we come in harmony and peace. And bless all the baby mamas out here who've been terrorized by Logic.
With the baby daddy
and his woodchucking behavior. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, so when we're talking about systemic racism and white supremacy, the key word in the terminology is systemic. So, like, duh, of course we have to go all the way back to slavery because, like, oh my God, duh, slavery and indentured servitude created classifications of citizens in the United States of America. And like when the indentured servants were like trying to get the same status level as the wealthy people that kind of brought them over here, that's when they created the police department. Like you should read this book. It's awesome, right? It's called The People's History of the United States of America. And they kind of break it down in depth. I don't know if you like to read or not. I know you travel when you're on those long flights. It's definitely terrorists.
Did Tyre Nichols write that book?
Ooh. No, Tyre Nichols did not write that book. So
okay.
You should just read it. You
try
to bait me. See that baby terrorist? You see that baby daddy terrorist stuff? He tried to get me to talk mess on Tyre Nichols. I don't know that man.
Was that information in hidden color? Because that's what you get information from.
I don't know that man. I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know him. So like anyway.
Can we work backwards? Can we start from? Can we work backwards? Let's not start from. Can we start from present and then walk back?
Sure.
For the sake of time.
For the sake of time. Yep. The police department is a subset of a subset of a subset of a bad set of practices, history, historical laws, and data that shows how our people were oppressed. So therefore, I'm not for disbanding all police because I think some police are good, but this is a function of white supremacy, whether you like it or not. And the suppression of information just further elucidates the point. But, if y'all want to think that this is just about another black on black crime, which is not even a true crime stat, have at it.
Okay. All I'm saying is, how did these 5 officers, how were they influenced by white supremacy? Great Pill, is that a better way to phrase it?
Yes.
Okay, but see, I was trying to break it down for you, but you don't want me to start at the root. You don't want me to start at the root and bring you on and bring you on through.
No, Rob. The root that you trying to come with ain't gonna bring no fruit, boo. So we need to do it the other way. All right.
Okay, so the root is how are they a part of systemic racism?
How are these 5 officers influenced by white supremacy that created this outcome for Tyre Nichols?
From the educational system in the United States of America to the laws on the books to the United States Constitution.
To be fair, you told her not to take it too far back.
And she started in damn 1935.
That's current day. Current day from redlining. You know what I'm saying? Redlining sets up these neighborhoods. It sets up the education system. That's how they influence. That's how.
Hey, this is me going back in time.
I blame Mechee X for creating them type of monsters. That sounds like some shit. And even though I ain't gonna even put that much on Mechee X. That sounds like some Tyre Nichols hidden colors type shit.
Well, then you can't blame that on me because if you know me,
I took it back.
You might want to put up your disclaimer for I stop.
Yes, I took it back. That's way. Like I said, she could not sustain her argument with how this. So she went to redlining. She went to the education system.
First of all, that is sustaining the argument.
She went to slavery. Next, you're gonna go to the Underground Railroad, you know what I'm saying? Goddamn fucking Anita Baker.
This is why you cannot have conversations with baby daddy terrorists. Because at the end of the day, it is substantiating the argument. It's not my fault you can't follow a vein of thought. It's not my fault you're not a pure historian. Because if we're looking at this situations like systemic racism, we have to look at the history of it. Like, I know it makes you uncomfortable because I know you want to think that we have overcome, you know what I'm saying? And it's one band, one sound, power to the people, RUF. But that's not what this is. That's not how any of this works, Jake. You still listed as 3/5 of property in the Constitution of the United States of America. There's still an independent clause in the 13th Amendment that says if you commit a crime and you go to jail, you're still a slave. Like, are we okay? This is why Black people not really winning, for real, for real. This is why we don't have true power in the community, for real, because y'all don't understand as a group the policies and the laws. And y'all don't want to have the discussion because it requires too much focus. You have to have more than 30 seconds of focusability in order to really understand a full problem. But you're right, I can't substantiate my argument because I could pull out books, documents, laws, historical tenure to explain the whole situation to you. But, you know, It's not shaking titties and being a baby mama terrorist, so you'll probably go to sleep.
Raw B, this is what it sounds. This is what it just sounds like. What you just said. This is what it sounds like.
If you have more fruit than vegetables, you're gonna prone to eat more fruits.
That's exactly what that sounded like to me. So Mechee, let me does this make sense to anybody?
If you have more fruit than vegetables, you're gonna prone to eat more fruit.
That's Jazuri with his backwards ass logic.
I don't know.
But let me,
I can't.
Mechee, come save her, because she don't want to be saved by logic.
I don't need to be
Don't
saved, but I like
save her.
Mechee and what she
don't
saying.
want to be saved.
Well,
Don't save her. I want to be saved.
I'm gonna pop you.
I actually came up here a long time ago because I wanted to say some things about some stuff y'all said earlier. I actually wanted to say some things to Courtney, but Courtney had to go. But I want to say something to you, Nathan, that actually talked about slavery and you always saying why we keep going back to 400 years. I hate when you say that. Just straight up. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. So some of what she's saying is there are issues. What I will say in this situation, I don't think on face value. Let me start there with the question you're asking, and then I'll go back to what you said. On face value, when you see 5 Black police officers beating a Black man like this, I won't say there's racism in that part of it, right?
Okay.
What I will tell you is that there is systematic racism, as she is saying. Okay. And no, but Courtney laughed about that earlier and y'all laughed, but it's like when she's like, when I ask people what are these things in the system, like, where do y'all be? I break down systematic racism every single day. I mean, it's not something that's hard to comprehend. You can Google it and find it, like it's a real thing. So, I mean, there is systematic racism. My thing is that I feel like in the racism, what will come from this is what these things will be used to point a certain narrative and paint a certain picture that actually damages when it comes to the conditioning and the images that are put out there to make people think a certain thing. You kind of played into it earlier a little bit, Nathan, because you were saying that, you know, just the truth is that when Black people get pulled over and I have encounters with them, you know, that they're more aggressive, they're this and they're that. And I asked the question in the chat earlier, right? I said, so according to your logic, right, of what you said, if the police pull you over, they should be worried that your thug ass is not going to comply because you just said that's what Black people do. So there's
okay. Let me address that real quick.
It's not a fact. It's not.
No. We're talking about perception based on how people perceive the image.
Right. And I'm saying that I think that this stuff is going to be used by systematic racism or the government by supremacy.
The damage is already done.
No. It's going to be used in the thing of where it's going to help push a narrative. See, I'm uncomfortable with the official oppression charge. And the reason I'm uncomfortable with that is because in the first time in this country, in a national space, we never knew that there was a charge for oppressing somebody. And if you're going to give that to us, I'll be damned if the Black man is the face of oppression when we are the oppressed. So what I'm saying is that they're going to use this narrative to make it seem as though, see, this is Black on Black crime. And Black people keep feeding into it. Y'all keep saying it everywhere. You know, this is Black on Black crime. This is officers that are overstepping their bounds regardless of their race, and they should be held accountable for what they did. But everybody's saying this is Black on Black, this and that. This is the first time you've seen officers be tried with a charge of official oppression. So now they're going to tell us Black men are the ones doing the oppressing out here. So even though we have this situation, when you talk about nationwide, the major cases that have come forward, you don't have a bunch of these. So this is one that you see outside of all the other ones that we are given. But what we're not going to do is allow them to use that and then now make Black men the face of oppressing Black men. I'm not buying that. So it will be used to help further the conditioning and systematic racism, right? But the Black men beating the Black man, no, I don't see the racism in that unless you want to go deep. But people, y'all like to have these surface conversations. You and Courtney was having surface ass conversations because the truth is, if you want to go to systematic racism, we can talk about the conditioning of a nation. And I will tell you that Black people have been conditioned to hate themselves. And when those Black men saw that other man, I do think to some extent they wanted to exert their power over him because Black men feel powerless in this country, which is a part of systematic racism. And the fact that they could, I also believe that there is self-hate put in us. So it was a lot easier for those Black men to beat the life out of another Black man because they didn't value his life. And that part of that has to do with how we see Black people in this country, even how Black people see each other. So I won't take y'all back to the doll test because y'all sick of me saying that shit every time.
No. We already know the doll test.
Go to the depth of psychology in it, but y'all surface dwell all day and don't want to be real.
All right, so let me touch on that, because there are white officers, based on your logic, that also beat white people the exact same way. They brutalize white people the exact same way. So does that logic still apply to white officers when they're committing acts of violence and crime as officers and enforcing and oppressing white people? Does that also not apply to them as well? So what I'm saying is this something that's only
anybody was oppressing somebody? I didn't say that the Black officers were oppressing, so neither do the white ones. And what I'm telling you is there are facts to state that condition and psychological situations, and these are facts. So everybody can hold your head if you want, because I'll pull out some textbooks on your asses, okay? Because Mechee can be a certain way, but I got plenty of degrees. I got understanding in this. So if you're not going to debate me from a psychological aspect of it, then don't tell me that it is facts. Okay, that it is conditioned in this country and those that come into this country that Black people are the problem people, that we're the lazy people, that we're the piece of shit people, and even Black people believe that. So you cannot compare a white officer just beating up some white people and compare that to the same thing as how Black people are seen by everybody.
So there's a multitude of different arguments you're making, though, because one, you're talking about perception and image. Black image and Black perception, and how people perceive us based on the image that's been presented about Black people. That's a fact. Nobody's going to argue that at all. But what we're talking about is how behaviors and how power operates. You have police who have power and they come in contact with citizens. What you are saying is that Black people have been conditioned and programmed to behave a certain way amongst each other. What I'm saying is that doesn't stand the test of time, because you can see the exact same thing with another group of people who essentially have not endured the same type of conditioning according to your analysis. Psychologically, the reality is this is about power and this is about brutality. This is about abuse of power.
Always dismissing race. You do that a lot.
It's not about dismissing race. It's saying that there's more to it than race. You're trying to acknowledge that.
But it's more to it, which means race is in it. When you gonna ever acknowledge that?
Race, no, I don't never deny that. I never deny that race is not an issue.
Right over that shit like a motherfucker.
I don't slide through it. I address it and acknowledge it. And then I also tell people that race is not the only problem that we're dealing with. This situation here, no one can explain to me.
When it comes to Black people, we deal with all of those problems you're talking about, and then we have an extra one added on top of it. We know those things exist too, Nathan.
Hey, no one. I mean, it sounds kind of systemic to me.
One question. I want to ask Mechee one question. Mechee, you familiar with the DMV area?
No.
All right. So I stay in a place called Tyson, Virginia, right? I very rarely see a cop. Very rarely see a cop. I mean, it's crazy how much I don't see cops. I go down to DC sometimes and I see cops on every corner. Is that a result of a white supremacy system, or is that a result that cops just follow crime?
It is a result of what I would tell you, the government. When we keep talking about white supremacy, don't talk to me about a person. We're talking about a system, right? Okay, and yes, that is a part of it, because police officers are put where crime is. But do you understand that ghettos are created to breed crimes on purpose? Because when it comes to the government, it actually pays. Crime pays when it comes to the structure of economics that Nathan keeps talking about. So yes, it's actually done by design. That's exactly what systematic racism is.
Okay. So
now, Mechee, isn't that also a function of redlining?
Robbie, hold on. All right. So I'm originally from Atlanta. Atlanta used to have these centralized ghettos, which was projects, right? We had all these projects. All right. They broke down all the projects and they spread all the people all over the city.
Gentrification.
So that means the crime, like you didn't have these concentrated areas of these certain people, whatever, right? So when they did that, did the crime stop, or do you think the crime continues? Because it was like, because you said like, because some of these people was living in Gwinnett, some of these people was living in always, and they spread them out to the suburbs. They shut down every last project in Atlanta. Atlanta right now, I can't think of one centralized project that they have, but they spread all the people out and the crime still stayed. So that means these individuals went to other neighborhoods and the crime followed them. So when you say that these
no, because what you're speaking about is gentrification.
Wait. When you said that they developed these concentrated areas, right? But that's not true. It so happens that, like I said, I don't want it to be that way, but it is.
You just don't understand gentrification and how that works. They just move the crime with the people and come and clean it up for the folks who gentrified the area. But I don't have time to explain gentrification to everybody, but that's a part of systematic.
No, that's fine, because if you want to mention,
people kill me with this. Like, get up on your game, and your moderator in there or your little partner or whoever talking shit. Chemo C, you could click the button too. Talking about what is her degrees in basket weaving? No, I have 2 bachelor's degrees.
Y'all two related?
Psychology. Click the link, motherfucker, and bring your ass up here, and then you could ask me.
No, I
can't understand. Y'all be so stupid and you get upset when somebody says something to you and you want to talk to them as though they have a low level of intelligence, when the truth is you just don't understand what's being said. Nobody is not saying. I'm not talking to you right now, Logic. Anything that's being stated right now, you can go look this up. Like, Google is your friend. Ain't nobody speaking an opinion. These things are facts, and you don't have to believe they exist, but it doesn't mean that they're not true. Okay,
exactly.
So you could play keyboard gangster, or you could shut the hell up and click the link.
Hey,
Logic. And that takes it back to hold on, Logic, because that takes it.
Is that anything right now? Anything that occurs with police dealing with black people? So you saying by default it will always be part of the white supremacy system?
No, I never said that.
No, I'm asking.
If everything that happens with black people is part of white supremacy?
No, I said in the United States right now, if it's an altercation dealing with the police and black people, no matter the race, right? Any incident dealing with black people, based on that, I'm just asking, it's automatically white supremacy system because it's dealing with the system of policing. It automatically falls in that category.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah, and when y'all speak for us a lot, I notice y'all speaking.
I'm asking.
The black community doesn't think that. We don't say that, and I don't think.
I'm not saying that. It was literally a question, because the thing is what you said is that regardless, because it's under the police system, because it's nothing in this case that links to any type of white or anything, but you said the linkage is that because it's under a police system.
I actually didn't give it a link. I was being funny and said, if you want to go to the conditioning of how they looked at that brother and had no regard for his life. I said in a direct action, I did not necessarily say that was racist. What I said is the situation and the imagery they're going to keep pushing. They're going to use that for systematic racism because they like to then tell us we're doing it to ourselves. So they're going to use that imagery. They're going to use the official oppression being charged for the first time ever in a police brutality situation. And we're going to see it happen to black people. So that's going to kind of take away the sting. And what they want to say is, see, y'all do this stuff to yourself. So they've been waiting for a moment like this. And I'm saying that those racist systems are going to use this with propaganda and to push a conditioned narrative that's racist. That's where I see that. That's what I'm talking
about. No, you're fine, Mechee. I agree with that. They're going to use that. And shout out to you guys. The link is for Mechee X. Her link for her channels in the chat, along with her MX network as well. Please check out her content. You guys, you will absolutely not be disappointed. I assure you. This is where I get my how to save the black community 101 training. I get it.
No, her mom's blocked me, and I just say, "Hello, Mechee. How you doing?"
Her moms don't play.
And then they was like, "I know you missing logic," and they blocked me.
I got the same thing, brother. Listen.
Are you really blocked? Are you really blocked?
No, I was just playing.
You lying because I was gonna say I unblock you, but you lied. They did not block you.
Mechee, we on Lock Nation. Shout out to you, brother. Mechee, real quick. I would say you're right. They are gonna weaponize that. They absolutely, but that's the name of the game, though. You know what I mean? That's the name of the
Like,
game.
just get in the game, yo, and just play the game and get the fuck
gotta
up.
play the game.
Y'all. You know what I heard this evening? Let me say this for we all like. I just want to say this other piece because this is the thing. All night, what I heard offensively from you and Courtney, and I hate that Courtney is gone. Okay, but y'all was like, when we gonna shut up? And you was agreeing with her, so maybe you can speak up for some of that. She said, if we get reparations, are we gonna shut up? So now we need to shut up and we're complaining.
That's
Do you
not
want
what
to sign that, Nathan? Because she
That's
not
what
here.
she said. Yeah, let me
agree with that?
Listen, let me explain to it. I think what happens is we are talking from a place of passion, saying, listen, you guys, we get this, and we need to do what we need to do and let it go and focus on us. Focus on us. The issue is a lot of people feel like we're complaining. If you get reparations, what more argument? You're not gonna be able to make any other arguments. That's a fact. No one's gonna want to hear it.
You don't understand racism.
It's not
Giving
about
somebody a check is not gonna get that doesn't fix everything.
Listen. You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, you missing the point.
All right. Well, I'm about to bring the point to you so we can find it. All right. I'm about to bring the point to you.
Angry black woman.
I didn't listen. She's not an angry black woman. She's a passionate black woman.
I like Mechee. It was just
He's a baby daddy terrorist. Don't listen to him.
Hey, Mechee, how you doing?
All right.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
You gotta
It's late for
bounce.
me. Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow morning. I'm a tech. You know how that is.
All right, brother. Be easy.
All right. Good night, guys.
Here's the thing. The truth of the matter is, what she's saying is the way this country is set up. If or when they give reparations, this is the reality, whether we like it or not. They will no longer accept any other statements coming from black people. You know why? You know what the narrative is going to be? The narrative is going to be, we gave you what you asked for. You said this is what we owe you. You said this is what you demanded for. Do with it as you will. You won't be able to make any more statements, or they're not going to listen. They're not going to care.
Do they listen and do they care now?
No, but that's not the
does not
point
have
I'm trying to make.
with reparations. And for a black woman to sit her ass up here and you as a black man to say, see, you ain't got no reparations coming. That's why you can say that, right? But for you to sit up here and say, I'm just
but I
being
benefit though.
So for you to sit up here and say, you know what I'm saying? If you get a check, is y'all gonna shut up complaining? That came from y'all. That's disrespectful.
I can accept that. I can accept that being disrespectful. I think it's taken out of context.
But why you won't get reparations? You black.
Because, excuse me?
He's black. Why won't he get reparations?
Because he's not an NDOS. Y'all don't understand reparations. This is what I'm saying. Y'all be a lot of time and you don't know what y'all be talking about.
Okay, what is because you know y'all got all these Adidas and Filas and what you say?
Oh, not Adidas.
ADOS stands for American Descendants of Slavery. And the reason they would be giving us reparations goes back to slavery. So if Nathan or none of his ancestors were here and a part of that, Nathan doesn't qualify for that check. That's why.
Do I qualify?
Are you from here?
Yeah, nigga, I'm from Atlanta.
So you got family that go back to the plantation?
I think so.
You got a check coming, but not Nathan.
Ancestry.com. Ancestry.com.
So you say it's
here's what
D like dog.
ADOS.
Like baby daddy terrorist. D.
So here's what I'll say. Do we honestly believe, and let's just be honest, we play the honesty game because a lot of people don't like playing the honesty game. Let's play the honesty game. Do you honestly believe that if or when or at all they give reparations, do you honestly believe the country is going to hear any additional demands coming from the African American community?
I don't believe so.
Why not? When they gave reparations to the small hat survivors, they still hear their complaints.
Raw B, but this is the problem. This is the problem with what you're saying. Your logic is flawed. You have too much trust, too much faith, and in an organization, in a government structure, that is absolutely doesn't work like that. They just gave a couple hundred billions to Ukraine.
Nathan,
Black people are constantly getting skipped over.
I'm tired of people telling us what they won't do for us, and you know it's not right, but then tell us stop complaining and shut the fuck up. Like that shit is irritating. No, and this is the point because y'all don't seem to understand reparations. Reparations is a repair of something. And they have, wait a minute, let me finish. And they have given reparations again and again. They just gave the Jewish motherfuckers some more money for rec centers. So just because you give one check for an issue does not fix all of the issues. And if y'all study the reparations that other groups get, they don't give them money one time and say, fuck you. So to say that it's a one-time thing when it comes to us, so we get it and then you can't say nothing else. You still didn't answer my question of why at any point do we need to shut the fuck up and stop complaining after we get a check. Y'all, she said it.
I did respond. I did respond. I said you were taken out of context. It was taken out of context and it wasn't meant to be offensive. The idea is that the reality behind it is there cannot be no complaining after a check is cut.
That's not
no
true.
one's going to listen. No one's going to listen.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold
They
on a
don't
second.
listen. We vote.
You can't even call the small hat people by their real name. Otherwise, your video will be removed. These people have been getting. But wait, Nathan. Wait. These people have been getting cut a check for a long time. So you can't sit there and say, if you cut a check, you have to be quiet. And again, this is a function of redlining because y'all dang on school system was minimized. This is a function of your mindset. This is a function of the systemic
But you know what, Robbie? Let me say something to you. This is why they don't understand, and I hate when they get to speaking on it.
Out of it, man.
Because for somebody to say, once you get a check, be quiet, you know what that tells me, sis? They do not understand the fullness of racism, what systematic racisms mean. Courtney sat up there and said it. He agreed. So obviously they don't understand reparations, how it works when it's given to any group of people, what that really means, and they don't understand the bigger picture of racism to understand that it's not the only thing.
I agree.
How long then should Black people receive? How much money should they receive, and how long should they receive it?
What does that question have to do with anything? Because if you ask
It
me,
has
reparations
everything to
is
do with what
not
she
just
stated.
about money.
We know that. So I'm asking you about the money. There's more to it than money, but I'm asking you
Not
about the
just
money.
because a person says that we deserve reparations, I got to now come up with a number and break out my phone and calculate it down to how many Black people here, how much they owe us. That's a distracting ass question.
Now you got to be a financial analyst because you want to move the goalposts because you don't want to deal with the issues that actually create the problem.
I got your
Go ahead.
Watch this. So check this out, because I've been thinking about this, right? Just say if they say, hey, you know what, Black America, the ADOS people, what is ADOS?
ADOS.
ADOS, you're right, ADOS.
I said it right there.
Yeah, you said it right.
Good luck, girl.
I'm just terrorizing you, baby daddy terrorist.
Bruh.
Now, just say, if they say, hey, look, we gonna give all ADOS people, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, it's theirs, right? I mean, Nathan, I'm sorry, you got to move, right? Okay, it's cool, right? So now look, because Mechee said you got to go, right?
No, he just got to pay rent.
You got to pay rent. Now watch this, Mechee. With Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina is a place that you want to be.
So now you done picked out states that I got to say whether I want to be there.
No. What I'm saying is because right now, the only way you can fix this in my mind, right?
Your mind.
Because if you give them money, they still gonna say they under the supremacy system, right? So I say this, okay, we give you them 4 states. They belong to 8. Black people 13%. With between them states, you got a whole lot of shit, right? You can do whatever. I'm asking you, based off the current the current situation of Black people, with them states, after giving over to Black people, would it be somewhere that you want to be at?
Can I answer that first?
No, nigga, your name ain't me.
Please do.
Say somebody. Go ahead, Mechee.
Is that somewhere? Are you implying like because all the Black people would be there?
I'm asking you if they gave us that land, 8 those niggas is in there. We got our own shit.
Yeah,
Mechee our own police department, our own governmental system. Is that somewhere?
I'm going to build some shit. I'm going to build some shit with my reparation check.
No. We giving you the land.
No, I don't want this land. That's not reparations.
No, but if you think about it,
that's not reparations.
The only way, because if they give you money, right? You just said It's not fixing it. So the only way.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's not the only thing.
Hold up, Mechee. The only way to truly repair this system is to give you this area and say, hey, here you go. You take it.
That's not how it works. And that's not how it works.
Man, would you shit your sucker ass up? Nigga, I'm talking to her.
You can't listen to save your life. I don't know what's going on.
Gray Pill, chime in, Gray Pill. What are your thoughts? Can you translate?
I swear to God, I hate black niggas.
Yeah, my
you always leaving. Come back.
That's so emotional. Hey, can one of y'all ladies hug him or pet him or something? I don't know what's going on, man. But
come on in, virtual hugs.
Real talk though, when we talk about reparations, I feel like that's a whole side conversation, just the understanding part of it. Because if you don't really understand reparations, you really can't speak on as much. So that's just point blank. But again, going back to the actual subject at hand, yes, systematic racism is definitely had a hand to play in this. It's a piece of a cog that a lot of people choose to ignore. You know, heck, I had people on my end. We literally talked about systematic racism and it just went off the handles. Nobody want to stay on point with it. People get too insensitive, or like Ms. Mechee said, some people just like to stay on the layer of things, and that's a problem. When you actually having these real conversations. And I know I was poking the bear with Logic, for example, but I only was using that for example because I know there's people outside the box of Logic himself that see some things but don't see the bigger picture. And that's a problem too.
Why you could not answer my question? That's what you interrupted Mechee for. You said you was going to answer my question. And
you walked away to get coffee, sir. I apologize.
And look at you are buffering and fumbling.
Terrible, not wide open.
No, because I want y'all to really understand it. Because I see what Mechee said. If you give some money, you can give them all that stuff right there. It's not in their eyes, it's not going to solve the problem. So what I'm telling you,
Holocaust survivors, Logic, answer that question.
Look, I'm not going to get.
Hold on, let me get the super chat real quick. I think this is important, and I want to get We on Locks statement as well. He said Herc Owen, $5 super chat, said Mr. Nathan Daley is not acquainted with the black experience, and it shows. Nor is Logic. It's called reparative justice for a reason. You know, And got the matching shirt. Let me tell you something about Great Pill. His shirt is matching the comment. Let me find out. Oh, Cape Crusading where it is. Let me find out.
Yes,
and the great shirt with Mechee. Mechee got a great shirt and lots and raw
beef. My shirt is green. Shut up.
That's all green. All right, my bad. I said gray.
It's still gray.
Yeah.
I think the problem is people misunderstand.
No, I think you are a bit insensitive, Nathan.
But that doesn't mean what I'm saying is wrong.
I know you mean well. It do be wrong sometimes. You do be wrong. But look. Because let me say this. This is what I want to say to you, and I want to say this. You say this a lot. You say, why we got to go back to 400 years ago and all of this. Let me say something to you. This is where it becomes offensive, because I think sometimes when you don't have family members who are alive who can tell you about the travesties they faced in this country, you can easily say those things. See, my grandmother is still alive, and it wasn't 400 years ago, right? She was living through the time where people were being hung from trees and officers would pull people over, and there weren't there wasn't no black police officers, right? It was white police officers, and they would assault women in front of their husbands and put their hands up their skirts, and they would take you if you was black, and the police would take you somewhere and beat your ass to death, right? And nobody cared. And strange fruit hung from trees. I want you to know that Emmett Till, he could have been alive today if that didn't happen to him. So stop saying 400 years ago. And so we have lived with our family members who are alive, who can attest to these things that happened in their lifetime. It wasn't 400 years ago. The next thing is, you told me to watch a show, right? I told you I don't know what to watch on TV. What should I watch? You told me to watch a show called Mindhunter. We enjoyed the show. So in this show, everybody, they are going back and basing it on true stories about how the FBI came up with criminal profiling. And that's what I would love to do if I wasn't Mechee X. And they talked to all the serial killers. And the reason they talked to the serial killers who had already committed the crime is why? They wanted to get an understanding of what it was like to catch a serial killer and profile them before it was. So they wanted to understand the thing that they're looking for, right? So when I talk about, and Black people talk about 400 years ago, what we are doing from that point is studying the things that were done to us then, because those same techniques are used on us today, but in a different way. And I'm gonna give you a real quick example, and then I'm gonna shut the hell up. For example, right? Courtney talked about, oh, we got Black superstars and all of this stuff, and they you know, they could buy stuff and they could do this and they could do that. You can't depend on them. You know why? Because the same technique was used on the plantation. You would take certain niggas and you would give them extra cornbread. You would give them better clothing. You would give them authority over other Black people, and you would make them feel that they were more superior than them. That person would never give up their position. They would sell all of their people out. They're not going to use their money to benefit you because Massa will send them back to the field. So therefore they have niggas to co-sign, come and speak to the other niggas in the field and tell them what they better do, because it has a better effect when it's coming from people that look like them. So therefore, this is what our superstars still are today. So 400 years ago matter, because I could go into a lot, but I won't. That's one small example. We are looking at how they implemented the weapons against us, whether it was to keep us divided, whether it was to pull out those niggas that will co-sign for them. All of those things took place back then that still take place today. You can't tell me, not talk about 400 years ago, when the whole medical field of gynecology was based on the torture of Black women. That's how y'all learned the anatomy and how to deal with a woman's body. And it still plays today why Black people won't go to the hospital, because it is racism within the health department. And the doctors in there will tell you the same thing. And you will go in there for one thing and come out and you'll be missing a kidney still today. You can play games if you want to, and they use it for social experiments. See, a whole lot has not changed, Nathan, but you do not see what has not changed if you have not analyzed where we came from. And I'm
Courtney.
Exactly. And I'm gonna say this too.
My comments was irritating today.
But how can
and I want to thank you, Mechee. And I want to thank you, Mechee, for actually giving clarity and perspective. Because when you speak to people about where we come from, they act like it's ma. And honestly, what they've always said is always true. If you want to hide something from somebody Black, put it in a book. And those men that don't know their history are always doomed to repeat it. So, I mean, if y'all want to talk about bubblegum and bullcrap, then hey, talk about bubblegum and bullcrap. But stop disrespecting people that have actually taken the time and understand what goes on. Like, y'all are impressed by money, right? Money is damn fleeting. Because at the end of the day, when they take away money, when the American dollar has no value anymore, what are you going to trade on that? And it doesn't matter how rich or poor you are, because when they pull your ass out of your car, they're not looking at your bank account. They're looking at the color of your damn skin. So be mindful of what you say about Black people, because you're perpetuating the stereotypes and the narratives.
But see, this is my thing, right? I'm not being an asshole, and I don't think Nathan or Courtney was trying to be an asshole. I'm just assuming, right? I can speak for myself.
They're ignorant, and they keep speaking on stuff they're ignorant about.
Mechee, you got to hear what I'm saying first, right? So, cause I'm not familiar with ADOS, so I'm just saying this. You don't want, I mean, ideally, she said the money ain't worth nothing, right? Then you say you don't want the land, right? Or you don't want, and with the land come control and power to do whatever you want to do with your ADOS people. So I'm saying, what do you want? I mean, so what is the overall objective? Because the thing is I'm with you with everything you said in the past, but I don't want my kids in that position where they can continue to use that crutch with something that they never experienced. And I understand that you said you knew somebody or your grandma or something like that or whatever. I don't know nobody that was in slavery, right? So I'm not attached to it, but I get your point. Everything you said did happen, right? I got it. But at what point can we sit here and say, now we're accountable for what happened? So in any situation, I don't want my son to be able to do something crazy And then they say, why you do that? And then somebody said, oh, he did that because of the white supremacy system or whatever. I'm saying, how can we get from under that umbrella?
Why is it that everything that goes wrong, who says that everything is white supremacy's fault if our sons do something wrong?
Well, literally, that's what this. But look, I'm just saying, this is the narrative.
What is your mouth open for, Nathan? Like, what does that mean? Why do y'all make it seem like black people say every single thing is white people's fault? Who says that?
You got to realize this. I'm not talking directly.
You've heard me say that? Why you got your mouth?
I just said I'm not talking directly to you, right?
I'm talking to Nathan right now.
That look in his face. Oh. But see, that's why in order to get to it, I'm saying, what do it looks like? Because I'm interested. Because right now, my idea, I said, all right, give them money. Well, that's probably not going to fix nothing. Well, give them their own independent land. And then you said that won't fix it either. So I'm saying the only way that I'm taking, the only other option is you change how people think. And I think, and just being honest, you would never get that. You would never, if somebody don't like you, right? You can never make them transform to like you. You can never sit here and say, because guess what? Black people don't like white people for the most part. And nobody's trying to transform their minds and say, hey, you have to like somebody. I think when we get down that road, I say we got to ask for something. I don't know what we're going to ask for. I'm saying, what is that option? What do that look like? What is an option for us from under the umbrella of this white supremacy system?
So Logic, it's not about trying to make anybody like it. It's about actually forcing the United States government and the country and society to live up to its actual ideals, consistent with the Constitution, and making sure black people enjoy the full benefits and rights and privileges of the Constitution.
Can I say something really quick? Please, can I say something really quick? I'm leaving. Let me tell you something. I take what I do very seriously, and I want to say fuck your chat, and I want to say I'm not going to play these games with none of y'all, right? Everybody has so much to say. I get tired of motherfuckers who don't listen. Joanna talking about my whole entire argument was that white supremacy made 5 black men. Bitch, I said the opposite of that. Y'all don't listen, and y'all just come here to say whatever. See, I take the conditions of my people real serious, and I have a platform, and I do a whole lot that people that want to be educated and understand. I don't have to force this knowledge on you motherfuckers. You can stay dumb. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to bed. Good.
No, Mechee, I want to know that court.
I like her.
No, but
I was trying to kind of help answer the question a little bit.
See, that's what I'm saying. I asked her directly because, like I said, I got it. I got it. Y'all might know about it. But these was her talking points. So that's why I asked her.
Say that though, Logic.
Okay, but you asked what would be the conditions where black people. Part of Nathan's question or statement was what would be the conditions where black people would stop complaining, right?
Listen, bro. I got that you might know the answer, but what I'm saying, it was directly to her.
Okay.
And like she never answered a question about the land because people jumped in, right?
Okay.
She got a platform that, like I said, I don't know what ADOS is.
Okay.
I want to know. And I want to know if it's not money, if it's not land, what other option do you have instead of getting people to change how they feel?
And what group of people are you trying to change how to feel? Are you talking about black people or everybody else?
The white supremacy system. That's what we're talking about.
Doesn't matter how they feel. What matters is what matters is they do the right thing, whether they want to or not. See, and this is part of the problem. It's not about how they feel. It's look. This country has a specific set of ideals and laws and constitutions and everything else that everybody else gets to benefit from and enjoy. We're supposed to get that exact same benefit. That's not happening. It's never happened. So when you ask what would cause black people to shut up or actually stop all of this, look, you make the repair, you fix what you broke, right? So that's going to be part of that. Is going to be compensation. This book real quick, Reparations from Here to Equality. It's William Darity. It talks about all of that stuff. But the other thing too is that. It's not just the reparations and the repair. It's making sure it doesn't happen again. So what do you got to do at that point? You got to make sure that group that was screwed over is actually protected, right? So that way it doesn't happen again. That's part of the actual restorative justice and repair as it relates to reparations. So whether you get land or not and all this other stuff doesn't matter. But you got to start with at least the payments. You got to start with making sure and enforcing that whatever happened before never happens again. And that the people who were who suffered through the system or whatever and all these issues and problems that they enjoy the full benefits, rights, and privileges as citizens. That's literally all Black people are asking for. Now, I understand why it's not happening, because you have a group of people who say, you know what, I don't believe in any of that. So I understand what Nathan is saying when he's saying you guys are demanding all of that, but they're just not going to do it. And one of the reasons is that you have people who really need supremacy. They really need, that system, so that way they can survive, they can get the benefits, they can get something over everybody else. That's probably one of the things I think of that Black people really don't understand, is that you have a group of people, not all white folks and not all in other non-Black groups, but what I'm saying is that there are people who really need that system. That's why they fight so hard to hold on to it. That's why they fight so hard to maintain it. So it's not about whether or not they like it or not. It's, look, we have laws. Y'all say y'all a country of laws. You talk about all of this stuff. It's basically lip for service. Until you do what you're supposed to do, you're not even living up to the standards of your own constitution, your own laws. That's what we need to be challenging them on. That's what everybody else does.
And
let
the
me
problem,
say this really quick, because I'm gonna go to. It's late.
Okay.
I have work in the morning. Logic. You know what? I'll stay till this whole show is, because you like to play in my face. Somebody in the chat just said EBT are reparations, which you don't even understand is the welfare
don't
system
pay
was
attention
not
to the
even.
chat, you guys.
No,
Do not
I know.
pay attention
I'm
to
just
the chat.
saying. I'm just saying to bring up a point.
Mhm.
People don't even understand that EBT was not created for African Americans.
Don't pay attention.
You don't
to the
listen.
chat.
To. I know, but listen
No,
to what I'm saying
but,
to you.
but
I'm not paying
it's
attention
real.
to them like that. I'm not paying attention to
But
them
you're
like that
speaking
because
on
I'm not.
something that someone said and
Okay,
not
you're right.
addressing.
You're right.
What I'm saying?
So slavery was not fully ratified in the United States until March 16th of 1995. Mississippi was the last state to hold out. So when we're talking about 400 years ago, that's not accurate, because it was 1995 when slavery, the abolishment of slavery, was fully ratified in the United States of America. The reality is, Black people as a whole don't understand politics. They don't understand policies. They don't understand the laws. And we're so busy trying to assimilate to a system that is not meant for us, that we castigate one another in the poorest of shadows. And when people are speaking out about the totality of the experience of our people in this land, it's frowned upon. And it's like, oh my God, Becky, why are you even talking about that? You weren't a slave. Your family wasn't slaves. And I too have grandparents and great grandparents that were a part of that process. Like, I covered a book on my channel, Light, Bright, and Damn Near White, where people were affected by the one drop rule. The one drop rule was a law in America, which made you Black just because you had a drop of African American blood in your system. So if you don't want to sit there and know your history, cool, but at least know your laws, because we're governed by them. Just like people pushing for the death penalty in a case where the charge is murder in the second degree. It's wishful thinking, but it's not based in anybody's knowledge base. You have to know what you're talking about. And sure, we can make flowery declarations and have, salacious content where people feel good. But at what point are we going to stop feeling good and stop being the $1.2 trillion spenders in the economy and make our visions be heard? At what point are you going to stop voting for a party that doesn't actually suit your needs or deliver the promises that they give to you during political elections? Like, we have to do better. Now, Nathan, I will say this. You do deliver a balanced commentary, and your voice is definitely needed. But I would suggest that you do a little more research into the plight of the people in the land, because you're not like African American. You understand what I'm saying? So even though you're looked at, even though you're looked at as Black in America, you're not. So your fundamental ideals and what you've been taught about, like family and unity, comes from a different place, because you have a home and you have a culture. African Americans don't really have that. Do you understand? Like, in 1968, we were still fighting for civil rights in America. And we lost two of our great leaders due to deletion, because nobody wanted their voices to be heard. We had groups of us that were fighting to police ourselves that were feeding the people within our communities.
Man,
they were
we
disbanded.
got that.
I'm talking to the channel holder, Logic. I love you, but I'm talking to Nathan. But you not listening, so that's cool. But Nathan, you hear what I'm saying. We had people that were policing ourselves, that were feeding our community, and they were disbanded, and you know what I'm saying, held away from the community at large. A lot of people need to actually read this book as well, the CIA Manual of Trickery and Deception. You better understand. You better understand what the government has put into play and how the government actually affects how we feel about each other every day. That being said, I love y'all or whatever. You know, the people are lost for lack of knowledge. Y'all fly free because it's a privilege. Take care.
Night.
Do you see why I call them terrorists?
Thank you, Raw B, for your enlightenment.
She didn't enlighten shit, Nathan. You're being too nice. That's terrorist shit. She went on a ramble, and literally, I said, look, I will concede to the stuff of the past. And guess what she'll do? Her stance on her argument will be everything of the past. Emmett Till, Harriet Tubman. I'm saying this. Nobody still can answer that one question. If you don't want money, you don't want land, what you want? You can tell you what they want, Nathan? They want to write the bitch. Huh? Hey, hold on, player. No? I know you are ADOS. They want the right to bitch. That's it. They want the money to land, and they still want to sit here and bitch about Emmett Till, Harriet Tubman, and Kunta Kinte, and all these other niggas that they don't even know. And they want their kids to have the right to bitch.
I'm going to be pushing separation in a minute.
They want their kids to have the right to bitch. It would never end. Never.
Let me make this statement so that we're all clear about my channel. This particular channel, you guys, I don't censor people's opinions. I don't censor their views. I let everyone express themselves. I never started this channel to prove to other people that I am right or that they are wrong. I'm here to give a perspective. I'm here to provide insight. I know that my views on certain things can come off and also make people a little bit uneasy and uncomfortable. I view Black people in a certain perspective that other people do not, right? I view Black people in this country as being warriors, having the resources, having the skills, having the ability to achieve, even if they don't think they have the ability. So when I see certain things within the Black community, I'm looking at it as I see our potential. And I see us making certain excuses that aren't really acceptable because I know what we are capable of doing. I address our community based from the lens and perspective of knowing what we are capable of doing. Some people cannot handle that. And because I say certain things and I'm tough on the Black communities because I know what we're capable of. When people hear me speak, they get uncomfortable and they get offended. And they think that I'm being disrespectful because I hold them at high standards. When other people say I can't live up to those standards because of what white people did to me or did to my family or did to this several generations ago. Mm-hmm. They think that when you are uplifting the potential of Black people means that you are also dismissing their history. I can't help how people perceive how I try to empower the Black community. I can't control that.
But Nathan,
I will never censor someone from expressing their opinion. I can't help if someone thinks I'm not knowledgeable. Hold on. I can't. Hold on. I can't help if someone thinks I'm not knowledgeable in the studies of African American history when they don't know that I did study African American. I'm well aware. And so again, we can have the conversation. The reality is at the end of the day, the research, the understanding of what happened, we've already talked about it. Everybody has already talked about it. When we come on this platform and have conversations, I'm asking everybody, what now? What next? Where do we go from here? And every time I start having that conversation at the starting line, someone says, we can't talk about that because you didn't acknowledge what happened last year, the year before that, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, before the slave trade. Everybody wants to keep talking backwards every time I try to talk forwards. I want everyone to be clear on that. I have never disrespected the past or the ancestors of the history of the people who lived here. I've never. I've said that we cannot keep repeating the same rhetoric that we continue to repeat. Malcolm told you the same story. Martin told you. Garvey told you. Harriet told you. We've all shared. We've all read. We all know. People bringing up books, showing books. Everybody's well aware of Black history. I'm saying the Black future. Okay, but what does the Black future look? I say, you want to talk about Black history? On my channel moving forward, we talk about Black future. That's what we do moving forward.
Hey, Nathan,
you can talk about
that looking like.
Nathan, I'm finna go, but I don't want you. I want to say this to you, right?
Go ahead, brother.
Both of them women said that we currently living under a white supremacy system, correct?
Correct.
You is identified as Black in America, right?
Correct.
So that means you're affected by this white supremacy system that they say still exists.
Correct.
So when did you qualify? Based on the logic that we need to repair our people because we're living under this white supremacy system, which you also as a Black man live under. But they would try to disqualify you. Like I said, when they have no logic, they don't think through things. They read these damn books, and then now they would give you these books as references. But the last time I got one of them little $8 books or whatever, and I try to actually read it, and I try to cite these books, right? You know what they cite these books from? All the niggas.
Yeah.
And it's no net. They sit here and say we allow because it's comfort food. And now all them books that I read, because I tried. It literally It literally says nothing. It literally says they want the right to complain and sit here and constantly tell white people that they're being oppressed. I'm being oppressed. I'm being oppressed. That's all they want. And I'm sick of this. Salute to you.
John Henry Clark's a nigga.
Salute to you, brother. We got some new. I want to acknowledge the new people who came up on the panel real quick. We on lot. I want to get your thoughts. You haven't had a chance to speak, and then the two new guests that came up. I'm gonna get you guys in. What are your thoughts? I know there was a lot, obviously, that was said. I let the ladies cook and express themselves, and you know.
I mean, what is there left to say? I mean, I'm this close to preaching separation. Separation from those who don't believe in this and that and this and the third, don't believe in white supremacy, don't believe that it doesn't exist. Just because you don't think doesn't exist doesn't mean it's not there. I mean, you have to look at things from a Pacific lens, but people don't want to do that. They want to exist in the here and now, but they want the future. I understand you want the future. You want things for Black people. I understand that. I do too. But I ask you, what is the future looking like for Black folks? Mm-hmm. What is the future going to look like in 2023 when you're still going to have this issue of police brutality, when you're still going to have this issue of globalism, white globalism? What is the future going to be looking like for Black folks? Are we going to have better jobs? Are we going to have better futures? Are we going to have marriages across the globe? Are we going to have a White House, a picket fence? We're going to have all that. Why don't you tell me how it's going to be? And if you're going to lead us if you're going to say this and you're going to lead us into the right direction, and you're actually going to build something off of it, I'm with you. But until I actually see it, I'm preaching separation.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it, brother. I'm not mad at it. What are your thoughts, real quick, Great Pill, before I jump into the new guest?
He's saying that he's on the point of he's on the moment of on the moment of preaching separation. So, and this is what I'm seeing from what your lens is, and I think the reason you're seeing that is because we're looking at a small speck. Maybe it could be a smaller portion of YouTube. Maybe it could be a smaller portion of some media outlet. And we just, I think brother Kevin said it earlier, we're just media, right? You throw something out there, you get it on TV. It's like, this got to be the truth, or this got to be the reflections shown to me. Nathan said it many times, a lot of content he did earlier, like, hey, these things are not reported, but I'm showing you the numbers of it, what they're not showing you. So I think when people actually have the moments of separation, they really need to do a deep dive, 1, with their self, 2, with the facts, and then take another look at everything else before they actually stamp separation. And I'll leave it like that.
Okay. Let me throw
Nathan, I know you got to get your other guests. I just say this real quick because it might give you a little bit more perspective on it. Is that when you say you want to move forward, that actually makes sense, and I agree with that.
I'm with that.
What Black people should be doing and their potential and all that other stuff, I actually support you in that and believe in you in that, and I agree as well. The other part of that too is, as much as we're holding Black people accountable, then we also need to hold the government accountable for the things they did to screw up the situation, to create some of these problems. So that way, it's a two-pronged approach. There's accountability for us, and there's accountability for the things that were done to create some of the situations that are as a result of those issues and problems. So that probably is maybe your issue and focus when people probably might have a problem with you, because you put more responsibility on the people who are the victims of this situation versus the group or the system that actually created the problem in the first place.
Correct. And let me respond to that real quick. And the reason why that is because I understand the problem. I think what ends up happening is when you truly understand the problem, and I think everybody who speaks on these issues says, I understand it more. I understand. Everybody wants to kind of jump to who understands it more.
Mm-hmm.
But what's happening, if you're understanding through the lens of emotions, then you don't understand the problem, because your emotions and your hypersensitivity to the problem actually clouds your logic and prevents you, which is why people question women in leadership, right? Because they fear that their emotion will cloud their judgment when needing to make logical decisions. That is a fact in reference to the debate that a lot of people have.
Remove the emotion. Can you agree that Black people need to be held accountable and the system that created the problems need to be held accountable, and moving forward for both groups?
No, absolutely. I never said the government. No one has ever, but to your point, no one has ever heard me say the government shouldn't be held accountable. I said that we cannot hold the government accountable under the conditions that we are operating in because of the decisions that we make as a group. I always say this is a team sport. If we are not coming together, working together as a team, you can't make the government do anything because you don't have the leverage. You don't have the power, and the power is in numbers, and the numbers come from economic strength. If we are not operating under those pretenses, you cannot change anything in this country.
I can agree with you on that. Go ahead and stop right there. I can agree with you on that. And that's the clarity that people are looking for. That's all.
But it's not that people are looking for it. They're not listening. Because they're listening with their emotions. Because I say it all the time. I have never said that we could not do it. I've never said that we couldn't overcome it. I've never said that we don't have the ability. I'm the only one who talks about we have everything we need to do it. But because I say that, people say, well, you're not addressing the problems of the historical settings to why we cannot do it. And I disagree with that, because your ancestors would be mopping the floor with white supremacy of today. Period.
Yeah.
The oppression of yesterday has nothing to do with the oppression of today. The ancestors of 300, 400, you can go back as far as you want to, were stronger than we are today. We are a weak group of Black people today compared to our ancestors. They passed a phenomenal baton and we dropped it. And we dropped it in the mud, and we don't want to wipe it off because we said it's the white man's fault. So when I speak like that, people get upset. They get upset because I'm holding Black people accountable, saying we are better than this and we have everything we need. And they get mad when I say it. Why? Because I'm empowering you and I'm telling you can do better. I'm saying stop making excuses. Then I'm the bad guy. I don't know history because I'm telling you you're better than how you were operating. You get what I'm saying? So the problem,
yeah.
Who really understands the problem? Because you see our people as being unable and incapable. You see us as being weak. You see us as being controlled and manipulated. Listen, we have all the cards. If we pull our money away, this country falls apart. If we stop and get off the football field, the country falls apart. If we stop showing up to white institutions, the country falls apart. That's power. You mad because they tricked you and told you that you don't have it? That's a personal problem. And when I tell you that we do have it, you get mad and say, I don't know history. It's ignorance.
No, good point. Good point. Yeah, I agree. These other guys, the new guys, talk for a little bit.
American in the New World, and then Cline, and then Mr. Moore.
I'll just keep it very, very short. I will say that this is not the white man's burden. This is the black man's burden. And it was kind of very, very depressing to hear. Well, I mean, it's the reality of the situation, right? We live in the system, but it's our job to pick up our community. We can't depend on them because I've not seen any other group of people depend upon anybody else in order to help them to progress in society. I do think that an element that's missing from a lot of the conversations is classism. Just note that, you know, racism is great. It's big. I mean, it's a part of the problem, right? But the foundation of that problem is classism. Nathan mentioned it earlier. Someone had to be chosen to be at the bottom. And then we had to figure out a way to control the anger. We had to figure out a way to stop revolution. So what do we bring in? We bring in racism, right? And that's something that's historic. So I think that it's very, very important to acknowledge, like, hey, systemic racism does exist. But this is not there because that was the beginning of the problem. They said, oh, it's a white man's burden. We have to take care. We have to civilize these people. We have to make them better, right? That was their narrative. That's how they began what we live in today. And I think that it's up to us right now to take on our own burden and build and fix our own communities. There we go.
Correct.
Fair enough.
And I'll add on to that before you go, Cline. The reality is systemic racism and white supremacy is how we got into this problem. That is not the reason why we are still in this problem. These systems, yes, are designed and formed to make this whole process difficult. No one is disagreeing with that. But we have so much more. We have so much more value than we did 100 years ago. There's so much more that we have power and leverage over, and we can make a difference and make a change. So, Cline, what are your thoughts?
Well, I've been trying to think about how I want to address this is because, I mean, the only type of discrimination I ever experienced was my religious affiliation.
Okay.
But which is agnostic.
What's your religion in, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't. Well, I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Which means, you know, I don't really know that there is or isn't a God. And I'm not going to say that there is or there isn't.
Right.
Because there's no way we can ever prove that until we die. But back to some comments with I didn't catch that lady's name, but talking about white supremacy. I believe there's no such thing as white supremacy. Because I believe the only color in this country that matters is green. People only care about money.
Right.
If you have the money, why would he give a damn about the color of your skin? And I'm gonna keep this short too, because I got work in the morning. But the only thing a man should ever be judged on is the content of his character, and not by the color of his skin. Anyone who thinks otherwise is just a fucking idiot.
Facts.
All right, like I've been trying to educate myself on this whole matter, and I'm a little bit behind.
It's all good. Take your time. Come on back. We get plenty of education over here, so take your time.
But there is one thing I'm kind of confused on, though.
All right.
About this whole situation in Memphis.
Let's do it.
You know, kind of relating to the George Floyd case, this whole nation went up into flames because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But we did not have the same reaction for this case. And I just want to know why is no one erupting in flames over this as they did with the George Floyd's case?
I'm gonna let Grey Pill respond to that.
Hold on, repeat that again, Mr. Cline.
He said,
okay,
hold on, I got you. He said that he noticed the George Floyd response and how the entire country was moved by that, and how it sparked a lot of protests, riots, a lot of damage, a lot was said. And then he says, now you see this situation happen in Memphis. He said, why was there not the equal response to the same type of not worse brutality by the hands of the police?
I saw pretty much the same, if anything, not the worst. They was doing it in California, New York. Some buddies of mine that's on a Canadian Spaces, they're actually multiply streaming us. And this is funny because people are watching us in real time, but they're not in the chat. So they got multiple streams watching us.
Would you say it was the same momentum as George Floyd?
As far as if he's talking about damaging and just states to states and rioting, this is what I see.
Okay.
But if you're talking about just like flipping cars, anything else, I mean, we're talking about damage. If we want to calculate numbers, I mean, a little bit George Floyd, but I've seen a lot here. People literally going through cop cars, people up in the streets just, going crazy. I think you might see some later reports down the line, but if I'm going to do it, a toss up, I think George Floyd is up the ladder.
Okay. American.
I'll just add in, I really think the real reason why, this is my opinion, is because it doesn't benefit the Democratic Party. That's just me. I believe that George Floyd, all those other black things had much more to do with politics, had much more to do with Donald Trump, had much more to do with elections than police, than trying to reform our system. That's just my opinion related to
That's fair.
And that's 100% correct. And I back that statement as well. It was political. And not only was it political, you had Black Lives Matter marching, you had corporations speaking out, you had people getting canceled. There was a strong concerted effort to use George Floyd's image for political purposes, unfortunately. But no, I don't think this is the same outrage and no, it's not at all. Not even a candle.
There's another aspect to it as well. Did everybody get a chance to speak? I didn't want to step on anybody.
I'm gonna ask Kevin. I'm Mr. Moore. I'm gonna ask Mr. Moore after.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and go. Yeah,
go ahead, Mr. Moore. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think this is the same, or why is this not the same? Do you think they had the same reaction?
No, I don't think so at all. And like, it's just the elephant in the room. Like, there's a historical component to that. If you had 5 white officers beat a black man to death for the world to see, what is that reminiscent of? That's reminiscent of Rodney King. That's reminiscent of other things. And so, obviously that's going to be portrayed to the states, to the population a different way. So I think that probably is the biggest reason why you didn't see it portrayed the same, is because the individuals, the perpetrators, are not your typical. It doesn't fit easily into a particular narrative that can be pushed. So I believe it is political. It's a lot of things. It's historical. There's a lot to it.
Okay. All right. I like it. Kev, you want to give your statement? And Cline, that was a great question.
Yeah, I agree with all of you. So for everything that everybody said, there's some aspects to all of that, and there's truth to all of that. So don't have any disagreement. I would add that, one is because the main perpetrators were all of the same race. That more than anything probably threw people off. And then the other thing too is that within a 3-week period, they had already been fired. Action had been taken against them, and they already had the charges even before the video was released. So and they try. It's almost as if the media tried to temper how this was going to play out, which you can say that was a good thing or a bad thing. I think that was a good thing to some extent.
I think it was a good thing.
But because there was the wheels were already turning on this. And so it seemed like, okay, something's already being done. So there's gonna be outrage, but not as much. And the other thing too is that there was some destruction, but yeah, so when people are getting punished and people see things moving and they see things happening, then there's no real reason to be out there, doing stuff crazy. Like, you're gonna be upset. There can be some emotion tied to it, but if things are already happening and there's something, people are getting fired, charges are being levied, then what are you doing? Let the thing play out. Let the system actually try to do what it's supposed to do. Because that's really the biggest complaint. The system's not doing what it's supposed to do.
Right.
And immediately now we know that all the madness started like really the first day, or within a week, everything kind of blew up with George Floyd. Because it seemed like from the beginning, the whole point was to try to figure out how to handle it, but somehow hide what was going on.
Yeah.
So when you do that, then people go, well, you keep telling us to trust the system, and here you are trying to hide and not actually use the system properly to get the ball rolling on how we need to move forward and punish the people who did something wrong, regardless of race, regardless of their whether it's man or woman, all of that stuff and everything else. So it's unfortunate, but it's almost like with every incident it gets a little better. But the problem is that you don't want to keep more incidents so that way you can get to a near perfect solution. Like we really should be there already.
Agreed.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So all you guys are right. That's a very interesting. I didn't think about the political aspect of it. Though. Now that you mention it, though, there was a lot of that nonsense going on and foolery in the background, and people were taking advantage of that too. I didn't like that either.
Yes, they were. Mr. Moore, I want to get your thoughts. And Cline, I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna drop you down. Please don't hesitate to come back another time. You got anything else you want to add before you?
No, just thank you for allowing me on your show and put my 2 cents in.
Anytime.
I hope that the rest of you gentlemen have a good night and a good tomorrow morning. Be safe on them roads.
Yes, sir. You too.
Bye.
Mr. Moore. This is my first time seeing you, brother. Welcome to the channel. I'm not sure if you hide in the background and and everything, but welcome to the channel. It's always good to see a new face. A lot was said tonight. I'm gonna give you the same questions I gave everybody else, and then also I know you were probably watching when the young ladies were up here giving their assessment of the country that we're in, and then even their assessment over me, right? Which I respect and I take with an open heart. You know what I mean? First and foremost, the title of this thumbnail is it's the white man's fault. And as you know, being Black, we've shared the sentiments of white people being responsible for a lot of things, a lot of injustices, a lot of disproportionate treatment, a lot of unequitable treatment. We know this to be true. We know that there's racism that exists in this country, so forth and so on. In this case involving the 5 Black officers and Tyre Nichols, was this racism? Was this a form of systemic racism?
That's interesting. It depends on how you look at it. I do think that there's some racism, if you want to call it that. But if anything, it's Black. Man, I just have a hard time believing that 5 Black officers beat anybody but a Black man to death. So when you ask the question, to me, I look at it as an inability of Black men to work together to subdue a Black man. And it became a situation where it's now we getting overly aggressive. Now we getting unreasonable, and this man ends up dead. And that is the real thing. White folks didn't have realistically, in my opinion, anything to do with what happened to unfortunately to this man. It didn't have none. It was not, now I could say this, if we want to try to blame somebody, well, the system, the quote unquote system, but nothing is perfect. Nothing's perfect in this world. There's going to be, like, if somebody wants to take advantage of the power that they have bestowed upon them, they will find a way to take advantage of it. It's not, you can't blame. That's not how it works. It's about accountability. And in this situation, it's just a terrible lack of teamwork. Maybe it was too many men on the scene of that incident. I don't know. I don't understand. Maybe their training was terrible. Maybe their ego. Maybe it was personal. I have no idea. I just know that these men, that those 5 Black men, I heard they arrested another one now, they failed. They fail terribly, miserably. And you know, if you can't subdue one man, you know, you feel the need to take a handcuffed man and, you know, and inflict that kind of punishment upon him. You know, we're talking about a real fragile person. We're talking about people who got serious issues.
Yeah.
And so that what I wanted to get on this thing, you know, this platform. And by the way, I appreciate your platform, brother. You're doing good work, for sure. Is that, you know, everybody listening to this, every man in particular listening to this, you have a sphere of influence around you, you know. So it's up to every one of us to have a standard. You talked about it, Nathan. We got to have a standard, and you have to find a right way, a righteous way of helping people around you, helping other men around you to become educated, to understand how to deal with law enforcement, to understand how to deal with ridiculous people when people do ridiculous things, and not just, you know, escalate and want to, you know, easily get jump to violence over situations. You know, it's going to be up to us to determine our future. It's not up to nobody else. External forces can only do what we allow them to do.
Yes.
If you have your stuff together, if you building what you're supposed to be building, if you securing you know what you're supposed to be securing as a man, then it's going to be much more difficult for any of the nonsense to really impact you. And I believe that's very important. You know, it just starts with love. You know, you got to love your family. You got to love your people around you. If you don't have no love, then how can you show love? You never experienced it. And it takes us all the way back full circle to the conversation of family. And you know, and I think a lot of Black people today are blaming, you know, the boogeyman or whatever, white supremacy. Not to say that it doesn't exist, not to say that racism don't exist, because we know it does.
Correct.
But I'm saying that a lot of people are blaming that, when the reality of the situation is that there's some situations going on, maybe in your upbringing, maybe in your family, you know, your parents and so forth, some other deeper issues that need to get dealt with. So that's really the real elephant in the room. When you see this man getting beat to death and he's crying for his mama, that tells you something. That's saying something about this man, you know. And it just breaks my heart, the condition of a lot of our communities and our people and our children, you know what I'm saying? And the way that men are almost forgotten about, the way we act like there's no, like, I feel like black men got to step up for sure. But they got to do it in a righteous way. And when black men step up, hey, folk got to lay down. Folk got to relax a little bit and let the men be men. And you know, but I think it will happen. I do think that will happen. It's just our people is dealing with a lot of passion because of a lot of things that have happened, you know, within our families, within our upbringing and so forth. So we have to make room for it. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a powerful thing, you know. But we have to always love and respect each other. And I'll let it be.
Hey, just for a correction to the gentleman, it's still only the 5 Black officers who are charged. The initial white officer who got, you know, who's now come to light, he hasn't been charged with anything because there's no evidence at this point that he was a full participant in the actual beating. So, and that's where people are having problems. They're like, oh, there was a white guy involved too. See, that's where the supremacy and the race and all of the other stuff comes in. What probably should have happened was everything should have been released all at the same time, and it should have been made clear, hey, look, yeah, there's another guy. He's not black, but at this point, he has no involvement in this specific episode that caused injuries to Mr. Nichols and his ultimate cause of death. That would have cleared it up. That way you could eliminate that. So so you can actually relate that to the chief and the Memphis Police Department will make a mistake with that. It looks like they're trying to hide something. And that's what this is why people don't trust the system, right?
Yes. They don't trust it because they've had police departments in the past who've done it purposely and intentionally to protect the officers.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the problem is the profession doesn't have a mouthpiece. There's not anybody who can speak and translate and give accurate information to dispel a lot of misconceptions. There are police departments that have done things who are deceptive and releasing information. That's a fact. In this situation, but what people also have to understand is officers also have rights as well. There's also procedures and policies that the department have to follow.
Yeah.
If they don't, they can be liable as well. If you put
I can
this
support that, yeah.
if you put this officer's information out prematurely, the department can get sued. You can't just throw his name out there and say that he was a part of something he wasn't a part of.
Then it becomes a court of other people.
But they could have cleared him right from the rip, though, is what I'm saying.
Well, but the thing was he wasn't a part of assaulting and killing him. And so
absolutely. And I'm not sure why they I don't know why it could have been made clear no other officers, even though there were other officers on the scene, right?
Yes, but what did they say though, Kevin? They said it's
two more sheriffs. Oh, go ahead.
No, they said it's still under investigation, and people don't like hearing that. You know, and so the thing is, it still has to be investigated. What they did was they said this man's death, who's responsible for his death? These 5 officers.
Okay, yeah.
We are investigating anybody else who failed to do their job properly at the scene. I honestly, I explained this earlier, but I'm gonna recap. This white officer, the ex-officer who got terminated, there's only 3 liable reasons why he got terminated, because he never put his hands on him except for the taser. And that could be justified based on what that officer knows at the time, right? Here are the scenarios. If that officer, he's white, the fact that he's white has nothing to do with this thing except for what did he do. If the officer did not know that this was an unlawful traffic stop, he is free and in the clear. All right? He's free and he might not even be the one who initiated the traffic stop on Tyre Nichols. We have to first, we realize that this traffic stop was unlawful. That's what they confirmed, that they had no legal reason to pull him over in the first place. That within itself, this entire encounter is illegal. Here's the reality. There are 3 officers at the scene of the initial traffic stop, right? There's a police car that's in front of Tyre Nichols' car, and there's a police car on the left side of Tyre Nichols' car, and there's a police car right behind him. Here's the scenario. There's a possibility that the white officer was probably the last person to that scene. And what did he do when he got out the car? You see his body camera turned on. When you tap the body camera, it begins recording. It records 10 seconds backwards. So the moment he touched it, that's when you start seeing the recording. That's why you don't hear the audio. So here's what happened. There's a good chance, because there was an officer on the passenger side of Tyre Nichols' car. Then there was an officer on the left side, the driver's side. That's the one who yanked him out of the car, right? When the white officer gets out the car, he has his gun out. When the black officer drags him out of the driver's side, he puts his gun up and then he pulls his taser out, right?
Good decision,
He pulls Tyre Nichols out on the ground. He brings him to the ground. He makes the threats. Get on the ground, I'll blow your head off, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna shoot you, blah, blah. He's making these threats. The white officer has his taser out. He says, lay on the ground. He says, I'm cooperating. He says, get on the ground. They grab his arm, they grab his legs. They're giving him conflicting commands. We know that, we saw that. And then he tases him. He said, you know what? I'm gonna spray him. Okay, I'm gonna tase him. So then they both attack him at the same time. The black officer pepper sprays him. The white officer tases him, right? And then the black officer gets pepper spray in his face. Tyre Nichols gets up, he staggers a little bit, he then fires a taser at him, and it didn't connect because he had his jacket on. He takes his jacket off and he takes off running. That is the extent of the encounter with the white officer. Here's 2 reasons why that officer got fired. 1, the threats that he made, he said, I hope they stump his head in, right? That one can get him fired from conduct unbecoming as an officer. Another thing that could have got him fired is the fact that he used this taser and the department looked at that and said that's an excessive use of force based on that scenario, because he was cooperating, right? He was not resisting arrest, and he didn't do anything that warranted being tased in the first place. Why? He said, why am I being stopped? They didn't tell him. Why are you trying to arrest me? They didn't tell him. So his department can look at it and say, you tased them unlawfully, and that's a violation of policy, but that's not an actual crime, right? Because one could argue, even though he was acting under the color of law, he violated policies and procedures, which led him to be terminated, okay?
How is that not a crime?
Because he was acting under the color of law. meaning he was acting with just reasons. He thought he was doing just because he was trying to detain him, though he wasn't in policy to actually tase him because the situation wasn't appropriate.
Yeah, because even after it was after one too, because he said, "Hey, did you get that? Did you get that? I hit him with the taser." And I don't know if he was talking to dispatch.
So here's the only reason why. There's only one way he'll be charged with the same offenses as the other officers. If he knew that the traffic stop was unlawful, one, and two, if he knew that these officers conducted an illegal traffic stop with the intent to attack Tyre Nichols. If they can prove that he had knowledge of that and he was a part of the group for the purpose of attacking Tyre Nichols, he's going to get the same exact charge. If he didn't, and if he showed up to support the officers that he thought were conducting a lawful traffic stop, because if he goes into the interview and they investigate him and they say, "Why did you show up at this scene?" Okay, because this officer pulled the car over and I thought he needed help. Do you know what the officer said? He said that Tyre Nichols was driving erratically, and that's the reason why he pulled him over. There's no evidence to support that. And you know how it works? We go on the radio and we explain what happens, and then all the other officers show up because they hear what you're saying. There's a possibility, and I believe this to be true, that the officer made up the entire scenario and all of the officers flocked to him to assist him. So he lied about a traffic stop and a violation that did not happen. And the officers are responding. Now, what the officers did after they apprehended him the second time was absolutely unlawful and it was illegal, right? And so the white officer hasn't been charged with the crime yet. Listen, they have enough information right now based on the investigation to whether or not they're going to charge him criminally. I don't think he's going to be charged. If they haven't charged him yet, what are they going to charge him for? Because
let me ask you this though: to what extent is that officer, whether he knew what the situation was or not, to prevent the other officers from using excessive force against Mr. Nichols?
He wasn't there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. He wasn't.
He was out of sight, sound. Away from
the white officer never made it to the scene during that.
Yeah, two different locations. I get you.
There's two different locations.
There's one location one, and one location two.
Yes, and so remember, he stayed at the car. He didn't leave his car. He stayed there, and the other officers went over there to deal with him. It was 5 black officers. The white officer stayed by his car. He never made it. Even if he did make it over there, the assault had already finised.
You don't think they could have? You don't think when it was explained from the beginning that could have been eliminated as a haste? Because you know the white guy is actually in all of this anyway. Is because people saw the video and they were looking at it and they saw this hand that was not black. And they're like, "What the hell is this? Are y'all trying to hide what this non-black officer did?" Because if we're going to charge everybody, let's make sure we charge everybody.
Yeah, but that part, it becomes ignorant because if you're saying by just your hand, he got a body cam on. What it's going to show? Going to show what's presenting in front of you.
I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't they just say that up?
The problem is, it was still a part of the crime, man.
No, it was no.
Go ahead.
My thing is, why wouldn't they just clear that up from the beginning and say, look, it was these 5 officers and these 5 officers only. So-and-so officer is under investigation. He's fired for this, and this. Everything you just said, that's legitimate reason to get fired. But he's not charged because he was not part of the 5 that actually did the beating.
I don't know.
Why wouldn't you just clear that up from the beginning?
Because I don't know why they move the way they do and how they present information. A lot of it has to do with because he's cooperating. Again, there's still things that they have to. There's still policies that they still have to follow. You know, they have to prove that he committed a crime. If he didn't commit a crime yet, they just can't charge him out of. They did that to the officers in Atlanta to make a political point, and they had to turn around and give those officers back their jobs. And then those officers turned around and sued. They sued the police department because you can't do that. So they have to be careful. Because he's still a person. And so the issue that we have,
you're going down a slippery slope.
They're really not. The problem is it's not a slippery slope. The problem is black people don't know the law.
Well, but I'm listening to what you're saying, and everything you're saying is right. I'm not even disputing any of that. All I'm saying is that why was that not cleared up from the beginning? It was these 5 and these 5 only. There were other people on the scene. Everybody else is excluded from this, even though other people appear in the video.
No, but they did, Kevin. But black people are not accepting what's being told to them. They said that these 5 officers were charged for the death of Tyre Nichols, and the investigation is ongoing, and we are working on to find out what role other officers played. Black people are not okay with that.
I heard that. Matter of fact, I heard it was 2 officers.
There were 2 officers, and now there's 3 EMT workers because they have to.
Who got fired?
Who got
2
fired?
of them black, 1 of them white.
So the question is,
female,
why weren't
black
the EMT? Why weren't the EMT people charged? Right? Did they commit a crime?
They didn't commit a crime, but they failed to follow procedures as it relates to rendering aid.
Correct,
So,
and they got fired. And the best you can do for them is sue them. So you can sue them, sue the fire department, you can sue the state. What did the white officer do? People saw the white arm and they saw that they tased them, but they don't know the scenario that took place. They have to prove that officer knew for a fact that this was 1, an illegal traffic stop. 2, they have to know that they were targeting Tyre Nichols. If he just showed up to help, just like when if you ever got pulled over and the officer's at your car door and then another police officer pulls up, guess what? He's there as a backup officer. There's a good chance that he was a backup officer.
Yeah.
And so, but if he wasn't a backup, and so that's how it works. The problem is, to your point, Kevin, is that they do not explain things properly to the civilians and to the citizens. And so it leaves people open to come up with their own scenarios. But
why come they couldn't do that though? Why come they couldn't do that?
But they
did. The police chief had everybody's ear. She had everybody's attention.
She said it was an ongoing investigation.
And that's how she left it.
But she has to, because
so you see where she kind of made some mistakes here, right?
The only mistake I would say is they are under policy and procedure that they have to be careful what they say and how. This is an ongoing investigation.
Okay.
You know, people got on the Idaho murders because the police weren't leaking a bunch of information. There's certain things you can't share. There's absolutely certain things you can't share. This is a criminal investigation where they're throwing murder charges on officers. And he's cooperating. He got terminated. And again, he got terminated because of his professionalism and probably the excessive force. But if they can't prove that he knew what they were doing, he wasn't even present.
Yeah.
So we on lock. What was your question though? Because I have a feeling you're about to make ask a good question.
No. I just feel that at this particular time, and you can say that I'm wrong about this. I just believe he was accessory to the crime, and if he's not charged with something, you're just going to go down a slippery slope, and it's well proven. It's well proven that it's not going to look good. It's not going to look good for anyone.
Why? Because he's white. If he didn't commit a crime, he still should be charged.
We'll think about the series of things that have happened throughout the years. I mean,
but he wasn't there though, and he didn't participate in any of the brutality against him. Why would you charge him? You charge him because
you could have made it more clear. There was location 1 and location 2. Like when I break down a mission, right? And
they did, Kevin. They did.
Okay, so
everybody here.
I was one of those guys that looked at the video of the after videos versus the whole thing.
I saw all of it.
To see the whole thing. I was willing. I'll be honest. I'm one of those guys that's willing to accept what it is they're doing, and how if they say it's ongoing, all the other stuff. And you know who I'm really paying attention to? I'm paying attention to the father. The father just got up there and said they're doing what I expect them to do. I'm like, if the dad's good with it, I'm leaving it alone.
I don't know how you meant it, but when the father said it, it's just like.
What I'm saying is that they sat there and they explained all of this stuff to the parents, right?
Yeah.
And the father got up there and said, they're doing what I expect them to do. They're doing what I want them to do. Everything's happening the way I expect this to unfold. I got the help that I need. I got the legal advice. I got an attorney here. I got a police chief. I got things are happening. Right now, I'm satisfied. So as far as I'm concerned, if the dad said it, I'm gonna let him go. I'm letting it go. He said it's good. Dad I don't know why black people are not doing that. And just okay, it's almost like we're disrespecting what he wants, right? By trying to
because everybody, bro, it's a retarded. It's like, excuse my language, but it's like
because I look at it like this: if something happened, because I don't want it to happen, but something happens to my family, and I'm involved in something like this, I'm expecting people. Am I talking too loud, baby? Oh, I'm sorry. My wife's sleeping. I guess I'm talking too loud. I'm
sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to
off the computer.
Yeah, my wife just came in here and got me, y'all. Yeah,
it's all good.
But my whole thing is that.
Okay. Hey, listen, if you got.
But my whole thing is that. So I look at that part of it too. I look at, well, what did the father say? What does he want?
Right.
You know, and is he fine with how things are unfolding, and why are we going against him? They asked. Matter of fact, remember the parents asked us to do certain things as a community, to respect certain things. We should honor that, right? Don't you guys think we should be doing that?
Yeah, but
you got people out here just going outside and doing what the hell they want to do anyway, just because.
I think you need some headphones. That's number one. Two, I think you know, people getting caught up in they'll jump on this media man and they'll literally put themselves and inject their own life in these people's lifestyle. Like I get it, man. Like, it's horrific, it's hurtful, but end of the day, like, since people want to talk about back in the day, right? That's what you just said. That's literally how it was. We didn't have phone calls or telephone stuff like that. Hey, if I go to Kevin's dad, and you at church, like, hey, Kevin, what you need, man? I want justice for you. And you sit there like, hey, this is my wife, this is my son, we got it. Hey, but if you want to bring some food like everybody else at the house, go ahead and do that. After that, we're good. The town folks might come in from time to time, check on you to see how the family doing. But what they're not going to do is cross over what your word is. Hey, we're good. Mr. Zimmerman came over with the reparations of the cows and chickens, and Mrs. Kuhlman did this and this one did that. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm a little bit hurt. The sun's gone, but you know, I'm gonna be okay. That's it. But they don't want to live in everybody's life.
This kind of goes back to that community, the thing that you talk about. And Nathan, I know I think we can agree on this. Strong families, group economics, and community building, right? If I had to bottom line it and sum it up real quick, that's the expectation you holding. Those are the standards that you're holding the black community to, right? Black people, black men and women.
All the time. I preach.
And there's nothing wrong with that. We're there on that.
I know, but people call me a ruckus.
Well, I told you why though. They're getting the feeling that somehow you're putting all the responsibility on the people who are affected by the system that kind of created some of the problems that we have in the first place. That would be my other argument, is that I am all about doing what we're supposed to do as a collective, but I am never going to let the entity off the hook that created this mess in the first place.
Okay, let me ask you though. If you had to prioritize, which one do you first? Can you fix the government before fixing the community?
No, you can fix yourself first. You can fix yourself faster, as a matter of fact. I'm gonna tell you, the interesting thing, the faster we fix ourselves and get together and do all the stuff, all these great things that we talk about, it actually forces them to do what the hell they're supposed to do.
There you go. And
they'll be like, well, damn.
You can't force them divided. You can't force them divided.
And this is where I see where you go with, like, we actually have more power when we do the things that we're supposed to be doing. And you're right. I won't argue against that. We actually do have more power. People love to talk about the history. Think about the civil rights and black power movements. That was a one time. Well, I mean, black people have been on code for a long time, but you can't argue that the way that we're set up right now, that you could actually do that again right now. But in the 1950s and 60s, you had 80 to 85% plus of the black population. That's every black man, woman, child, and baby, if they could talk and walk, actually on code and doing what they were supposed to do.
Correct.
You had the majority. We don't have that today.
So that excuse white people for beating the hell out of black folks, and
what I'm saying is
we're supposed to get in line, right?
That's not the point I'm making.
No one said
it doesn't matter at this point, because I'm already at the point of separation. I'm already at that.
Yeah, I can see how you can be there. But this is where Nathan gets a lot of pushback, because it seems like you're putting more pressure on the group to do something and not the other side to do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah,
Two
but he's
things-
asking.
there's-
He asked
there's-
about
Of course, if we're allowed to do that. If we're
Say
actually
again?
allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I said
So-
if we're allowed to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're
but
still
based
underneath
on-
the system. You do know that, right? And you know.
But that's a defeatist mindset.
That part.
That's the
No,
problem. That's
because
a
we're
defeatist
we're
mindset.
actually doing what we need to do, but we gotta struggle with this every other day.
No.
I struggle with crap. I don't struggle with nothing.
What happens?
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about me. I'm worried about my family. And I'm
Okay, but
worried
that
about
goes back to
going
what Kevin's
outside my
saying. You
door.
start
I'm
with
going outside my door and having to. I'm not naive to what would go on if I'm being pulled over by a cop. I'm not in the car with you. I'm not in the car with anybody. I'm in the car with my wife and my kids. And if I get pulled over by a cop, I'm damn they're going to make sure I abide by the law. I know how to do that, but I also know the laws at hand because I study law my damn self. Because I want to go home and I want to go home in peace.
Have
you think being pulled over by a cop, you're gonna actually feel peaceful? You're gonna actually feel some type of relief when you're getting pulled over by a cop? No, you're not.
So
you're gonna be fearful like everybody else does.
So are you saying though, regardless if the cop is white or black, you still feel that same anxiety?
I'm saying you're gonna feel anxiety with any particular cop, but what I'm saying is, if you are that fearful, know what you are doing, apply by those laws. But 9 times out of 10, who knows if that cop is either going to be a good or is going to play the good cop or the bad cop? You don't know.
You know, you're more likely to be killed by a black person and not a police officer in this country.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
No.
You know, on average, annually, black people kill between 3,000 to 4,000 black people a year in this country. Do you know on average, black people commit more than half of the violent offenses in this country, though we're only 13% of the population? And do you know that the ones who commit all the violent offenses in our community are the men, which are 6.5% of this entire nation of people? So what we're saying is 6.5% of the population are black men, and black men commit half of the most violent offenses in this country compared to the 60% of white people in this country. You are more likely to be killed by another black person. Who you should be afraid of, unfortunately, is another black person, not the police. You know who's most likely to solve the crime of you being killed by a black person? A police officer. And do you know that on average, police officers make contact with citizens in this country, approximately 80 million people. And out of 80 million people, do you know annually approximately 10 million people are arrested successfully by the police and incarcerated, sent through jail, and then eventually through prison? Approximately 10 million people a year. And do you also know approximately a year, police kill approximately 1,100 people? Approximately. Out of 80 million people they come in contact with, and out of 10 million people they arrest, 1,100 people lose their life from a police encounter. Do you know how many people out of 1,100 people that are killed that are black? Approximately 200. Approximately 200. And approximately 450 white people are killed by the police, and approximately 200 are black. You know the leading cause of death of African Americans in this country, black men? The top 3 leading cause of death is homicide. You're more likely to die by the hands of another male that's black in this country.
Excuse me?
I would say heart disease, but
no, that's right. Number 2.
Right.
That's number 2. So
Yep.
Check this out. Our top 4 leading causes of death within the black community are all preventable. You know what the leading cause of death for white people is? Suicide.
Bruh.
And accidents. Suicides and accidents. You know, homicide is not even on their top 10 leading causes of death. Black people, the things that we do are self-inflicting. And when I have this conversation, people want to say, you know why? Because of the white man's fault. You know why? Because of white supremacy and systemic racism. That's why we do the things that we do.
Who owns and controls the United States of America?
Who gave the government the power to own and control?
The people.
The people did. The only power that they have is a power that we give them. That's why this Scorpion unit that was created, it was created by the people in the Black community begging and asking for it, because Memphis, Tennessee is the #1 murder capital in this country for the last 3 years. The most homicides. Memphis, Baltimore, Chicago, DC, Atlanta. These are murder capitals. These, what do they call it? They call it Murder Memphis. Chirac. Come on now.
I wonder why that
is. We can pretend. We can pretend.
Education.
We can complain or we can participate. We can complain, or we can compete.
Well,
right?
you want to separate, Nathan. So I'm confused. You want to separate.
Well, it's not for him; it's for the audience. But Lock Nation is correct about the anxiety, because there are real issues within the police profession that absolutely need to be fixed. We need a complete overhaul. We need to reimagine policing in this country. There needs to be changes, systemic changes within the profession, and even within the criminal justice system. Because where people like to talk about the police, they forget about the prosecutors. They forget about the judges that can be corrupt as well. There's power dynamics even in the correctional system that needs to be addressed. There's an issue of a lack of oversight within the criminal justice system and even within government. So when people talk about we need reform, we need country reform, we need society reform. Everything needs to be reformed. So I mean, I get it, but we put so much vitriol in the police and none about our behaviors. You can't talk about reforming the police if you don't talk about reforming our communities and reforming our culture and reforming the mindset. All those things have to go hand in hand, or you're gonna still have the same problem.
Hey, I got one thing to say on that one, man.
Go ahead, brother.
When somebody has something to lose, a lot of times it'll hold your hand back from doing things you shouldn't be doing. When you have a concentration of people who maybe are not the most educated, maybe don't have nothing to lose. You don't have nothing to lose. Every little thing is pissing you off. Every little thing got you irritated. You already on the edge. You've been on the edge for a long time. And so when we start talking about violent crime, like, you know what I'm saying? People are on the edge. People are on the edge. And so that's why I said from the beginning, like, education, prioritizing what's going on with our young men is so important, because you want to ignore them and ignore their needs and what they need. And then when they're out here committing crimes, now we got to have this conversation.
There you
right?
go.
We got to deal with him. It ain't like he's just disappearing off the face of the earth. It's just he's young men not getting their needs met. And that's why education, and structure is so important for a young man, because that he's a man. He's going to have passions. He's going to have emotions and so forth as well. He's not going to want to be disrespected or slighted. And when things like that happen, that's how situations spiral out of control. The other thing as well, too, a lot of brothers, I've seen situations where black men die at the hands of another black man. I'm going to tell you right now, in majority of those cases, there was some woman involved in the situation.
Yep.
And so that's the other element of this conversation, is educating young men in terms of how and who they should be pursuing as it relates to the opposite sex, and the relationships with the women that they are pursuing, and the way that those relationships are supposed to go. It's a huge, huge thing. You know what I'm saying? Brothers getting into fights over girls. Oh, somebody get knocked out. Now they want to shoot the person who, you know what I'm saying? And things of this sort. This happens all the time. I've seen this happen. So it's a whole reformation process.
Yes.
So I just want to encourage you, like, okay, yes, we got violent crime. We all know that. It's a lot of violent crime. Look at the music. It is an expression of what it is in the streets, but we got to look at what is the root cause of that? Why is that happening? And how can we attack those issues and solve those situations?
Facts. Let me, Donta, let me get your thoughts, and I'm gonna get everybody's closing statements. We're gonna hit 7 hours on this stream. What's your thought? I saw you dropping in and out, man. I think you was having some connection issues, brother. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, y'all really touched on a lot of the points. I would just say, I mean, it's a tough situation because it's really a tragedy,
right,
to see it happen. But I mean, to I guess to really try to get back to the point you were saying, about is this what is it? Is it a white? What do you say? Is it a white person's? You said, is it a white problem? Is it a white?
It's the white man's fault.
Is it the white man's fault? Yeah, like it's okay. That is, it's so ingrained into because I mean this is America, but it's like we got 5 black dudes, and it's like okay, but I mean it's such a big ordeal, everybody talking about it or whatever, and so it's like we trying to break down the situation or whatever, but from the perception of people really seeing it for what it is, I mean it could have been personal, but we don't know that,
right?
But I mean, to put it to like you said, you broke it down good. You're saying it's reform everywhere. Nobody's perfect. I think it's Great Pill. I think he said it. Nobody's perfect, and but like you said, it needs to be fixes everywhere. That's all. I mean that's kind of that's life. That's life in general.
Right.
There need to be fixes all around. But it's like I mean, I know. I guess your title really is really what caught me, because it was like, okay, is it anything to do with race? And that is, for it to be such a big ordeal. And I mean, yeah, it is a big ordeal, but that's kind of where it's it's right there. It's right there of what is really happening, and what's going on. It's like we can't say it's like you can't really say it has anything to do with race because of the situation, but
Donta, you done drove us around Mississippi back to Texas. Forgot your wallet, went back to Mississippi, decided you're gonna take a flight down to Nebraska, and then realized you didn't have your passport.
I'm just trying
to follow you, brother. Listen. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do, Donta. This is what we're gonna do. Do you think it's just a yes or no? This one's gonna be yes or no, brother. You ain't gotta put too much thought into this one. All right. Do you think these black officers were influenced by systemic racism when they carried out this ordeal against Tyre Nichols? Do you think white supremacy had anything to do with their behavior and treatment toward Tyre Nichols?
I mean, okay, you the beginning of your question was, do I think? So that means it's my perception.
You're right. I shouldn't have said think. I'm bad.
That's all I can say. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Don't think, respond.
I would say yeah. I would say yeah. I mean that's just my perception. That's just my perception. But I would only say that because because like everybody said, we all can agree. We know the history of America. We know the history, and we know. You know what I'm saying?
Pause. So you're saying yes, you believe white supremacy has a influence in why the officers did what they did, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you? Damn. I'm gonna say explain to me, but hold on now. Let me see.
Just say we agree to disagree.
Yeah. We gotta just say we agree to disagree.
I want to hear. Let me elaborate.
Hell no. Hell no. I'm just messing with you, brother.
Let me land, yo. Let me land a little bit.
Hold.
Okay,
Don't
okay.
land without no wheels. Hold on. Let's let you think about it, and let me give somebody else an opportunity to close out. Hold on, hold that thought, brother. Go ahead and process. Let me come back to you. Kevin, let me give you the
So you guys got me?
Stop smoking that damn devil's lettuce. Got you the knots blowing off in the wrong direction. That brother on that.
Yeah, that's an interesting collaboration of words there. You guys got me? I'm on my new okay. Yeah, I'm on my new headset here. My wife told me to calm down.
Brother, like he about to fly a plane.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit too excitable out here. So
Kevin look like a damn pilot.
Yeah, I got all the gear. I just
Mayday, we are going. Mayday, we're going.
Yeah, but so when you ask a question, is it related to? Can you put it up underneath white supremacy or in the supremacy? People can make the argument. I'm gonna tell you how people are making this link. I'm gonna tell you how they're doing this. Well, I'm gonna give you an idea of how they're doing it, and I'm gonna be real short here. Is that what they're doing? Is that when we talk about the system, policing, and the behavior and everything else, and we talked about this earlier when I came up the first time, is that there seems to be this idea that if a non-black police officer does this, they can somehow get away with it. And within that framework, you probably had those black officers who, for a long shot, might have thought they were able to do the exact same thing. And from all the history and the things that I've studied, and the situations and the examples that I've seen, there has been no privilege extended to black officers in any way, even when they don't mean to do something. Muhammad Noor is an excellent example. He showed up, he took that one lady out from Australia, and that dude is sitting in prison for 10 years. And that was a mistake. See what I'm saying? Like he didn't mean to do that. So I don't know why those officers. So that's how people make the link. Like, so the idea is that if they can do it, so we can do it. But if I'm an officer, I know I don't have that type of privilege. But you shouldn't be. But this is why I respect you as for your analysis and then how you came across. One of the ways you got to me initially was basically this is the gentleman who did the classic Jay Prince interview. You guys got to go back and look at that. And he came off as somebody who's genuine, honest, and sincere. So that's why, if we have more officers like you out there doing what they're supposed to do, and I know there's plenty of them that are doing it, but if everybody was doing that, then this wouldn't even be an issue. Then it would be just like I talked about. It's essentially all the corrupt guys are gone, the racist guys are gone, if there are any, and anybody who's incompetent. You clear them out, then you got a good police force. You got a good system all the way from top to bottom. That's what needs to happen throughout the entire system.
And they're not doing it because they're afraid of losing manpower, and they're so to your point, you're absolutely correct that the responsibility to fix the problem is on the police department and the profession. And I will say this: I think you make up a good point, and I'm going to start analyzing it from the perspective of the misconception is if black people do it, then if black officers do what white officers do, black officers are going to be held to a stiffer punishment.
Absolutely, yeah.
But that's not true. And I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That's not true. And what people don't realize is that corruption has nothing to do with color and has everything to do with connections. And so I know black officers who were connected and they got away with murder. I know black officers who were connected and they got away with some things. And so,
I can believe that, yeah.
So the issue is, how powerful is your network? Because I know some corrupt county and city officials who allow other people to get away with stuff, and they're black. So we got to remember that we have black county and city officials that have committed crimes, that have did stuff with money, and they look after all their minions underneath them.
Yeah.
You have black minions, you look after them. What the problem is people are looking at the problem through a lens of emotion and racism. And because of that, they're blinded by the reality. Sometimes there is no racism. And we as a community just have to learn and accept that every situation that happens that we think is unfavorable, racism isn't always the reason for it.
I can agree with you on that. You know, when they brought Van Jones on, they actually messed it up, and he added to the problem. And then Whitlock even made it work. See, you have Van Jones and Whitlock making this thing even worse.
Yes, they are.
I don't know. Yeah, so they should have stayed quiet. And I hope Whitlock, gets punished for whatever it is he's saying and doing, and trying to put it on black women.
They are. One thing I will say this, I think there are there's this misconception that again, that black officers can't do what white officers do. That's not true. That gentleman you talked about, Officer Moore, the officer who shot the Australian woman, they made a big deal about it. His sentence got reduced to like 5
years. I saw that too. Yeah.
Right. His sentence got reduced. People still think he's doing 15 to 20 years. You know who else has a matching sentence? Kim Potter, the one who accidentally, quote unquote, accidentally shot Donta Wright, the one who confused her taser for a gun. Right. And here's the thing. She got the same amount of time. Correction. She got less time than Moore. Right. Because at least Donta Wright was actually in the process of committing a crime. He had an active warrant and he was doing something he wasn't supposed to do. He had it right. This lady was completely innocent. People were just looking at the racial dynamic. But again, people talk about the kid who was given Burger King, right? And they're like, oh, right. People then talk about, he killed all the people. I can't remember his name. Killed all the people in the
Dylan Ruth. It was Dylan Ruth.
And people don't realize that you have to feed your prisoners, right? We have to feed them. I have to take people out to get them food. I have to let them use the bathroom. That is your constitutional right. But of course, the left-leaning media took that and made it seem as if he was getting this treatment that nobody else gets. And you know the conversation I have all the time, people? Well, every time a black person is involved in a shooting, the police never take the black person alive. That's a lie. That's a lie. Black people commit mass shootings. Black people commit mass murder. Black people, there are black people who have been mass shooters and have been taken alive peacefully. It happens all the time. And so, but people spin that narrative and say that it doesn't happen when black people do it. And that's 100% false. People forget about the DC snipers. Does anybody remember that? Right?
It was a father and son team. Yeah.
Yeah, we forget, right? People forget about Brian Nichols.
What was in the trunk of the car?
So Brian Nichols, he shot up an entire courtroom while in custody. Shot a judge, killed a sheriff, killed a couple people, killed a woman, carjacked. He killed like 5 people. And even he was taken in custody peacefully. See, people forget that. And so again, what ends up happening is we have short-term memory as it relates to the things that black people do. We have long-term memory as it relates to what white people do. And that doesn't serve our people at all, because then we start perpetuating that same negative, false narrative that this doesn't happen to black people like it happens to white people, and that's false. And so it's not our fault, it's the media's fault, and then it's our fault for believing it.
Yeah, it's the way they spin it. The way they spin it is what makes it so. Yeah, it makes it so divisive.
Yeah,
you got the left and you got the right. It's like, well, man, where is the middle ground to this? Because the truth
gray in the middle.
That's where you're gonna find a lot of accuracy.
Yes,
but people tend to be extreme. But the issue, I think, the big issue is that they perpetuate victimhood. They're perpetuating that mentality onto the people. And what you said is very true. It harms. It harms more than it helps. People need to be empowered. To be empowered, not to think that they're just endless victims.
Man, and all I do is shine a light on things that we're not connecting, and then also things that we forgot. Again, when it comes to what black people do, we have short-term memory. Short-term.
The thing too, though, is that getting empowered don't necessarily mean that you. And this is where another problem is. Some people get empowered and they forget about their brothers and sisters, right? So. Person getting power, you still got to be able to help out your brothers and sisters and still push the envelope for the people.
You know why that is, though? You know why that is? How hard is it to get a brother and a sister to listen? How hard is it? We just have to be honest.
It's
Like
hard.
it is no shade.
difficult.
This is a part of course correcting. How difficult is it? Hell, it's hard enough to hold sisters accountable.
I'm going to go ahead and calm down.
Hey, we gotta deal with us first. We gotta deal with us first.
Petty kicked in.
We can't get.
I can't have my face attached to this conversation.
Nathan, does it make sense for women to hold women accountable? And because it makes it simple as the women are as they're growing up to be girls.
And men hold men accountable.
Men hold men accountable.
Absolutely, but it only works. But the problem is, here's the flip side. Let me give you the flip side as we close this out. The truth of the matter is, men don't listen either. And if you
They listen to fathers.
If you try to correct a young man in public, you're likely to get shot.
Okay, yeah, that's a possibility. But you know who they do listen to? They listen to fathers.
Not all of them, brother.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
You're right, but let's go with the majority.
Yes,
Let's go with the majority.
So truth be told, one of the biggest problems is you can't protect people who don't listen. And we had some ladies up here, right? Again, you can't protect people who do not listen. And if you have it in your mind that you understand and have it all, and what your perspective is what's true and what's right, then you're going to be caught up in a holding pattern and unable to land safely. And that's the reality of the problem. I cannot help anybody who does not listen. And I come on this channel, on my platform, and I try to give advice to help, to provide insight, to provide clarity, and to keep our people safe. And some people don't want to listen. And regardless of how you feel, when you come in contact with an officer, I hope you remember the words that I've been sharing, because nobody cares, and the facts do not care about your feelings. Believe what you want to believe. You can feel how you want to feel. But when the facts get a hold of that ass, guess what? You can't say nobody didn't tell you.
Can we drop your internet name? Say, hey, we're internet friends. If you look up the real Nathan Daley, he and I are internet friends, and we could probably get some resolution on this situation. He's a good, clean, honorable man. He understands law enforcement. I know he's not my attorney right now, but he knows what's going on out here. Hey, so let me ask you this though, seriously. Right. What do you think about, because they always talk about this recruiting issue. What is wrong with going into these high schools and looking at these kids that are, 15, 16 years old and saying, hey, look, I'll pay for you to go to college for 2 years. You do your junior training, and then once you graduate, you got a job.
The problem is the kids don't want that. You can't give someone something the kids don't want. That's the problem. And because that's not what they want. Because you can. I
don't believe that.
If somebody would have came to me when I was 16 and offered that to me.
But that's not. We're not in the same time anymore. When you were a kid, Kevin, that's the problem. The problem is time is so different, and that's not what the kids are interested in.
I would have done that or the military, which I did the military, by the way.
And the military is struggling to recruit people. Yeah. They're struggling really, really bad. Yeah. The problem is these kids, a lot of them are lazy. They want instant gratification. They don't know the value of hard work. And they're extremely sensitive, and they're very emotional, and they believe the world is owed to them. And so here's the problem. One of the things though that is working is there's a nonprofit group called Dads on Duty. And it's a group of Black men who volunteered and go into sites in schools, and they're volunteering their work, helping out the kids. And they've seen a reduction in truancy, reduction in violence, a reduction in crime within the schools. The reality is men have to come up and get together and start volunteering our time to help in the community. It's difficult. Some communities are more dangerous than others, but what has been working is Black men and Black women volunteering, fathers. It's called Dads on Duty. And it's a powerful group of fathers who donate their time, dedicate their time inside these high schools and middle schools. And it's had a tremendous impact. Why? Because a lot of these kids don't have active fathers. And I will say this, that the kids don't want that. And I always like to talk to people who, and it's not against you, but I like to have these conversations with people like, you have an issue with things that go on in the medical field, but you've never worked in the medical field, so you don't understand what goes on, you don't see it. When I say I've worked intimately within the Black community, in schools, outside of schools, inside, I've been in so many homes, so many Black homes. So my experiences that I'm speaking on, when I'm seeing the kids commit crime and what they do, I get to talk to them, I get to talk to the parents. I see what their real issues are. You know, when people are saying, well, it's poverty this and poverty, no. It's materialism. It's materialism. It's not poverty. It's not poverty.
You can still do fine even with poverty. Yeah.
No, you can still make the poverty argument, but people like to correlate crime with poverty, and that's not accurate.
Yeah, because they pour in spirit. They pour in spirit. That's the problem.
There you go.
It's a failure to recognize what's really important in life. You want to use materialism and material objects to try to give you value that you don't already have.
Yes,
intrinsic value.
Exactly.
Yeah, material value versus the intrinsic value argument. Now,
but where do you get that from though? Where do you get that concept? You get it from your family. You got to get it from your family. Your family teaches you that. If your family not right, here come the media with its influence, and it gets you caught up.
Thank you, brother. And you know what happens? You know what I see? I go in there and unfortunately, I see the moms, I see the dads buying their kids at the age of 5 and 6 little Jordan tennis shoes. It starts there, decorating them. You see it on TikTok. You see the mom and the daughter twerking, dancing, and these matching outfits, doing these funny little poses. Makeup, nails at the age of 7, at the age of 12. You guys, the problem is, and when you start putting kids in groups of other kids, and we all were young, we know what it was like if you didn't have no Jordan tennis shoes. You know what it felt like, right? It wasn't that your mom didn't have money, right? She just probably couldn't afford these shoes. It wasn't that you couldn't have shoes, right? It wasn't, you wanted Jordan and she gave you Air Ponies. You couldn't go to school with those. Right,
straight to pay less.
Straight to pay less.
My mother gave me ponies.
She gave you Air Ponies, right?
She gave me ponies. Yes.
And so, but what happens now? There's criminal theory. I study criminal theory. I love the subject. It mixes psychology with criminal psychology is what I took. Criminology. There is a theory called strain theory. It's called strain theory. Kevin, you heard of that term before?
Yeah. I took like 18 hours of criminology. I didn't go any further than that, but I took but the strain theory,
So you already know where I'm going with this. Yeah. So strain theory talks about the feeling that a person gets when they're unable to obtain legitimate lifestyle, right? They want something that they see other people have and they can't get it through legitimate means, and it causes a strain. It makes them uncomfortable. And what they're saying in this theory is that because of that, it forces them to find any way to get what they are lacking because if they don't like the way it makes them feel. And so what happens within our community, we push so much materialism through our community, and we value things that don't matter, that when we come out here and we can't get the BMW, we can't get the Mercedes, right? We can't get the nice clothes or the Balenciaga. We can't get that because that's how we identify as value. That's how we validate our existence for some of us in our community, that we feel like we're not a part. We feel like we're not special. We feel like we're not important. And we don't like the way that makes us feel. We're willing to do whatever it takes to get that in order to get that validation and get that wholeness. And what do we do to get that? If we can't get it legitimately through a job, we'll use illegitimate means to obtain the things that we cannot get legitimately. And a lot of times it goes to the form of crime, right? And that's how we get caught up. So what they're saying is because we're trying to fit in socially so bad that we're willing to commit crime, doesn't mean we're bad. It means that we're willing to do whatever it takes to get it. And so this is a part of culture that has to be re-examined and analyzed, because this is all in the mind. It's all psychological. And that is the battle. That is where the battle is at. And so I love that theory, because as I patrol our community, I would have kids robbing each other for Jordan clothes. But then I go to their home and I didn't see anybody suffering and I didn't see anybody struggling. I saw a mother. Oftentimes, 90% of the time the kids I arrested, it was only a single parent household. That's no shot to women. That's a shot. That's a shout out to the women and the men, right? But the reality was, a woman was manning that household by herself, and she had no control over her child. It just is what it is. And so the biggest problem that I would see, you'd have a parent who was working multiple jobs, who wasn't able to actually give 100% care over that child, and that child ran astray. And so blame who you want. The reality, that is a big problem within our community. And so
what about the positive things? Can you name something?
We're talking about the issues. The positive things is we're overcomers and we're still alive, fighting the good fight. The reality is, if we want to do better, we have to work harder and we have to unite. That's as positive it gets. And guess what? We're trendsetters. We spend a lot of money. We invent a lot of things. We creators. We're good at everything. Entertainment. We're good at athletic. We're athletic. We got skills. We invent things. I mean, you name it. We are the staple of this country.
White people have done everything.
We've done everything.
We're still on it. Yeah, we're still doing
everything, and we don't own anything. And so if we want to turn that around, we bring back our resources, keep it within, and stop spending out. It's just that simple. And build homes, build families properly. We're not gonna have no problems moving forward.
Right. Family, group economics, community building.
To build, we gotta be able to build.
What's your final thoughts? You have plenty of time to marinate, brother. What's your closing thoughts?
I'll go.
We have to be able to. We have to.
You go real quick. All right, Donta, hold on. Donta. We unlock something.
This has been a real interesting conversation, and I love to learn more from you, Mr. Daley. I love to learn more for you, even though I disagree with some of it.
I understand.
You know, it doesn't mean I don't dislike you or anything. I actually respect you more. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I'll be seeing you again.
It's all love, man. And I want to jump on your channel. You know, we were talking in the background about that, so we'll link up.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, brother. Have a good night. All right, Donta, you the man of the hour.
I love everything you were saying. I mean, but to build, you know, I mean, it's always two sides of that coin, especially with, you know, so much diversity in, you know, where we live. You know, we live in a place where, you know, I know y'all was talking about poverty. I was like, poverty is, you were saying it's not poverty, it's still all in our choices. But poverty, I mean, if you think of, like you said culture and all that, you know, culture is a part of poverty, and that's also a part of history. And that's and being that, you know, I know y'all was, you know, I mean, I gotta shout out, you know, Mechee and all that. You know, she was like, you know, she go back to the history and state facts and all that, you know. But it's like, you know,
how many times? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. How many times do we need to address the history before we address the future?
I mean, but you gotta learn from your steps, or you'll repeat the same mistakes.
Do you think that Black people have not learned and understood what the mistakes were already, or do you think that we haven't analyzed the mistakes properly?
I think that No. I don't think we've learned. I think we're learning. I think we are in the midst. I think we are at the point, like at the exact second of right now of learning and building as this right now. We you know, we're building on this platform, you know, and I appreciate you for actually, you know, allowing us to speak, you know, our voice and all that, you know. And so, you know, with that, you know, it's like, okay, it's a time period of, you know, going back 150 years to who would be reminded of a 400-year, you know, overlap of being overlapped for hundreds
Do you
of
think?
years.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think there was somebody? How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 30.
You're 30. Before you were born, do you think someone already analyzed and examined the problems of the Black plight in this country? Or do you think that they weren't smart? Yeah?
Yes, I do.
So since someone had already figured it out before you got here, now what are you doing with that information to move forward?
I'm still pushing the exact message of relapping and recapping exactly what was taught from my elders.
Why? But hold on. But that's actually asinine, right? That's asinine, because if you're telling me that the person before you were born, already told you what the problem was and already analyzed it, you're telling me you're taking what they already did and then you're going back over it again? Does that make sense?
I mean, that's what the world is. It's the sun and the moon. You know, it's the same. It's the same ish, a different day. It's the same.
Okay.
It ain't nothing new under the sun.
So let me ask you this. What did your father teach you that was the most important thing?
To treat others how they treat me.
All right. So you believe that's a powerful lesson that he taught you?
Yeah.
All right. So with that lesson that he taught you, are you going to live your life doing the opposite of what he taught you?
No, never. I would.
Why?
I believe it wholeheartedly.
Why?
Because
why would you not?
Why would I treat somebody? Why would I treat somebody else in a way that I wouldn't want to be treated?
Okay. And that's what your dad taught you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you feel like you need to figure that out again, or are you going to go by what he taught you and move forward with that lesson that he taught you?
I think I need to do it better. I think I need to take what he made and take out all the mistakes, all the errors, all the wrongs, and do it way better, because I have way more opportunity. I have way more ground. I have way more, you know, accessibility to actually produce way more than what he had.
And do you also agree that the life that your father lived was a little bit more difficult than the life that you're living today?
Exactly. Yes.
All right. And so we agree. And so exactly what I'm telling Black people to do is exactly what you're agreeing with. To take the past, take the past and learn from what the person before us already did, so we can build on it and move forward. Do you believe that we?
But we don't agree. We agree, but we don't. We agree. We agree, but still, it's a place where it's a little area where it's like I feel like you don't like to. You say don't go back to the past is what you.
I never said that. I said I never said that. I said why go back to something that we've already talked about, agreed on, and accepted and acknowledged?
Because that is gonna be whatever. Okay, even if let's say I don't go back to the past. I don't say let's go. This happened yesterday, and let's do what is gonna happen today. Like we the only reason why we are having this conversation is because of what's going on today.
Did you go to college?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the most difficult subject that you feel like you learned in college?
Probably
math.
Yeah, you're right on the head. That's probably it.
You want to ask me how I know? What math was difficult for you? Pre-calculus.
I think, yeah. Like right after algebra 2, yeah.
Pre-calculus. All right. How many times did you have to take pre-calculus?
Well, I took it. I kind of stopped. I stopped afterwards. That's when I started sticking to communication.
So you say you gave up after taking pre-calculus?
I mean, math. mean, you gonna learn it every day. You know what I'm saying? You gonna add some stuff up every
So
day.
now you're making excuses.
I mean, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, you're trying to make justifications for why. You're trying to justify why.
I'm just saying there's other things I could be looking into.
Okay. All right. I respect that. Listen, the reality is, why didn't you finish that? Why didn't you go back and conquer that?
Because there were bigger issues at hand. Like history and knowing, you know, what am I actually living for? What am I actually counting? What am I actually trying to produce? What am I trying to build? And you know, why am I trying to build, you know, something that somebody's putting in front of me, or am I trying to build something that actually has meaning?
I respect that. Listen, I think one of the biggest challenges, I think, just regardless as a community, is that at what point after we examine history, we acknowledge it, we've studied it, at what point do we take that knowledge that was passed on to us and we build off of it? That's my only argument. You feel me? Never forget.
But we have to have, you're right. All right, the key with the word that you ended with, you said we have to build.
Correct.
And the only way we can't build out of thin air, you know what I'm saying? We can't build, you know, when we got chains on our feet. We can't build when, you know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like we have chains on our feet?
Oh yeah, definitely. We got to see a man every month just to have a place to lay our heads. You know what I'm saying? We got to see a man every 30 days just to say, you know, yo, I want to live here, and here's my numbers. And
doesn't everybody have to do that in this country?
That's right. That's right. But that doesn't mean.
Are you saying that that's only exclusive to Black people?
No, I'm saying that's humanity. That's humanity.
Yes, but let me say this. I think the problem is when we have the conversation about oppression, we confuse life and the reality and hardships of life with oppression. I think oppression is a blanket that covers every soul on this world. There's no way around it. Some governments oppress you different than others. You got to pick your poison. I
mean, you could pick your poison, but at the end of the day, every person was born not from they weren't born to, you know what I'm saying, to be validated by another man. They were born because, you know, the universe, you know, you were brought here in life from your mother. You know what I'm saying? You weren't born here to please or, you know, be building for somebody else. You were born so you could grow, not so that you could grow for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? You wasn't put here.
I agree. And unfortunately, the people who won the war end up making the rules. And so if you want a utopia such as that, you have to fight for it. And unfortunately, that's just the reality of life. You're born in a society where that's not the case. And granted, everybody should be able to live free and be happy and be proud and do all that. But that's not the case. You were born in this world. Welcome to the reality, right?
100%.
Feel me?
100%.
Yeah.
That's the reality. And the reality, and to go even further into that reality, we are here on soil where we're told to add these numbers up, but at one point we were trying to add numbers, you know, out of the negatives. We was trying to add the numbers out of like 400 years of negative debt, and then now it's a whole system talking about this is what it's about. But now
what you gonna do? What you gonna do about it?
I mean, I'm learning. I'm taking it day at a time. You know, I'm learning as I go. But I mean,
you can't listen. When you unfortunately, The winners of the war get to make the choices, get to make the rules. Until we win some wars on our own, we're not going to be able to do it. And if we want to look at a world where white supremacy is not a thing, you look at Haiti, right? You look at countries like that. I think the reality is a lot of countries, or this country in particular, if we have an issue with white supremacy, I promise you, you will not like this country without it, right? We are addicted.
White supremacy.
The moment you turn your lights on in the house that you're in right now, when you turn your water on, the toothpaste that you use, right? When you go to school, right? The people that teach, the books that you open,
who built it?
Doesn't matter who owns it.
They owned it because they divided our families. They owned it because they put chains and told us to build from nothing and still.
But now Donta, you're going back. Now you're going back again.
You're going back again. Where are your chains now, brother?
I'm still. What you mean? We have to walk. We have to live every day.
Hey, let me look around that room. Where you at? I see a bump bed in there. Where you at, brother?
I'm in a room.
Oh, okay.
I got.
I'm just messing with you.
Can I ask Donta a question? Can I ask Donta a question? Because hey, Donta, real talk though. Because we keep going back to some, hey, they, them, they did all this. I ain't gonna lie, that sounds like a whole pronoun within itself. They did this, them did this, they did that, right? And now he's mentioned Haiti. In today's world, that's how it was back then for them currently. They're on them hard floors. They in that little, wooden huts or four walls they consider their own. Heck, it was just like a couple of years back. Mexico had that huge typhoon, whatever, broke down with them. They had to live day by day, whatever means they had for themselves. But guess what they didn't do? They didn't complain. They kept figuring out how to figure it out, and they did it as a community. Here in the States, we don't have those them unfortunateness. Yeah, we don't have those. If our power go out, guess what we doing? The first doing, making a phone call, complain.
Yep.
So I supposed to be satisfied because we have inventors.
No, I'm saying I'm saying this, Donta. Take your place where you at right now, right? Put your foot, them airborne Nikes, them Timbs, and anything, Fubu's and all that stuff, right? Them $300 sneakers. Take your foots, your fetuses, and put it over there in those people positions. Because guess what? Those black brothers and sisters over there in it too, right? They're not in America. So when you're living in their life for a week, hold on, because you licking your lips like you about to respond. Just for a week, put your life, your foot in their shoes just for a week, and then come back to today and now and say you still oppressed. And I'm just speaking in general. We can't. So it can't be anymore.
I know people people who live on playgrounds. People who live under little.
Yeah, but let's talk about Donta. Let's talk about Donta and the Great Pill Podcast right now. Is Donta right now living?
I'm my friends. I'm everybody around me. I'm my community. It's not just me. I could live in a rich house, and if I got a poor friend on the street, I'm still gonna talk about the predicament that he living in.
Okay.
Did you invite him into your house?
Yes, I let people stay with me all the time. I've been doing that since I was young.
I respect
let people
that.
live with me.
I respect that. A lot of people wouldn't say that, but I respect that 100%. I think I understand what you're saying. You feel connected to other people's struggle, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the best way to solve that, to where you can help everybody, would be for all of us to unify, because if we can create a better environment for everybody at once, and not as you doing all the hard work on your own, we can all have an impact together. You get what I'm saying? But no, I appreciate that, brother. I don't think you're wrong in your assessment at all. And what Great Pill was saying was that the reality is, you want to see what it looks like to not have white supremacy. It requires you to pick up the slack where white people are not at. So if you know how to create electricity, if you know how to filter water, if you know how to turn the heat on, if you know how to build a house, if you know how to plant food, you're going to have to replace those systems that you are dependent on. And if you can't do that, then you are dependent on white supremacy. And that is the reality of the conversation. So be the power that you want to replace. It's just that simple. And until we can do that as a community, then we're just talking, and we're not walking. Right?
That's true.
Donta, I appreciate you, brother. Definitely come on back up here, man. It took you a minute, but I feel you. I think you just had to work the nerves off, and you flowing, brother, you flowing. So shout out to you, man. Anytime I'm up here, please come back.
Good talk, man.
Yes, sir.
Definitely, I appreciate it, man.
So Nathan, I'll say this real quick and then go ahead and sign on off for the second time. Yeah. So for strong Black families, right? Group economics. Community building. We do those things. Now you get the schools, you get the hospitals, you get the banks, you get the recreation centers, you get all those institutions that actually make up a community. And understand, we do have those enclaves around all over throughout the United States, but we need to do that, add families to them, tighten them up, strengthen them, and then expand out from there. And as you speak of, then, supremacy and all these other issues and problems won't be as much of a problem. It's still not going to go away, but it's less of a problem, and there'll be less and less conversation about it. So when you talk about moving forward and putting the responsibility on Black people themselves, then yes, I completely support you with that. So no issues and problems. But I'm gonna say on the other side that the other folks got to do what they're supposed to do. And you know who it is I'm talking about. We're not going to forget that. We're not going back. They need to be moving forward too, as part of their lesson too, as part of their lesson and everything else. And I would say that as we move forward and improve, then that actually gives us strength and more of an argument to make them do what they're supposed to do. And when I say that, I'm talking about the United States government, whatever.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm talking about. So this is where you and I have some agreement. And because I like to end with a point of agreement between you and I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. I'm gonna go ahead and stop right there. But thanks for what you do. You went a marathon, and I know my wife's gonna be mad at me for this one now. See, because I was supposed to go on to bed, then you started talking about some stuff, and I popped on back up. Hey. Thanks for letting me up. But it's good. Always. This is a good stream, a good conversation, great discussion, and keep doing the work that you're doing, man. You're gonna catch on. All right. Hey, the other thing too is don't forget to introduce. I actually used your term on another live stream. Post-traumatic police disorder. I used that on another live stream. That needs to become part of a criminology study and get introduced as part of the lexicon. That's a real thing.
I partnered. Now that you mentioned, I partnered with a psychologist, and we are actually working on that.
Yeah.
And I do plan on putting that out. We're going to do actually a research study this year.
There you go.
Right. And so those are some of the things I'm working on behind the scenes. And again, and that's part of my contribution to this problem, bringing and highlighting these real issues that do exist. It's a real thing. And I believe that it's something that can be used in the court of law to address why Black people have the reaction that they have.
Absolutely. There you go. Okay. Hey, just, when you get done with the project, shout me out as an internet friend. Okay.
Absolutely, brother. I
don't want to be writing credits or anything, but just, when you do the dedication. Okay.
Absolutely.
Shout me out as one of your internet friends. All right.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
All right. Take care, bro. Take care. You gentlemen take care. Appreciate you.
You too, man. You as well. Good night.
Mr. Moore, new face, man. A pleasure to have you. And I love your insight. I like the energy that you brought. I appreciate your patience as well. Man, this is what we do. This is the longest we've ran in a long, long time. When I first started, I used to run like this. And but when it's a good conversation, I hate to cut it. It gives me an opportunity. And I always pray that when I have these conversations, that it does touch the hearts that it needs to touch, has the impact that it needs to have. I believe people will see my heart. I don't have to explain it, And so just like that brother said about the research, I coined a term called post-traumatic police disorder. I believe it's a real thing, and I'm working behind the scenes to get the research done, to get it published, and use that as a legitimate discussion on a criminal aspect. That there's a real thing, a real reaction, a real anxiety that Black people get when they encounter the police, and a lot of that is due to the propaganda and the fear mongering that goes on within the media, and we see that play out based on the conversations and statements that people say in the media. And that is a real thing. And Black people are traumatized because we only see one side of the story. We don't see white people get traumatized by the police. We only see Black people. And that's why our views are so skewed on the relationships and the power dynamic when it comes to this country. And so I'm all about bringing clarity to the conversation. So I'm glad that you're a part of it. And I want to give you your final thoughts.
Yeah. No, I think that's great, man. I think knowledge is a huge part of it. Knowing the law, particularly as they pertain to your exact situation. One thing I will say as well too is I think like heavily within like the African American community there is this this call for justice. There's this urge for justice that really reaches deeper than what any one individual could do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I could conquer the world. It's not going to address the feeling and the tie and the call for justice within like the African American community. And I think that is worth looking into. It's a very exciting thing, and I think that's like one of the purest things that we could ever fight for. The beautiful thing about it is we live in a time period where the fight don't necessarily have to involve bloodshed. In fact, I believe the solution to our issue don't even involve. We don't have to get in the trenches with regards to blood being shed. It's more about being effective with the knowledge that you have and the powers that you already have bestowed upon you by the United States Constitution, by the fact that we have certain rights. So I like it. I like the idea of boom, you know, folks stepping up to the plate, being accountable, making the right decisions. I also love what I'm seeing. There's not too many great things I can say going on in California, but actually there are. I can't complain. There's some good things going on here.
I need a list, sir. I need a list.
Yeah, man. But AB 3121, right? The Reparations Task Force.
Yes.
You know, that's something that if you haven't looked into, I would highly recommend. I'd recommend that one. And we'll see if that becomes somewhat of a roadmap for other states. Yeah, to do something similar. Other states face different political climates.
Yes.
You know, and so it may be a little bit more difficult, or whatever the case. You're gonna face different opposition and so forth in other states. But that's something that I look forward to seeing as the days go on, what that looks like, and just getting involved in all of that. So yeah, man. But I appreciate your work. Side note, hey man, back in the day, I'm telling you, man, I've been a victim of police. I say a victim, but I've been shot in the back. I've been tased in the back unlawfully. I've sued a department because of excessive force.
Okay.
And the whole nine, settled outside of court and realized how much of a mistake I made after. This was years ago when I was a young man, you know, very young.
Okay.
But then later, after getting educated about the whole situation and just being honest with myself about where I was at in my life at that time, I came to understand why I was treated the way I was. And now it's given me a certain level of confidence when I interact with police. Like, it's just, I think when you remove fear, when you have knowledge and you have confidence and you remove fear, I think that's a much better place. And you have the ability to be honest with police, because you're living an honest life. It just removes. Yeah, it's way different. It's way different. Yeah.
Yep.
So, you know, I believe that there's other forces at work as well too. You know,
for
my hand, you know, other things as well. So
absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. And so people got to get right, and that's how I leave it on that.
Well, let's say this. You have a channel or anything? Are you on YouTube? Or you got a channel, or you coming up as a guest?
Man, so I have I'm coming on as a guest, but I do have a channel. I do have a channel on YouTube. Urban Politics.
Shout your channel out, and then also, if you could please, hit me up on Instagram, or put your information in the private chat, and I would love to share your story if you're open to it. I would really, really love to learn more about one, your story, your channel, and really partnering with you to kind of have that conversation, because yeah, man, I think something about that just was like, yeah, I think we really need to do that. I think that will definitely be insightful for a lot of people to hear. I'm really curious to know what your experience was like, and all that. And let me what's the name of your channel? Yeah, go ahead and shout it out so I can see if I can put it up.
For sure, it's Urban Politics, and I actually did post it in the private chat.
Right. All right, let me see if I can pull up the link
Small channel.
channel.
Yeah, I need to get more consistent. I drop content, on the whim, not as consistent as I need to be. But yeah, I do talk about issues similar to what we've talked about here today.
Okay.
As long as you're getting the message out there, it doesn't matter if it's a week, a month.
Yeah. Let's you guys, I'm dropping Urban Politics link, the moderators. No, we've been
appreciate that.
flying through the hours. Please go and check them out. Hey man, let's definitely link up, man, and talk about some stuff. We'll chat behind the scenes as far as kind of what to bring about. Man, I would love to do. I think that'd be a great conversation. Okay, yeah, y'all definitely check them out. I think that'd be a great stream, man.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah,
all right. All right, brother. Well, you have a good night, man. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Good night.
You guys go and check out Urban Politics, and then they were two.
Yeah, man.
Great pill. People don't know, man. We go back, right? We go back to the early YouTube days.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a ride for me. I enjoy it.
I enjoy it too. And man, you're a good dude. I always enjoy having conversations with you. I always love your insight. And thank you for rocking with us tonight. Thank you for being patient. I always try to give it's hard when you have massive personalities on a panel.
Hey, you have to explain to me. You already know how it goes.
Great, but you was like this. He was like, I don't know this brother. Good luck.
Hey, this is my opinion, man. This is why I vet and I invite people, but everybody do their channel a little bit differently. And respect to you, because I have to give you this. You have so much patience with people, and it's not like you either attack them or do a way to make them look or seem dumb. It's like, hey, I really genuinely want to hear your side of it, and then give a perspective so somebody else might see it. Then, hey, here's my side of it. Now, if they still don't get it, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I think we pretty much on the same element with how we run our channels. But I like to vet people because I ain't got to have no random people come up with there.
You were very good. I was mad at you that one day I was on your channel and we were about to have that smoke session. I was like, bring them up. Bring them up.
Yeah.
Bring them up. They was trying to go at me. I said,
man, that was the
I don't do that over here.
Yeah, we don't do that.
I was like, you put the cuffs on me, brother. I felt restricted.
Maybe next time they want to. I mean, it's 2023. Who knows? Because they was ready for you, man. They
were ready, man.
That was like one of the best. That was like one of the best highlights of my night. So I definitely appreciate you for that one. Now, my final thoughts thus far. So I got to get at one person because unfortunately he didn't call my name out, but I was that nigga multiple times, but I did say Mr. Logic. So I apologize that
Logic is illogical. I don't know why y'all even be arguing with him.
I didn't know he got asked. All I asked was a question. Somehow his logic was, I took some notes, so I'll go around. I want to say shout out to to Kevin, because he had some great insight, very knowledgeable some stuff. Brother, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I do see him in the black manosphere, so I hope he also kind of bring the undertone that his wife came knock at the door, so he had to go to bed. So I just
go to bed.
Yeah, got to go to bed. So shout out to him. Yeah, definitely shout out to Donta, because I know he's a little bit nervous, so I know how them YouTube streets goes. I think he was nervous about the fact that just on the YouTube streets, because he might say something and they'll clip it like, you said that, brother. You said that.
I knew he had it in him though. I felt his greatness. See, I see potential. I see, when he got comfortable, he came out. He was like, he expressed himself. You could tell he's passionate and also frustrated. I think we all are frustrated, but I think he.
Yeah, because we have that. Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie, because I be leaning a little bit to left, right. Like I have that defeatist mindset. Like I don't even do the whole black thing. I just just people. Period. I'm done, and I'll check out mentally on that side. Then I come back like I'll meet a person like you or meet some random person like, man, all right, I don't have to push that button today. I can keep it going. So I'm good with that. Robbie and what's his name? Mechee.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, I like dynamic duo tonight.
Right. I ain't gonna lie, I got Rob. You can keep Mechee. You keep her. You know, we have to swap out sometime. That was a lot.
I mean, so Mechee loves me. She just we like one of them domestic violence couples that beat each other then get back together.
I think me and Rob different. Like we have that same dynamic, but it's like it's like bro, you know, but then it's like I get it's your world, but when you, like I said, if I come here, it's not your world no more. You got to kind of like play the field. But I say, man, all I'm gonna say is this: check her reaction on systemic racism on my end. You get a kick out of that conversation.
Okay.
Rob went, Rob just went through the roof on that one. But they both had great points, especially Mechee on a lot of stuff. But I did understand what she meant about going back, but I will have to give her credit a little bit. I think she meant of going back, just kind of just understanding the history. But when it comes to this type of conversation, you can't always piggyback on it as a Uno reverse card to try to move forward. It doesn't work like that. If you understand it and you're using it as an example, touch on it, but you still got to move forward in the present. That's the problem. Because I can give you statistics and data all the time, but then, you know, for example, for Robbie, I can break down like, oh, well, if you said this word and this verbiage, then I'm quoting something off a thumbnail. We're all content creators. That's clickbaity, whatever. Because I ain't gonna lie, when the brother said it came up, it was for the, usually I'm a thumbnail person. Sometimes might be the title. Hell, most people probably just came on just because of Courtney Michelle, because they just don't like her. You know what I'm saying? But if they stick around long enough, they'll actually hear the conversation. Like, okay, then they'll engage more. That's pretty much how it goes. Just because I am low key petty, so I just want to say this again, since you know, he called me nigga 3 times, so it's very funny how the most emotional person telling women they're emotional, but yet he's the most emotional man that jumped up and ran to his table. So I just want to put it out there. So logically speaking, for 2 women that's emotional, he's just as emotional as those 2 women. So God bless to him. I hope that he do have a 2-parent household. I do hope that when he used both his passports and stamp it, that they're going to show more a reflection of what he generally is. So, you know, shout out to him in Germany. I wish him have all the great success.
To his point, he has to battle for his life and safety on the Leaf Network every week. You know, that right there. You gotta give him
his logic. He's a grown man. He make that choice.
Own decision. You're right.
Decision. That's is that the whole purpose of this? He makes the own choice, own decision. So you chose to be. I went there once an hour. I was out.
Ooh, they was dragging me. Listen, bro, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in and sticking with us tonight. This has been a whole work shift tonight, but good conversation. And I appreciate you, man. Anytime, you already know, you're always welcome.
Big facts. All right, catch y'all later.
All right, bro. You guys check out the Gray Pill Podcast in the stream. Please go and check them out and support. What a night. What a night. A long night. You know, I'm going to take like 2 days to have to recover from this. Shout out to my co-host, you know, I am Courtney Michelle. Great conversation. We're able to tag team on this topic. As you see, guys, when I do live streams, they always evolve into something new. And, you know, we roll with it. We don't always get a chance to do it, but we do it. I think it was a great conversation, a lot of insight, a lot of good feedback. I think just in general on the topic, I think there was a lot shared, a lot to take in. I'm curious to know what you guys thought, the parts that you enjoyed. How do you feel? The discussion was very, very well rounded. A lot going on. A lot of interesting and amusing characters that come up. Logic came up. He's full of energy. Great conversations. All the guests that came up. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to come up and give your thoughts, whether agreed or disagreed. Everybody was still respectful. You know, a lot of times people think because, you know, we kind of shout a little bit here and there that we're not. Nah, everybody's good. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much to everyone who donated tonight. You guys are truly a blessing within itself. It means so much when you guys do it. It means that shows me that you see value in the channel. And to my members, thank you guys so much as well. I love your support, consistent support. Really appreciate it. I will put chapters under this video because it's long as hell. And I want you guys to be able to go in and jump in and get the key points. I will do chapters. I promise chapters will be up tomorrow because it is 5 o'clock for some reason and I'm still up. Thank y'all for holding out. This has been this has been an amazing, amazing show. Thank you to my moderators. The last moderator standing, S. Eds. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. She's been holding it down the entire night. It's a struggle, you guys. This mod work is not easy. I hope and pray you guys found value in this conversation. Value. And I think that's what matters most. Hope you learned something and you can take away from it. In closing, I will say this. Despite, someone said, chapters more like page numbers. Shout out to Carol's Car. I like this brother here. He's been with me from the beginning too. Thank you so much for your support. Regardless of how much we know, how much we think we know, how big of a grasp of the understanding of the problem we all believe we have, or we believe we have, or think we have, or know we have, regardless of all of that, one thing is true and will always remain true. Like Kevin stated, family, economics, unity. These things shield you from any type of attacks from anybody on the outside, right? Like these are things that are so important. We can argue about how we obtain these things, what we do to get those things, but you cannot deny those things are needed in order to do the things needed to be done to have the desired outcome that we wish to have. And I think that's really at the end of the day is what it's all about. We can argue about where we came from, or we can argue about where we're going. I think it's always the age-old battle. Do we focus on yesterday, or do we prepare for tomorrow? I think it just depends on who you talk to. I think some people focus on yesterday so much that they're never prepared for tomorrow. That's the reality, right? At the end of the day, all things fall at the feet of a united group of Black people. Whether you believe in white supremacy, systemic racism, corruption, all of those things fall at the feet of a united group of Black people. Will they exist? It's the wrong question. Will it have any effect? Will it have any power? Will it have any influence? A weapon is a weapon. But if you're protected, then no weapons formed against you shall prosper. So, at least that's how I see the problem. But what do I know? Just a Black man living in America. And with that being said, you guys, let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night. God bless.